Beta!
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
Bro.
Hola, hola, hola. You may stream Jesse on your channel tomorrow. What are the chances I get a strike? You won't, because he's not monetized. What's up, Pharaoh's Anchor Babies? JS drew that? Wow. I drew it with MS Paint in like 5 minutes. It's not my best work. It's not my best work. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? We're popping in the red. Is it peaking? Am I peaking? I don't know why. I'm like pretty far from it. Chat. That should be perfect right there, which is weird because it's like this thing's always changing. Somehow these decibels just be changing. Oh, it's at -12. I usually have it at like -40. Probably a 50-50 chance, Bibbs. Your white privilege should give you an extra 20% though. 70% chance that you will get a strike. Now you may get a... No, you're not going to get like a content strike, or you're not going to get taken down or anything. Worst case scenario, you would lose monetization on it. But you aren't monetized yet. You're close. 800. Dang, Bibby's blowing up. I think I saw 800, or was it 500 when I looked today? Little bit more, and you can monetize it. But I don't know. Your clip shows, I don't know if those will be monetizable. It depends on if that stuff is flagged. Yeah, you might get a you won't get a hard content strike, but you might get a copyright strike. But that doesn't really mean anything. Your video stays up, everybody can still see it. But the people who own the video receive analytic data about it, and they can monetize it if they want. But JLP's channel is not monetized, so I don't think YouTube will give that option to him. It's weird though. Sometimes I'll get hit when I'm not expecting it. Sometimes they'll straight take the stream down if it's like Joe Rogan or something. All right, what time is it? Oh, it's 6:02. Dang, I'm 2 minutes late. Kind of technically not, because I was talking to you guys. What's up? It's Monday night. Yo, this light is either too bright or too dull. If I plug it into if I do the batteries, it runs through the batteries really quick. But if I plug it into this, it's super bright. And it just looks like I have a big pink blob on my wall. It's not. It's a purple J. It's not a pink blob. All right, let me turn this music off. What's up, everybody? It's Monday night. Kicking the week off right. Dreadedconservative show. What's good? Got a fun little show today. Should be interesting. I don't know. I'm not feeling low energy, but kind of feeling a chill vibe today. So, what's up, Jeff Hewitt? What's up, Pharaoh's Anchor Babies? What's up, Stubborn One? Real None You Business is hammer time. We're gonna talk about some stuff today. Start off with the Doomsday Clock. They ticked it down earlier in the week, and how that means absolutely nothing. Biden is sending Abrams tanks to Ukraine, and so is Germany. We got new footage. How many months later? When did the Pelosi thing happen? That was before midterms, right? That was like October, and they're finally releasing the 911 call and the body cam footage. It answers a lot of questions. It opens up a lot more questions. We'll look at those videos and talk about that. Talk about the Tyre Nichols event, the death, the protests, all that stuff. I don't know. I have a different take than normal when these things happen, and we'll talk about that. It's kind of interesting. The first time there was actually a justified reason to protest, it was 5 black officers on a black guy. Oh no, what does that mean? I don't know, but yeah, it was brutal. It was brutal, but doesn't justify what he did either. We'll talk about it. We'll get into all that, and then I can't even say the name of this group, the PV group. I guess that's what we're calling them now, the PV. You know, they released a video early in the week relating to the COOF, and I'm really not allowed to talk about it. I'm not allowed to show the video. Channels are getting taken down. Lots of censorship stuff. Lots of censorship with that. And another story strangely causing censorship. Eliza who? Eliza who? I don't even know who this chick is. We'll find out. And then regular memes, reels, rapid fire news. And then at the end, we're going to talk about miracles. Miracles. So we're going to Bible thump. It's been a couple weeks since we did any Bible thump. And we're going to Bible thump. And we're going to talk about some biblical miracles. Common things that people will say, oh, you believe in zombies? People like Joe Rogan and atheist stuff. You believe in zombies? You believe zombies? So we'll look at these commonly critiqued miracles from the Bible that people can't just possibly imagine believing in. And then I'll show you some modern day miracles that are pretty similar situations. Pretty similar. You want to see a modern day Lazarus? You want to see somebody surviving fire like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? I'll show you in the last segment. But now I'm going to play a little song. We're going to play a song. Biden is sending tanks to Ukraine. I got a song in honor of Joey. In honor of Joey. Let's go, Brandon. It's been a while since anybody's been bumping the Let's Go Brandon, the original Let's Go Brandon, the good one, the one that got banned, not the whack Losa one. So let's go to that. Revelation 13, 16 through 17. And he causeth all blood, small and great, rich and poor, free and bond. I couldn't read that fast enough. And I read fast. Somebody got to do it. Jazz is coming over to the dark side. Oh, hold on. You can't hear it. Hold on. Let's start it over again because it's too low. You gotta bump this.
Cover that. You're okay. You're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Somebody gotta do it.
Jazz is coming over to the dark side.
Let's go, Brandon. I keep a drum like I'm Nick Cannon. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Pandemic ain't real, they just planned it. Hey, let's go, Brandon. When you ask questions, they start banning. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go, Brandon. I keep a drum like I'm Nick Cannon. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Pandemic ain't real, they just planned it. Hey, let's go, Brandon. You ask questions, they start banning. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Biden said the just stop the spread, it was lies.
I disagree. I think this one came out
How you roll,
first.
but you haven't
Maybe I'm wrong.
opened your eyes. These politicians are demons just in disguise.
I'm pretty sure
Look
this
at
one came out
Kyrie
first.
Irving and Nicki Minaj. Look at Australia, that's what's coming next if we don't stand up. Stop complying with them taking our rights, it's time to man up. Republicans
maybe this one did come out
laws,
after.
that's just what I can't trust. If you ask questions about the vax, then they gonna ban us. Hey, this is about control, everybody knows, everyone complies. We're the kinds of pros, I don't need a plane, I just hit the road, I do what I want. I can't sell my soul, market about to crash, this is what you chose. Ruining the country, I've been got the goal. You gon' take the mark, I take never rolls. I'm a man of God, I can never fold. Brandon, I keep a drum like I'm Nick Cannon. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Pandemic ain't real, they just planned it. Hey, let's go, Brandon. When you ask questions,
I'll
they
say my
start
rebuttal
banning.
after the song's over.
Let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Hey, let's go, Brandon. I keep a drum like I'm Nick Cannon. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Pandemic ain't real, they just planned it. Hey, let's go, Brandon. You ask questions, they start
And this isn't
banning.
even the one that I thought it was.
Let's
There's
go,
another
Brandon.
one that came out before this.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon, and it's clear that man a wreck. Let's go,
I
Brandon.
think this is
now
the remix,
Taliban a
actually,
threat. Hey, you planted now
with
the
Tyre. This is the
Taliban
second one
standing
that
on
does.
our neck, chanting death to America. You are belly president. Listen, I don't think you hear, man. Let me make it clear, man.
Nice.
Better keep your hands into yourself. That stuff is weird, man. I wish I could take you in the back place, smear the queer, man. You could take the vax. I fear God. I don't fear man. I'm on gear 10. Believe me, we ready to rumble. The only play the Joe can execute is a fumble. I think we all know he's out to lunch. That dude went camping. I'm a Christian, so how do I say this? Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I keep a drum like I'm Nick Cannon. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Pandemic ain't real, they just planned it. Hey, let's go, Brandon. When you ask questions, they start banning. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Hey, Hey, let's go Brandon. Hey, let's go Brandon.
We know he
This is
capping.
Chandler's
Patriots
Crow.
out in the street taking action, hunting us down for speaking
He's
the truth.
a-
Speak on the pedal to save all the youth. Media lying, ignore all the crime.
He's a
They building
genius.
back better, but only the Taliban. Pilots on strike, but to Joe it's irrelevant. Open the border, lose all the order, divide us up so they know that we never win. But we're united, we here in the stadiums. Everyone
This is not the Let's Go Brandon from Bryson that I thought it was.
Hey, we look at Joe. Can we get a refund? How about some mean tweets? Joe is a crook and he knows how to deceive. FJB is the motto in these streets. Let's go Brandon, sing
Let's
it
go
with me.
Brandon. I keep a drum like I'm Nick Cannon. Hey, hey, let's go Brandon. Pandemic ain't real, they just planned it. Hey, hey, let's go Brandon. You ask questions, they start banning. Hey, hey, let's go Brandon. Hey, hey, let's go Brandon. Hey, hey.
Hey. All right. That's not the Let's Go Brandon that I thought it was. There's another one. And it's not the Losa one. It's not the Let's Go Brandon. Is it? No, it's not the Topher one. I swear, Bryson. And this isn't even on Bryson's channel. This is from David White Show. I don't know who that is, but yeah, I don't know if I've ever even heard that song till just now. There's another one that I thought was the song that I was playing. But anyway, maybe Losa made his first, but the argument was Let's Go Brandon was an expression made up for Christians because Christians didn't want to say fuck Joe Biden. So they're like, since the Republicans are supposed to be the party of God, we didn't want to say fuck Joe Biden. That was a little bit crude to be saying in large groups and crowds and stuff at football games with children there and whatnot. So he said, oh, let's do Let's Go Brandon. And then this Losa guy comes out with his Let's Go Brandon song, but he's cussing all throughout it. So it was an illegitimate Let's Go Brandon song. He should have just called the track Fuck Joe Biden. Why didn't he just do that? Because originally it was FJB. Why didn't he just name it that if he's going to cuss throughout it? So it was an illegitimate Let's Go Brandon song. In order to qualify as a Let's Go Brandon song, you can't cuss in it. So if we run that back, I guarantee you there's no cuss words in that whole song. Based. So anyway, but yeah, maybe Losa did make his first. I'm not 100% sure. But that is not the song that I thought was going to play. That's not the one that got banned. The one that got banned, you can't find because it got banned. Bryson got taken down for a week for it. And it's not that one. Is Freddie going to behave tonight? I don't know. What's up, everybody? Hey, Dean, how's it going? All right. Frederick, I feel your Pharaoh's Anchor's baby. What's up? Yeah, that's definitely Freddie. All right. Let's get into this news. I don't really have a whole lot, but one of these stories, the Tyre Nichols stories, is going to take up a lot of time because we're going to watch all these cams. They released 2 days ago. I've kind of already seen most of it, so I'm going to skip through a lot of it. It's over an hour of footage. I'm not going to take an hour just going through this footage, but there's a few things that I'm going to say that everybody's saying. But first, before we get into that, let's get into this. Earlier in the week news, the Doomsday Clock. Robbie asked me to talk about the Doomsday Clock. I think it's a sham. I think it's a joke. I really don't care. I don't even know if nukes are real. Stubborn ones kind of got me on the nukes aren't real bandwagon. I might be down with that now. Are we peaking? Is the mic peaking? How's it sound, guys? Because we're getting... I could get back, or I could turn down the volume on the mic. Or is it fine? Putting some memes in Discord. But I can't just scroll through the Discord in real time because sometimes there's some mess in there. But I did get some of your memes. Real none of your business. All right. So the Doomsday Clock counting down as Biden and Germany are giving gifts to the Ukraine, which isn't helping the matters. That could be why the Doomsday Clock is counting down. So we'll talk about the Doomsday Clock. Let's watch this clip first. We're gonna do the Biden tank stuff first, and then we'll do the Doomsday Clock stuff. But it's kind of the same tether. They're tied together. Jiggity jiggity. Let me find this clip. All right.
The United States has worked in lockstep with our allies and partners around the world to make sure
Let's do a Joe watch. Joe watch. Da, da, da. I got a new soundboard.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
Bro.
You ain't been doing the education. All right. Let's go to this. Joe watch. Biden watch. What Biden have to say about Ukraine?
Worked in lockstep with our allies and partners around the world to make sure the Ukrainian people are in the strongest possible position to defend their nation, their families, and against the truly brutal aggression of Russia. And today I'm announcing that the United States will be sending 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine.
31 Abrams tanks.
We're also giving Ukraine the parts and the equipment.
This is on top of what I talked about last week when I showed you. We sent them a bunch of missiles. It was like $5.7 billion. Don't quote me on that. I'm bad with numbers. Like $5.7 billion in aid and military aid that we just sent like a week ago. And now they're doing 31 more Abrams tanks, and Germany's pitching in. And then, if Germany's getting involved, it's got to be legit.
Necessary to effectively sustain these tanks on the battlefield. When we'll begin to train the Ukrainian troops on these issues of sustainment, logistics, and maintenance as soon as possible.
It will send Leopard.
He said sustainment, logistics, and maintenance. Sustainment, logistics, and maintenance. Tanks for Ukraine, not thanks for Ukraine. What's up, Bobby? And by the way, guys, for YouTube, I'm 100% in support of Ukraine and their J-word president, Zelensky, the actor. He's just an amazing actor. Great. He was great in that one movie. What's that movie called? Anyway,
tanks to Ukraine and allow other countries to
OG
do the
Posy
same.
now. What's up, Robbie?
Telling his cabinet this morning, 14
What's
of
up,
the
Raymond
fighting
11?
vehicles will be sent from Germany, and we are expecting that the US will confirm later it too will send its own Abrams battle tanks. This all adds to the biggest military backing yet by Western countries in a war that has been raging for nearly a year now.
Tanks are coming from Europe. You must be relieved.
Not yet.
2 tanks are coming from Europe. You must be relieved.
All right. Now, to be fair, I did kind of selectively edit that clip. She says tanks are coming from Germany, or 2 countries are sending tanks. Aren't you happy for that? And he said, not yet. Like, I'm not happy yet. I'm going to need some more. But then the guy calls him to the side. He looks over to the side and he's like, oh, we just got word that Germany's sending tanks. Okay, I'm happy. Like, he's about to say, nope, we ain't happy yet. And they're going to want more in a week. So, but he's a good actor. He was great in that one movie. Forrest Gump. He was in Forrest Gump. That's right. Stubborn one. Shout out Jamie Chapman. Give his channel some love over on Kick. No, you got to go to Kick. You got to go to the Kick. You could go to, I guess he's got the gaming thing on YouTube. So, yeah, go check that channel out, too. And he puts up the clips, the movie review clips. I'm starting to talk like Jamie because I listen to him. I'm starting to use Jamie-isms. There's no isms, no Jamie-isms. All right. Inside the Biden administration's decision to reverse course and give tanks to Ukraine. Tell me if my mic is peaking, guys, or if it sounds good, because the settings got all messed up because I did that tournament this past Saturday. Got another tournament coming up on Sunday, this Sunday. I got worried that it might be on Super Bowl day, but it's not. Super Bowl's the following week. Also, breaking news. Did you guys know? And this doesn't make any sense to me, okay? We're going to divert from the show plan because while I was having a smoke before the show, I saw this on my Facebook feed. And tell me if this doesn't make any sense to me, okay? I'm not going to be it's in my saved ones. It's in my saved ones. Where's my saved ones? Hold up. Divert. Making history. Patrick Mahomes, Black Lives Matter, guys. Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts will soon become the first black quarterbacks to face off in a Super Bowl when the Chiefs and Eagles meet in Phoenix for the big game. Phoenix, Arizona. Chiefs and Eagles. Going to be a good game. I'm going for the Eagles. Eagles are my second favorite team after the Bucks. It goes Bucks, Eagles, and then I like the Falcons. I don't know why. I used to like Atlanta a lot. I like Georgia, and so those are my teams. But does that make any sense? Is that true? Is that true? Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts are the first black starting quarterbacks in Super Bowl history. Wasn't You can't tell me there's never been. I guess most of the best quarterbacks are white, but Mike Vick, Donovan McNabb. Is Donovan McNabb? I'm not a big sports guy, so tell me if this sounds right to you guys, or are they saying that it's the first time that there's both quarterbacks are black? Because I feel like, does anybody know? That just seems weird. KC is going to win. I'm pulling for the Eagles. But yeah, just let me know in chat if that seems right to you guys, that there's never been a black quarterback in the Super Bowl. Our government going to send out black license plates with white lettering to honor BLM. I bet. It's that time of the year, guys. It's weird. There's not even an election coming up. They're trying to get the ball rolling early. They're like, we're going to keep this going for a whole year. Wait until 2024. Just wait. It's going to be amazing. All right, let's read this stuff. When he announced this from NBC News, when he announced his decision to provide Abrams tanks to Ukraine, President Joe Biden made a point to say Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin had recommended the move. But Austin, along with other military leaders, had for weeks argued it didn't make sense for the U.S. to send tanks to Ukraine based. And he made his recommendations about how to provide them only after it was clear Biden wanted to send them, about 48 hours before his announcement, 3 U.S. officials said. Biden wasn't initially sold on sending the tank bullcrap, despite pressure to do so, to give cover to Germany to send Ukraine some Leopard 2 tanks. The official said he warmed to the idea after Secretary of State Anthony Blinken presented him with potential solutions to an issue that was very publicly exposing divisions within the U.S.-European alliance, the official said. Let me see how much this is here. Quite a bit of stuff here. We'll keep reading for a bit. The plan that Biden ultimately approved in a meeting Monday morning with members of his national security team, according to the officials, was tailor-made to provide Germany with cover. The U.S. would announce it would provide 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine, but not actually send them for many months, if not a year. But because Germany had said it would send Leopards to Ukraine, if the U.S. agreed to commit tanks to, the U.S. promise of a future delivery opened the door for Germany to send tanks to Ukraine now. Was that even... That kind of didn't make sense. The president's reversal on tanks caught some military officials by surprise, and it marked the second time in a month that such a dynamic has played out between the White House and the Defense Department over Ukraine aid, said 3 people familiar with the matter. Last month, some military leaders were similarly, that's a tongue twister, similarly caught off guard when news reports appeared saying the U.S. would supply Ukraine with a Patriot missile defense system. These people said, that's the Patriot missile defense system. Okay, that's different than the Iron Dome that Israel has. Apparently, we're making our own Iron Dome now, which we basically funded the Iron Dome in Israel, but then they wouldn't give us the technology on it. Like, we couldn't figure it out, but we did figure it out. We're doing our own version of it now. It's just weird that we paid for Israel to build one first. Maybe it was like a testing phase. I don't know. These people said they believed the discussion about whether to do so was still active even after Biden had made the decision to provide the missile system, the sources said. Military leaders based their recommendations on assessments of the battlefield and status of the U.S. weapons stockpile, while the White House and the State Department appear increasingly willing to factor political and diplomatic considerations into decision about military aid, the official said. That tension between wanting to give Ukraine what it's asking for, which often has bipartisan support in Congress, and what makes sense on the battlefield is likely to grow as the war drags on, the official said. A senior administrator official said Germany's Leopard 2 tanks just made more sense than the U.S. Abrams tanks because they can arrive in Ukraine faster and aren't as complicated to maintain. So they're simpler tanks. A spokesperson for the White House National Security Council declined to comment. The State Department and the Pentagon declined to comment. After publication of this article, a senior defense official said the secretaries and General Milley's views on the very real training, sustainment, and maintenance challenges of the Abrams haven't changed. But once Germany made clear that they would not send Leopard tanks, the Secretary wanted to ensure that we could deliver a real capability in the near term and longer term, as well as to demonstrate strong transatlantic unity. For Secretary Austin and the chairman, it's never been about any one tank or any platform. It's about the collective capability, collective, there's that buzzword, and making sure the Ukrainians can employ it to deliver effects on the battlefield. We're not going to continue to read this because I got other articles here, and I really don't. I think I don't really care to learn too much about this stuff because I think it's all a joke. I'd rather just say, hey, let's. I know we can't just ignore it because it's happening, but why are we? I don't know. It just irritates me. It bugs me. They all gonna quit for reparations. Was chat saying? Yeah, they've been hating on us for a long time. Now they can't deny us. Whatever. What about us? How do you feel about blackout pirates? Blackout plates. Tim Walsh is recommending authorization of license plates with a darker black background and white lettering. Oh, how do I feel about it? Authorization. If it's for Black Lives Matter, it's whack. But if it's because maybe easier visibility or something like that, with a dark black background and white lettering, it might be for ease of visibility. Maybe you make the white lettering reflective. If that's the case, then I guess it kind of makes sense. But or it's just a big waste of money. I'm sure our taxpayers going to pay for it. We got to replace all the license plates, and we got to get electric cars. Kind of seems like a cash grab. We are going to have a little black eagle in 10 years. I don't know what that means. Stacey Abrams tanks. Stacey Abrams tanks. I don't think I found that meme, but I saw a meme like that from you. I think it was funny. License plates are just another excuse to tax us. Base, stubborn one. They all going to quit for reparations. Just make sure you're paying your taxes. It's to honor BLM, black background, and white lettering. 4 other states have them. If it's optional, I mean, they have the freedom to make them if it's optional for people. If they're forcing cars to have these, that's a problem. If people want to get a BLM license plate, that's fine. I don't think they should. I think they're dumb. I'm hoping a portion of the proceeds isn't going to BLM, but it probably is. And we all know what that means. Doesn't mean that black people are going to be helped at all. It means that the transgender community and Patrisse Cullors' family and mansions will be built, and they'll become content creators and they can get rich. Technically, they are making content. They're making license plate content. Anyway, so yeah, he's sending these tanks. Germany and U.S. announced plans to send tanks to Ukraine, a major sign of support for Kiev. Pronounced Kiev. It's not spelled this way. It's spelled differently than this. It's Keiv. Just so you guys know, this is like a misspelling. I don't know why they did this, but anyway. Let's learn about the Doomsday Clock, though. So we're sending missiles to Ukraine. Russia's going to get mad. Russia's got a lot of nukes. Everybody's got a lot of nukes. It's mutually assured destruction. I think it's all a big fear-mongering plan. No nuke is ever going to be sent again. That was the whole point of the first nuke being launched. That's what the movie... I'm pretty excited, this movie Oppenheimer. It's kind of also probably going to be a very politically motivated movie, this Oppenheimer movie from Christopher... Damn, why can't I remember his name? He's like one of my favorite movie maker guys. The guy that did Inception and Interstellar and Memento and the one Tenet. Yeah, anyway, he's got a new movie coming out, I think in like February, called Oppenheimer. And it's all about the nuke. He helped build the nuke. And then they dropped it. And he said that the reason they were dropping it, because everybody was like, look, we can't do this because what if this rips a hole in space-time? Same thing they said about the particle accelerator machine. What if this rips a hole in space-time and the whole world gets sucked into a black hole or something? We can't do this. And he said, no, we have to do this so that it never gets done again. Because now that this information's out there, other people are going to get a hold of it. So to make sure that nobody ever uses this power of God, we're gonna demonstrate it twice. And we did on Japan. And I've heard good arguments that it's not actually a nuclear bomb and it's just a really big bomb. and that there's not really, the radiation thing is just a fear-mongering trick to keep us away from nuclear energy, to keep America from getting nuclear energy. They scare us about the radiation because we read a lot. Me, Cody, I think Freddie was there. Tommy might have been there. We read online in real time. Cody read it to us. That they said that once the nukes were dropped, that nobody was going to be able to go there for like decades. They wouldn't be able to rebuild because of the radiation. And the emperor or whatever, whoever the dude who, like, the main guy, he got away, I guess. He came and took a walk in the place 6 weeks later. And then they dang rebuilt the whole place within 10 years. Everything's rebuilt and everybody's living there and everybody's fine. So I don't know. I don't know what happened with Little Boy and Fat Man. They were destructive. They were destructive, but they didn't actually destroy as much as you think. It's not like if a nuke goes off that it's gonna wipe out all of America. You know, they kind of they sold a very scary idea, and it worked. But anyway, the Doomsday Clock has ticked down. What's the Doomsday Clock? We're at thebulletin.org. This is the head place, the main place for the Doomsday Clock information if you're interested. Thebulletin.org, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, the Doomsday Clock. But so 2022, here's the progression. I'm going to go through a little bar graph. I thought this was going to give me information on what it was. Overview. Yeah, I want to see the overview. A time is 90 seconds to midnight. So they ticked it down. They ticked it down for the first time since, I believe, like 2018. This year, the Science and Security Board of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists moves the hands of the Doomsday Clock forward, largely, though not exclusively, because of the mounting dangers of war in Ukraine. The clock now stands at 90 seconds to midnight, the closest to global catastrophe it has ever been. This is what Robbie said to me. He said, Josh, it's the closest it's ever been to midnight. And I'm like, well, I mean, fair, you're right. This is right, but this is kind of redundant. You don't need to say this because that's the way a countdown works. Like, you don't say, I'm going to launch the rocket in 10 hours. And then when you go from 2 hours to 1 hour, they say, this is the closest it's ever been to launching. Like, yeah, that's how a countdown works. Just had to throw that out there because Robbie said this and I thought this, and now I'm reading it here. This is really fear-mongering. This is some serious fear-mongering. The closest the clock has ever been to midnight. Well, it's not going to go backwards. That's not how clocks work. The Doomsday Clock is 75. The Doomsday Clock is many things all at once. It's a metaphor. It's a logo. It's a brand. It is one of the most recognizable symbols in the past 100 years. Debased. It has permeated not only the media landscape, but also culture itself. The Doomsday Clock appears in novels by Stephen King and Pierce Anthony, songs by The Who, The Clash, and comics like Watchmen and Stormwatch. The 75th anniversary coffee table book explores the powerful... Oh, they're trying to sell you a book. You got to get that Doomsday book, guys. You got to get the Doomsday book so that the atomic scientists can make some money. You got to get that coffee table book. Do I want their newsletter? No, I don't want their newsletter. Where'd that, I had a thing pulled up. They had this year says the same thing. The war in Ukraine may enter a second horrifying year with both sides convinced they can win. Ukraine's sovereignty and broader European security arrangements have largely held since the end of World War II and are at stake. This isn't what I wanted. This is what I want, the timeline. Oh, they had a cooler view of it. They had like a little ticking thing that I could tick across. So I guess we don't have that anymore. So we're just going to go. So 1947 is when they made it, right around the time the nukes dropped. They said it's 7 minutes to midnight in 1947. So if that right there doesn't tell you that this is just some arbitrary nonsense, like, I guess what? So midnight PM, I guess they're saying is the beginning of time. The world is 66 billion years old, and we went to 7 minutes till midnight. We conveniently started the clock at 7 minutes till midnight. in 1947. In 1949, 2 years later, we skipped ahead 4 minutes. This is before they figured out, oh, we got to slow down. We got to slow down or we're going to run out of clock. So then in 1953, 4 years later, they skipped down a whole minute. So now it's been 6 years. It's been 6 years and we've progressed 5 minutes. And then somehow in another 70 years, we only progress another 5 minutes? That makes sense. Oh, wait, it went backwards. It does go backwards. Hold on. Hold up. It goes backwards, guys. It's 7 minutes to midnight in 19. This clock goes. All right. Well, that just disproves my whole point about. Of course, it's the closest it's ever been to midnight because clocks only move in one direction. That's how countdowns work. Apparently, this clock, which comes from some atomic scientists, right? These are real things that we're supposed to believe in. It comes from atomic scientists who apparently don't know how a clock works. Because we go 7 minutes to midnight in 47, 3 minutes to midnight in 49, 2 minutes to midnight in 53, to 7 minutes in midnight to 1960, to 12 minutes to midnight in 1963. 1963 is went 12 minutes to midnight. And then it went to 7 again. 7's a common number on this clock. 7, 7, 7. But this is more like Satan's clock, not God's clock, right? 7 minutes to midnight, 10 minutes to midnight, 12, 9, 7, 4. They don't know how clocks work, guys. They're atomic scientists. The atomic clock must not be a real thing. You know when they talk about the atomic clock, when people are like, oh, my clock is calibrated to the atomic clock because it's a very expensive watch and it's calibrated to the atomic clock. What the atomic clock doesn't even know how to tell time. 9, 7, 4, 3, 6, 10, 7. We're at 1995, 14 minutes. We got up to 17 minutes in 1991. 1991 was a good year, guys. Let's take it back to, let's make America great again, like 1991. What happened in 1991? I can't even remember. That's 10 years before 9/11. 91. I think that's before I even knew what politics were. Was Clinton president? That's why. Clinton's murked some atomic scientists to get that clock bumped up. Who was president in 91? I'm not going to start doing the math and figure it out. They moved it for Orange Man, too. I bet they did. Name. What's up, Name? Just hit the launch and the like button. That's what's up. The inner core of the Earth has just stopped spinning? No, we would all be dead instantly. That would be horrible. That's what's up. Expose the nuclear lies. Jess, do you know what's it supposed to happen? I don't know what that means. Operation Desert Fox. Never heard of that one. I'll have to look into that. I'll write it down. Desert Fox. I'll write that down. Amen. Thank you. Let's see. Where were we at? 2010, 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes in 2018. Barack. No, that was Trump. That's when they dropped it to 2 minutes. Look, during Trump, Trump was 2016 to 2020. It dropped. Let's see. It dropped. Obama was 8 years, so he would have been. Well, okay. To be fair, it dropped 1, 2, 3 times in Obama's 8 years, and then in Trump's 4 years. It dropped every year. 2016, 3 minutes. 2017, 2.5 minutes. 2018, 2 minutes. 2019, it is still 2 minutes. Look, it actually says this. They wanted to make sure you knew. Look, this is so funny. Look, we're finding this in real time, guys. This is epic. So the atomic scientists, right? look, it doesn't give you an update for every year. It only gives you an update for the years that it changes, right? So 2002, 2007. It doesn't show you 2003, 4, 5, 6 because there's no change. So it goes to 7 to 5. But during Trump's presidency, it changed every year. And what's really funny about that is, well, it didn't change every year, but they made sure to give a notification for every year. So 2016, 3 minutes. 2017, 2 minutes. 2018 or 2017, 2.5 minutes. 2018, 2 minutes. Now, they had to make sure they get one of these things in there for Trump's presidency. So 2019, it is still 2 minutes to midnight. So this thing is totally just here to make it look like, oh, during Trump's presidency, the nuclear clock counted down every year. But it didn't. They just put this here that says it is still. And then it's 100 seconds. Now we're in the seconds range. It's 100 seconds. And then 2021, oh, well, Biden got the same treatment. Maybe it's just because they want to keep you updated the most on the most recent years, but I think that's funny that now it says it is still 100 seconds to midnight. So during Trump, it gets down to 100 seconds. But then for Biden, don't worry, it's the same as it was under Trump. 2022, it's still 100 seconds to midnight. 2023, unfortunately, it dropped down 10 seconds. We got 90 seconds left, guys. 90 seconds left. If you believe in this, that this is like credible in any way, then I don't know. I feel sorry for you. These people don't know how to tell time, and these are atomic scientists. Bring back the bomb, Guar. Anyway, enough of that stuff. Let's move on. Let's move on to the big story this week, this Tyre Nichols stuff. So, off the rip, I've seen all the footage. I've seen it all. And if you know me, if you talked to me for a while, even before I was doing politics and stuff on YouTube, I was getting banned on Facebook for talking about politics. I went to the BLM riots in Salt Lake City, and I followed all of this police brutality and cop on black crime. I followed it very closely, all the cases, and studied and looked into all the facts and all the information. And to this day, I haven't seen a legit one. Well, not to this day, almost to this day, until recently, I haven't seen a legit reason to go out and protest or make a big stink. Whether it be the Zimmerman, whether it be the Eric Wright, which Zimmerman, he wasn't a cop, right? He was the Hispanic dude. He might have been a retired cop or off-duty cop, something like that, but he got away with it. He got away with it because he didn't do anything wrong. The Zimmerman thing was justified. The Rodney King beating, justified. Eric Wright, justified. Breonna Taylor, justified. The biggest atrocity of them all. Let's not even say his name, Mr. I Can't Breathe, Georgia, Florida. Let's say Mr. Georgia, Florida, the biggest atrocity to this day. Billions of dollars in damage. Over 60 casualties, I believe. And a casualty is not a death, but over 60 casualties, billions of dollars in damage, fires due to riots across the nation, upsetting an election, basically controlling people's minds by controlling what you show them. The biggest atrocity was Georgia, Florida. I don't think Eric Chauvin did anything wrong. I don't think he did anything wrong. In fact, I think what they did was justified. He was in excited delirium. He was freaking out. They took him out of the car. They called the ambulance. The ambulance is on the way. He's resisting. He's flailing around like a high person. And they laid him on the ground, and they put their weight gently on him. You see how they're crouching. I don't want to go into this because this is old news. But everything that Candace Owens said in her little documentary, anybody who paid attention knew that Chauvin didn't do anything wrong. He didn't deserve a day in jail. He didn't deserve a jail, maybe a suspension just to look good on the department, but that was ridiculous. That said, I think you finally got a reason to peacefully protest. You finally got a reason to peacefully protest, you little Antifa punks and you little Black Lives Matter scumbags. I think you finally got a reason to peacefully protest. You don't have a reason to riot because honestly, and I'll still stick to my guns on this. The dude would be alive today if he hadn't have ran the first time. Based. Straight up. If he hadn't have ran, he would be alive today. Now, yes, they were being aggressive off the get-go. Off the rip, they were being aggressive. And we don't know why. We don't know what happened before that. From what I've watched, if you want to trust the black woman police chief, which if you really want to know what's going on in that police station, you need look no farther than that. But the mama syndrome, they all got that mama syndrome. You know what I'm talking about, Freddie. So besides the whole problem with their entire police department is right there. But besides that, and their Scorpion unit, which I've seen in person, I'll tell that story in a minute after we watch some clips. But they did run up to the window aggressively. They were aggressive off the rip. We don't know what happened before that. And there's no body cam footage of what happened before that. I don't know that anything happened before that. I think maybe they were unjustified in how they approached the car. But if dude hadn't have ran, now I might actually justify him running. I might actually justify him running when I tell my story, my personal story of Memphis police. Slightly justify him running. I don't know. They came up too aggressive, and we're gonna watch the videos, and then I'll talk about it. But let's get into the clips. But what they did at the second scene, out of hand, ridiculous. And I want to be fair. If Derek Chauvin received 22 years for doing absolutely nothing wrong and causing and maybe give him manslaughter, maybe suspend him for a little while, but 22 years for homicide, for a murder, no, that's not what happened. If you think that's what happened, then you're watching too much CNN and you did not watch any of the videos, because maybe you watched some condensed down sections, but I watched all of it from the beginning, from the time he walked into the gas station, multiple angles, hours and hours of footage. And those cops had their hands in their pockets and he was still lifting them into the air. They weren't even, all of their weight was not on him. Their weight was on their toes. They're standing on their toes with their knees lightly pressed to him, and he's lifting them into the air. He was in a state of excited delirium because he had ingested too much meth and fentanyl. That's why he died. They called the ambulance before they took him out of the police car. The ambulance was on its way to get him. And then they were just holding him there on the ground because he's flailing. He's probably having seizures. Calling for Mama, which is his girlfriend / drug dealer. So anyway, but this one is different. Let's watch a clip. Why is this? These clips are out of order. All right, first let's look at the. Actually, first I gotta go to. Man, my things are all out of order. Sorry, guys, I'm slacking today. First, we'll go right here, and we'll watch the body cam footage and the pole camera footage. Now, this is awkward too. This is also interesting. Kind of makes me think this whole thing is fishy. Why? The majority of the second scene is caught on a pole cam. Now, if you've ever seen one of these pole cams, everybody in the hood, especially the officers, but everybody who lives in the hood or has been near the hood knows where, A, they know what the pole cam looks like. B, they know where all the pole cams are. Okay? Now, that doesn't mean they might still do stuff illegally under the pole cam, but they're very careful. They know where the pole cams are. So why would the officers, I mean, maybe the dude was running in that direction because he knew the pole camera was there and he wanted to make sure it got on pole camera. That's the only reason I could think of, but the cops surround him and they beat him down under a pole camera from their police station. Like, it's kind of fishy. That kind of makes it seem a little, maybe this whole thing is nonsense and this is just meant to stir up people and, do what the government does. But let's watch this. Let's watch some of these body cams. We'll watch them in order. And there's really nothing graphic in these first couple ones. Do we have audio? I don't think there's audio in this one. But these are when the cars approach, so this is important. I don't think these have audio. Nope. Skip ahead. Okay, here's the stop. Cops. Oh, we got audio.
Get your ass, blow the fuck off! Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out the fucking car! Damn, I didn't do anything!
Now wait.
I didn't hurt you.
Now I want you guys to notice something.
All
right. I want you guys to notice something. This is what I'm gonna tell you in my Memphis cop story when I was in Memphis. Do you see any cop cars here that are marked? Do you see any black and whites? You see a blue Dodge a Charger, a black Dodge Charger, a black Dodge Charger, which is what every black guy in the hood is driving, by the way. These cars are all taken from drug dealers, confiscated from drug dealers. And this is what the cops drive. So in Memphis, here's my little story. In Memphis, I was doing door-to-door magazine sales. And I've always said, I've been all over the country. I've been to Southside Chicago and sold magazines. I've been to LA and sold magazines. I've been to Boston, Massachusetts and sold magazines. I've been to Jersey. I didn't go door-to-door in Philadelphia, but I did go to door across the bridge in New Jersey, which is much nicer area. But, you know, I walked around in Philly, but I didn't sell magazines in Philly. But what I'm saying, Atlanta, Dallas, Houston, what's the one in Minnesota, where they got the Mall of America, where Frozen lives, that place, all the major cities, been to all the major cities, right? Sold magazines door to door. And I've always said the biggest hood, the biggest ghetto that I've ever been to in America is Memphis, which blew my mind because you wouldn't think that, but yeah. And I've been to LA. Maybe LA's bigger, maybe it's more populated, but it just blew my mind when I came to Memphis. Like LA, there's nice areas of LA. There's rich areas of LA. There's skyrise areas of LA. There's then there's the artsy area of LA. Then there's the poor area of LA. Then there's Hollywood, and there's all these different areas of LA. No, Memphis isn't like that. Memphis, the entire city is, and now maybe on the outskirts there's nicer areas. I don't want to make the Gets mad at me because I know she's from Memphis, but she usually agrees with me when I go on these rants. But there's some nice suburbs on the far outskirts, but the city is just a sprawling hood, right? It's tough, it's hard, and so I'm knocking door to door in an apartment complex there, and occasionally people would call cops on me when I did that. Well, I guess somebody called the cops. There's this white boy going door to door, and they called the cops on me. And sure enough, these two black guys, regular plainclothes officers, big guys, start coming up the stairs. Hey, what are you doing, boy? What are you doing, white boy? Cut that out. What are you doing over there? And they like run up on me, right? Now I'm thinking, I don't back down from fights, honestly. I'm about to start throwing hands, and I'm thinking I'm gonna get my ass beat, but I got to get away. I need to run. These guys are gonna jump me and rob me. I got to protect my money, protect my pack case. My sales are on me. I got cash and checks on me. I gotta, I'm gonna throw a couple and I'm gonna run. I'm gonna jump over that rail right there. I'm thinking how I'm gonna get away and not get my ass beat. Right? They pull out badges. They got on the military, like the dog chains. They got the dog chains. They got badges on. They pull out badges. These guys are cops. Sure enough, they're in a Charger. And I was like, wow, even the police force in Memphis is hood as fuck. Like, even the police force of Memphis is ghetto. What the? Now, that was a long time ago, and apparently it hasn't changed at all. And they have the Scorpion unit. I don't know if those guys were in the Scorpion unit that approached me, or if that was a thing back then. But apparently they're getting rid of the Scorpion unit. But let's watch this. See, so they're all unmarked cars. Now, here's, oh, you guys can't see. My bad. All right, but you saw that already. Here's, to his defense, they can't, now you can see that they say police on their shirts, right? You can tell they're cops at this point. But I was going to say, these guys aren't plainclothes, but I was going to say maybe he's thinking he's getting jacked. Maybe he's thinking he's getting robbed, and these are just some gangsters. But they do have police on their clothes in their defense. But yeah, this is aggressive, and we don't know what happened before this. We don't know if this guy just ran over a little girl. There's no charges been brought up, so I'm assuming nothing else happened. They said he was driving aggressively and erratically and swerved towards one of the cop cars. His officers are locked up. You lost that one. I seen a black dude on cops. Oh no, my point was just that if Chauvin got 22 years, then all of these officers need to get life. If that happens, then maybe it'll do a little bit to help me forget the fact that you put an innocent white cop in prison because he killed a black man. Meanwhile, black officers kill unarmed white women at the Capitol, Roseanne Boylan and Ashley Babbitt, and they get medals. These cops killed this young man, and how much you want to bet they don't get 22 years? They'll do some time, but I don't think they're gonna. Maybe they will. I don't know. Let's see. But anyway, let's watch this.
Get the fuck out the fucking cup. Damn, I didn't do anything. Hey, I didn't turn your ass around. All
right. He's saying all right. So I hear him saying all right. And he's trying to do what they say. Again, to his defense, when they start spraying and they start tasing and they start punching, at that point, there is no more don't resist. Your body is naturally going to tense up. You're naturally going to, so they're trying to handcuff him. So they want him to sit relaxed and calm with his hands behind his back. If somebody's punching you in the rib cage or shocking you or pepper spray in your face, you are not going to keep your hands not tensed up behind your back. You're going to be trying to get out of it. You're going to be, it's just natural reaction. You can't stay calm during that. So yeah, any thoughts? You should have stopped resisting. When it gets to that point, but see, what I hear right now is he's complying. He's saying, all right, and he's just going down to his knees. Let's see.
You don't do that, okay? Get on the fucking ground.
Now this is where they start getting more aggressive. They're escalating, and he starts escalating. He starts saying, whoa, you're taking this a little far. You don't do that, man. And the cops getting angrier and angrier and escalating.
All right, I'm on the ground.
All right, I'm on the ground. You hear him. He's calm. He's actually saying, all right, I'm on the ground. You hear his voice. He's calm.
Please stay on the ground. I think tase you. Get on the ground.
Okay, but there we see him saying, stop. So maybe he was doing the playing calm, but he's also kind of resisting. I'm trying to be as critical of both sides of every angle of this thing as possible.
Now, I'm tasing. All right, okay. All right. Break your shit. Okay, dude, damn. Turn the fuck around.
Yeah, see that's not necessary because right now he's got his hands in front of him and he's holding them up like this. He hasn't been tased yet. They're about to tase him. He hasn't been tased yet. He's been roughed around a little bit, right? The two cops who pulled him out are the only ones who I've seen put hands on him yet. There's other cops around him, right? And I see him going, all right, calm down. I'll do it. All right, And that's something, if you ever watch like cops, that victims will do. And it's like, no, stop saying you're going to not resist. Stop saying you're going to follow orders and just follow the orders. At this point, all he's got to do is stop doing this, and just put his hands behind his back. But he's not doing that. He's being defensive.
All right, I'm on the ground.
You're on the ground, but you're not laying down. You're staying curled up, and you're holding your hands like this. Lay down and put your hands behind your back.
Please stay on the ground. I think tase you.
Okay.
Get on the ground. One.
He sounds like a child. You know, when like mom and dad are trying to like take the kid away. All right, I'll do it. Like Stuart. He sounds like Stuart from Matthew. Let me do it. Wait. Let me do it. For real. Okay, I kind of see why they're getting annoyed with him now.
Now, I taser. All right, okay. Turn your bitch ass around. I'll break your shit. Okay, dude, damn. Turn the fuck around. Put your fucking hands behind your back. Bitch, put your hands behind your back. I'll break. Okay, stop. I'm gonna knock your ass the fuck out. You guys are
Real none of your business. That's all right, man. All your takes are starting to question me lately, bro.
Hey, damn. I'm just trying to go home.
I'm questioning all your takes lately.
Put your on your stomach. I'm
Bro. I'm not gonna even respond to that. Real none of your business. I think these cops are badly trained. They overdid it. Facts, yeah. But he's also not complying right now. Now he just sprayed him in the eyes.
Stop! I'm not doing it.
Now here's the problem. Okay, he wasn't complying. He got sprayed with pepper spray. Maybe taking it a little too far. You know, he's doing the whole thing. Then he gets sprayed. Burst of strength, gets up and runs. Here's his mistake. This is when his life ended right here. You've been tased. You took the shirt off. You've been tased. You've been pepper sprayed. Now you're running from 5 cops. That's when his life ended. Regardless of what the officers do to him next. Yes, what they're about to do is wrong. It's horrible. It's not good. They take it too far. They basically just beat this dude to death. Assuming the cause of death is what we think it is. Since I haven't actually seen a cause of death yet. I've heard of bleeding. He died from bleeding at the hospital 3 hours later. I've heard. I don't know if that's. I don't know how factual that is yet, but assuming that's true and that he didn't die from eating an omelet for breakfast and dying of cardiac arrest at the hospital, because of his Vaseline that he had 6 months ago. But assuming he died from bleeding from getting beaten too badly, like they said, he died just now when he ran from the cops. That's when he sealed the deal, basically. Doesn't justify what the cops did to him, but had he not ran from the police, he would still be alive today. He might have got his ass whooped. He might have got pepper sprayed and tased and put in handcuffs and got his ass whooped, and then he would have went to jail. He would have got released. He would have sued them, and he would have been a multimillionaire. Instead, he ran, and he got killed. So, not justifying the cops' actions, but he, it is what it is. It is what it is. What's up, Lord Spike? All right, so that's pretty much the end of this scene 1. There may be some other angles of it. We're not going to watch all of them. They walk back to the car, and they start pouring water on their, because the cops, they do have marked clothes. We still see no marked vehicles on the scene, but they do have markings on their clothes. But I mean, anybody can put on a hoodie that says police, So I don't know. Maybe he thought it was some Jack boys, jump out boys. Did you see what happened before they pulled him over? I haven't seen it yet. It hasn't. If that's came out, then it must be breaking news today, because I haven't seen. I'm about to play a clip how they don't know what happened before. So nobody knows what happens before. But regardless of what happened before, he shouldn't have ran from the cops. Especially not 5 thuggish black cops that obviously aren't trained well and don't act like normal cops. That's even less. I want to run from them even less, Now, mama going to be, you said it, Jeff. You said it. I was actually going to say that. I was going to add that thought at the end, and then I forgot, had a brain fart, forgot to add that on the end, but you are 100% right. Mama about to be a millionaire. Ambulance chaser Benjamin Crump on the scene. All right. But that's that one. They pour some water in their face. This is video 3. Let's see video 2. All right, now this is the basically like the beating. Now this is a police poll cam. I wish I could. Oh, I can. Cool. So it's not like this thing is hidden in a tree, guys. It's not like this thing is like just on a telephone pole, small, indiscreet little GoPro. These things are They have generators connected to them because they have to be independent power sources. They usually have two big lights, big reflector silver lights, and then there's an obvious dome camera at the top of a pole, and they come out of this little box that has wheels and a trailer hitch and legs that fold down, and these things are noticeable. Everybody knows where these things are. I estimate those black cops are up Shees Creek. I hope so, Lord. I hope they get life. They all need to get a more extreme penalty for Chauvin for me to even think that there's a such thing as justice in this country. If they get less, if they all get 10 years or something, nah, it's bullcrap. It's nonsense. All right, so there he is. They threw him on the ground. Let's see some punching. They're punching. They're doing the punching. Trying to hold him down. Now, at this point, if you guys aren't able to handcuff this dude, they're just angry. They're angry. I mean, they got a black woman as a captain. What do you expect? They mamas. They grew up with their mamas. So why are they doing this? And still, we see no marked cars. We got like a blue Mitsubishi here. We got another Charger. Did we just miss the kick to the face? Yeah. So this is the most egregious right here. One of the most. This big boy right here is about to drop kick a downed opponent in the face. Boom. That's a black thing, honestly. I'm just going to be honest. I've never been kicked in the face while I'm on the ground by a white guy, you know? They might like poke you in the eyes or something. But even in the UFC, when they had to make it illegal, it was a black guy. It was a black guy. Yeah. Yep. They had to make it illegal. They found out real quick. A lot of these guys can't control their desire to just want to drop kick somebody in the face. They don't realize that you don't have to kill your opponent in a fight. If you have any sort of training and self-control in fighting, you don't have to kill your opponent. But these hood rats, they just drop kick you in the face. Patrol killings for cops are a way to level up. Patrol killings for cops are a way to level up. Like in the gang, like they have a gang, or like they're see, he's got a stick in his hand. Hold on, I wasn't watching for a second. I really want to make sure I analyze all this. This is long. We're not going to watch all of it, guys. He just flopped out his stick, and he's going to start hitting him. 1, 2, 3. This looks very similar to the black woman officer that beat Roseanne Boylan to death with the same type of stick. Roseanne Boylan was, she was basically down. She went down to the ground. She was either getting claustrophobic, or maybe she was actually overdosing. I don't know, but regardless, she went down to the ground, and while she was on the ground, the black woman officer who got the medal beat her with a stick repeatedly on video, and then she died shortly after. And then they said, first they said she was trampled, then they said it was a drug overdose. What they never told you, except for Epic Times, and this has kind of been hidden, you got to go on DuckDuckGo to find it and dig around for a little bit, but Epic Times came out with this, and they buried it. They buried the story because turns out the lady probably would have lived. She would have been just fine if she hadn't have been beaten repetitively, just like this guy was beaten with a stick while she was down. Castlegate, those are dirty cops. Yeah, this is grimy, so these cops all need to get life. And, I mean, it goes on. This is a 30-minute video. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Oh, boom, he just rocked him in the face. Look. Now they stood him up on his feet. And the one guy's holding him up. Boom, he just hit him in the face. Boom, hit him again right in the face. And they're holding him up, holding his arms behind his back. Boom, hit him again. Boom, rocked him in the jaw 5 times. So they've kicked him in the face twice. They've hit him with a stick 4 times. Then they stood him on his feet with his hands behind his back and proceeded to punch. Guys, this video. Hey, we are supported by viewers, funded by viewers like you. This video is gonna get probably an 18 and up strike for sure. But you know, it's public information. We need the people to see this. We need them to peacefully protest. What's up, Robbie? Let's go. Blue versus Citizens. Castlegate. Yeah, this is bad. Now look, this cop. Oh wait, I thought this cop was coming over to help. Check this out. This cop runs over out of his car, runs over like he's running over to help, like he's pulling the guy off, and then boom. Oh no, that's another guy. This guy pushed him off, and then this guy came in and drop kicked him in the face again. Yeah, I mean, I could see dying. I could see dying from this for sure. This is a brutal 30-minute beating. Tasing, pepper spraying, kicking to the face a downed opponent, which is illegal in the UFC. A sport where people are designed to hurt each other, doesn't allow you to kick a downed opponent. Why? Because you can kill them. You can very easily kill them. You can crush their whole face with your foot. And this guy's been kicked while he's on the ground in the face like 6 times. Right now, yeah, this is tough. This is tough. Tough to watch. I mean, we're only 5 minutes in. This is a 30-minute video. Coming back. Now he's handcuffed. Throwing him on the ground while he's handcuffed. Looks like this cop is like choking him or something, dragging him across the ground. Just put him in the car, bro. Look, now they're all shining the light on him, talking to him. I wish I could hear what they're saying. Why is the body cam not on in this part? They all took their body cams off. This guy's taking a breather on the car. All right, I think the beating is over because this guy's near dead already. Now maybe they're waiting for an ambulance to come. They're laughing, they're joking. More cops coming up. Oh, we got some medics here. I mean, why don't they? Yeah, right now the medics are saying this guy's gonna die. Like, look, the white cop is there. He's saying, what the hell? All right, so I think that's that. Wait, now he's back on the ground again? What the? Look, now he's like rolling on the ground. Hold on. So it wasn't over yet? I don't know. Wow, so even after they all get here, he like, it's like the cop grabs his foot and drags him right here. Or he's just in pain. He's writhing in pain. This is crazy. Yeah, even after the other cops showed up, they kind of just disregard him. They just leave him laying there on the ground. He's in pain. All right. That's enough of that. We're not going to watch the other two, but that whole mess is beta. They all tried. They have to have planes to defend the tank. Hold on, I'm reading backwards. Hold on, that's a different story. I got a clip of, let's see, at one point you see the cops limping like he tweaked his ankle from kicking the kid in the face. Probably first time, but is Mahomes black? Oh, did you hear that, Robbie? They said this is the first time that black quarterbacks have played in the Super Bowl, which is crazy to me. And they're both black. Good timing, huh? They have the planes to defend the tanks. That's right, Fred. 5 inmates on every cop, beta cops. That whole mess is beta. I heard a report specifically say this is not the same as Rodney King. Psh. I mean, I think Rodney King was justified from stuff I've seen of the Rodney King incident. He put a lot of people's lives in risk, and he was driving erratically for a long chase, and then they beat him down a little bit. I'm all right with that. Yeah, he swole up after the fact, but I think maybe that guy was driving recklessly. Okay, Freddie said, think worst case scenario. What's the worst case scenario of driving recklessly? I would think somebody's speeding down the highway. Maybe they almost hit a child. Maybe some woman's walking across the street with her baby in the thing, almost gets hit, calls the cops. This guy's driving erratically all around the neighborhood. He almost hit me and my kid. He almost hit a whole old lady over there. And then when the cops try to stop him, he tries to run one of them off the road. That's the most egregious, erratic driving I could think of. Would that justify the cops running up to the car like that? I think so. I think it would. If that was what he was doing, I think that justifies how the cops approached the vehicle. That angry. And if that's the case, that he was driving like that, and those cops were justified in running up to the vehicle, then he shouldn't have ran. And when he ran, he forfeited his life. Now, do I think the cops should have beat him to death like that? No. But in the old days, if you're running, they would shoot you. If you just tried to kill 3 people with your car and you run from the cops, they should have just shot his ass. I think that would be justified. I don't think that putting him on the ground and beating him to death with 5 people is justified. Is that what the Messiah's dream was meant to be? I don't know what that means. All right. But yeah, I do have one more clip. Actually, I have 2 clips while I go take a restroom break. We're going kind of long today. Or we already played. Yeah, we'll play this clip.
From Atlanta to
the riots. So afterwards, of course, we had riots.
New York to Memphis. Demonstrators.
I'm gonna be honest, we didn't have riots, and I don't even think that thing, that Antifa thing last weekend because of the Cop City. I don't even think that was a riot. Like, I don't think we've seen riots like we had during BLM, during the George Floyd. January 6th was not a riot. Maybe there were a few people behaving riotously, but it didn't get far enough to be a riot. It wasn't bad enough. I think it needs to be a certain degree of bad for it to be a riot. And that thing in Atlanta was not a riot. It wasn't a peaceful protest. It was, I don't know, somewhere in the middle. And most of these protests did stay, for the most part, peaceful. There was a little bit of damage, but I don't think anything got to riot level.
Took to the streets today to protest the brutal police beating of Tyre Nichols.
It was too cold to riot here. Yeah, same thing in Detroit.
Today's march is following nationwide protests Friday night, immediately after the video was released, including in Memphis, where officers remained at a distance.
Demonstrators here brought traffic to a standstill on Interstate 55
What's
for
up, Smash?
hours as they're continuing
Robert.
to march into the night, demanding action and accountability.
The coast-to-coast protest overwhelmingly peaceful.
What's up, Gibson?
Why do you think things remain so calm in this case?
Well, I think they remain calm because there are 3 factors at play: swift termination, swift indictment, swift release of the video. I think have all combined to result in these protests being peaceful.
It was less than 3 weeks after the January
But that guy was
7th traffic
tased,
stop
and he didn't go
turned
down.
deadly, that the 5 now.
So here's the craziest part, though, right? Everything I said, this is the first time in any one of these somebody gets killed by a cop and the whole world goes crazy. This is the first time that I'm actually kind of agreeing that this shouldn't have happened. This was out of bounds. Thank you for the super chat, Gibson. What's up, OGs? Thank you, man. Heck yeah. I was just saying this is probably going to get an 18 and up because we're playing this footage, but and also the Pelosi footage. We're not going to play the PV video because that will definitely get me in trouble. But yeah, we're probably going to get the age restriction on these videos. So we are funded and sponsored by viewers like you. Hit the like and the subscribe and share the video, all that stuff. Free way to help out. But then the super chats and the Cash App, also much appreciated. Thanks, Gibson. But yeah, I was gonna say the first time they got a legit one. They got a real one. This one's actually was pretty bad. They got a real one, and look at the assailants. Look at the assailants. Oh man, it doesn't look good for you guys, Freddie. Freddie, it doesn't look good for the black girl, for the black. I was thinking of White Girl Bleed a lot. That book from oh man, what's his name? Knockout Games. That guy, the guy who died and nobody heard about because he got banned for talking about what we're talking about right now. The black on black crime. Frank went to bed. The black on black crime, guys. Man, it's really bad. It's really bad. And the police brutality is among the black community is horrible. And it's just sad that when they finally get one, this is it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, guys.
Former Memphis police officers were charged with second-degree murder before the video was released publicly.
And that's true, you know. Now here's a little bit of the violence. Most of it handled really quick, doesn't get too out of line. Granted, this is all mainstream news, so it may have been much worse if you were there, because the media is only going to show you so much. I saw it happen in Salt Lake City when people are smashing windows and breaking cars over here, but then the camera's pointing over here where a cop is hugging a black guy. And they're like, it's actually a peaceful scene here. Only a little bit of destruction and chaos, but they don't show you behind the camera that there's like fires and explosions. So it might have been a riot. It might have been riots, but I wasn't there. And the media ain't going to show us what really happened. Or whatever they were chanting. That's the definition of white supremacy. I was about to get to that, Butch. They're saying that the reason all of this is happening is because of white supremacy, guys. White supremacy. When 5 black officers beat a black man to death, it's because their white slave owners trained them to hate black people and indoctrinated them so much that they just became cops so they could kill black people because of white supremacy. Now, closing bridges and this stuff, I mean, they probably need to get ran over by a car, because what does this have to do with a police shooting? Go to the police station. Go picket the police station. Don't block the interstate. People got to go to work. At least one person was arrested after protesters climbed on top of a police car at Times Square. And this video right here is probably the extent of the worst that I've seen from it. And this is not that bad. At least they didn't light the car on fire and flip it over. And he got taken out real quick, handled. So cops did not have stand-down orders for this. These cops were active in the crowd, taking people down. That's how it should be. Meanwhile, during the Summer of Love, what we saw is the cops would basically just barricade off roads to try to corral the riot towards the areas where they wanted them to go and destroy, where they would have the bricks set out on pallets and stuff like that, in like the market district where all these companies got money and insurance to pay for this stuff. And yeah, it was a mess. That ain't my people. Peaceful protests allowed here. I didn't see Jack shoot when Randy Weaver was coming down.
Tyre's mother.
And there's Biden, another Biden watch.
Expressed my condolences and told her.
You guys hear this?
That I was going to be making the case to the Congress they should pass the George Floyd Act.
Oh, Robbie must be behind on the show.
Is First of all,
because Robbie's still talking about the
lives, number one.
Doomsday Clock stuff. Maybe he got here late and he's watching from the beginning.
From Atlanta to Boston.
All right. And then I got one more clip from that. It's kind of a long one, but this is like the big news. And I don't know. I get interested in these shootings and also like serial killers and stuff. So I got one more clip on it. I've already watched this. You guys can watch it. It's two things. It's Don Lemon's interview with the parents, just to pull at the heartstrings, or to show the Benjamin Crump is going to be making these people rich. And this whole thing smells kind of fishy. And then also the police chief, Mama giving her little talk. So let's watch this clip while I go take a restroom break.
It's very
kind of a long
difficult
one. It's like 4
now.
minutes.
I'm still trying to.
I'll be right back, guys.
Understand all of this and trying
and then we'll
to
be
wrap
pretty
my
much
head
done with the
around
first
all of
segment.
this. It's still like a nightmare right now. So.
Just be honest. Listen, just conducting this interview, I'm a mama's boy. I was also a skater.
Of course you are, Don.
I was a skateboarder growing up. And so I just can't imagine my mother dealing with this. When you walked in, you said, Don, I'm not very good at this. And I said, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean you're not very? Who would be good at this?
Exactly.
Who would be good at this?
I don't know, because this is very difficult. This is very difficult.
Yeah.
Yes.
How are you doing, Dad?
I'm hanging in there. I have to be strong for the family. So we have other siblings that we have to be strong for also.
The entire city of Memphis, the nation, waiting for this video. Talk to me why you decided to release it after 6 p.m. Central, and I understand you're going to release it on YouTube?
Absolutely, and individuals that would like to actually watch the video can also access it through the city's website, too, memphistn.gov. But, yeah, the timing was really important for us, too. We know the response sometimes from videos that have a tendency to incite emotion and even anger. And what we wanted to do was think in terms of, the impact it will have on the community that we see.
Any fear that it's going to be released as the sun is going down, it's going to be dark in Memphis, it's going to be the weekend. Was there any concern about that?
We've thought about all of that, and we're prepared to monitor and sort of, manage the area. We don't want to overreact. But the reality is that there are individuals that may want to exercise their First Amendment right and come out and protest. And we think that with the contingency of staffing that we have and the means of being able to monitor such, groups and our downtown space, I think we'll be fine.
If I can ask you to go back to the first time you saw that video, if you can describe in one word, what was it like?
Horrific, alarming.
And you've said before you don't think there was enough evidence or cause to even pull over Tyre Nichols?
We have not been able to substantiate the cause of the stop, the violation. The only thing that we have right now is
my point. They have no clue
the officer saying that Mr. Nichols was driving recklessly. And it was still what I consider over the top, especially when we're speaking of a misdemeanor.
Yeah, Robbie's way
behind. Do you
behind
understand
on the
why they would do that? Do you have any understanding why they would do that?
I do not. And I think as we discuss the incident, we all are trying to figure out what took them to 10.
To 10.
At the very beginning of the stop. And
you knew them boys were jump out boys.
No evidence that they have found so far to substantiate why the officers stopped Tyre Nichols. No evidence so far.
Here's some Crump, and then this will be over.
Don, I think it's telling because there's so much videotape America's about to see. Over an hour long video from a pole camera that catches a lot of the tragedy. All this body cam footage. If Tyre was driving reckless, we should see it. We're not saying that.
Bush is answering questions I asked
we should see it. And
an hour
they can't show
and a half
it to
ago.
us further
Or not Bush, Robbie. Robbie's answering questions I asked an hour ago.
From Atlanta to Boston.
So that's that. And And yeah, so we showed the riot. We showed the family's reaction. The Chiefs, they were quick with it. They released the footage on a Friday night, and it kind of tells the protesters, look, you get the whole weekend to protest, but we're going to be on this. We're going to be making sure this isn't a reenactment of the Summer of Love. And I think the cops did pretty good at keeping it in control. And there was a lot of transparency. They came out with all the footage right away, and they indicted the officers quickly. So I think the reason that maybe they didn't indict the officers in the Chauvin in the Georgia Florida situation so quickly is because they didn't do anything wrong. Hey, BLM, up your game, start blocking trains. Yeah, that would be funny. All right, let's move on to the last. Well, we got technically 2 more stories in the main news. We're taking it long tonight, guys. We're going long tonight. We're going long, and I got to work early tomorrow morning. Let's move on to this hammer time incident. This hammer time. We got more updates. For some reason, months after midterms, they come out with all this information. They kind of let conservatives, and this is my theory. My theory is they'll come out with these big stories, and they'll let conservative commentators and pundits, people on the right, whether they be on Twitter, whether they be on YouTube, whether they be on Facebook, wherever, they'll come out with this story, right? And they know all the details of the story. They have all this information, but they only leak so much to the public. So then the conservatives come out and start saying, well, what's this? What's this? Meanwhile, the Democrats, they're not going to ask any questions. They're just going to say, oh, Paul got hit with a hammer. Oh, my God, Paul, we love you, Nancy. That's what they're going to say, right? But, the conservatives, they're going to start speculating. They're going to say, why was this happen? Why did this happen? Could it be this? Could it be this? And when you start speculating like that, that's when they hit you with this new term from that bill that Keisha Jackson Lee or whatever is coming out with, which hasn't passed. Hopefully it never will, but well, it will eventually. But where they control speech through stochastic terrorism, they're calling it, or stochastic, something like that. Basically, terrorism through your words. If you say things, and if I say something, and one of my subscribers goes and does something, then I will be blamed because I spoke this terrorism into existence. Is basically what they're saying. And so what they'll do is they'll come out with a little bit of information for you, and they'll let you start speculating, and then they'll hit you with bans for misinformation and disinformation and harmful information. And then eventually it'll be stochastic terrorism. They'll hit you with these bans. They'll shut down your life. That's why they make everything digital, where you're committed to your credit card, you're committed to your bank, you're committed to your payment processors, you're committed to your social media presence, so on and so forth, for marketing, for everything that you do in your life. And those things are all tied together by the same powers that be. And when you say the wrong things, they shut you down. They end your life, basically. That's the beast. That's the mark of the beast. You better go along to get along, which is what I got to do here on YouTube to some extent, And, but yeah, so they came out with more details, and it's like they should have came out with this off the rip. They should have just said this up front. They should have put all this information out like they did with that last situation. But let's see this. Actually, I'm going to play my clip. I'm just going to play my clips. I don't even think I need to read any of these articles. I'll just do all the commentary myself. Let's watch this clip first. So this is the phone call.
I guess I told them.
Now this is the backyard security camera footage. I think this footage was released. This footage may be kind of old. I don't know if this was in this info dump that they just did, but I did find this. And then I laid over it since there's no audio. This is the footage of him coming in the backyard and breaking in with the audio from the 911 call laid over it. So, and the 911 call is brand new. This is not the dispatcher call. Remember, in the dispatcher call, they said he's a friend, he's not a friend. And people are like, well, is he a friend or is he not a friend? In this 911 call, we understand that Paul Pelosi was standing there with him on the phone, which is weird that he would even let Paul call the cops, but somehow he let him call the cops, but then he was kind of pretending like he wasn't talking to the cops. And then the guy starts figuring it out, says you're being leading, because Paul says he's not our friend. We don't know him. And the guy says, no, I'm a friend of the family. I'm a friend of the family. So it clears up that. And then the video, it clears up the whole underwear thing, kind of, I guess. Not really. It's weird, but Let's listen.
What is this?
This is San Francisco Police. Do you need help?
Oh, well, there's a gentleman here just waiting for my wife to come back. Nancy Pelosi. He's just waiting for her to come back, but she's not going to be here for a day, so I guess we'll have to wait.
Okay, do you need police, fire, or medical for anything?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
0 to 23 and 58 seconds.
Is the Capitol Police around?
Big old backpack. Looks like a hobo.
They usually take my wife. They're usually here at the house.
He looks homeless, to be honest. He's barefooted. I think he was homeless, huh? And he's got a big backpack. He's got a sleeping bag on his backpack.
Protecting my wife.
No, this is San Francisco Police.
Friday, October.
I understand.
2022.
Okay, well.
0 to 24 and
what do you think?
18 seconds.
He thinks everything's good. I've got a problem, but he thinks everything's good.
Josh is testing.
Okay. Call us back if you change your mind.
No.
It's all right. I don't monetize these streams anyway, but I don't want him to get hit with an age
and he wants to wait here for my wife to come home.
0 to
And so,
24 and 48.
anyway, he told me to put the phone down.
Do you know who the person is?
So here we
No,
go.
I don't know who he is.
So Paul says, I don't know who he is. You can tell Paul's nervous. I'm going to try to give Paul the benefit of the doubt. You can tell he's nervous here. Well, in a minute, I'm going to take away that benefit of the doubt. But he's saying, I don't know who he is. It's still weird.
He has this. He's telling me,
He breaks the glass.
He's telling me not to. He's telling me not to do anything.
What is your address, sir?
We saw his house, BLM and rainbow flag. Don't forget. Well, that was a house he was staying at. That wasn't
What is your name?
He didn't own that house. Actually, I think he was staying in the camper in the driveway of that house or something like that. Or maybe he rented a room at that house. But you see, he's barefooted. He's got a big backpack with supplies. I did hear he's kind of like a vagrant. That was just a house. That was one of the houses he frequented and stayed at. But it's funny. He stayed at that house. They were friends with this guy, apparently, enough to let him stay there. But yet they say on his social media, he posted all this stuff about January 6th and Trump supporting stuff. I don't know about that.
My name is Paul Pelosi.
Friday.
Anyway, this gentleman says that he thinks everything ought to, he's telling me to put the phone down and just do what he says.
And he's in, barefooted, through a glass window.
What's the gentleman's name?
I don't know. What's that?
My name's David.
The name is David.
Okay, and who is David?
Now, here's the body cam footage. The call will end just as the...
Definitely don't want all of here.
Yeah, he says he's a friend, but as I said, I've never...
But you don't know who he is?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
He's telling me I'm being very leading, so I got to stop talking to you, okay?
Okay. You sure I can stay on the phone with you just to make sure everything's okay?
I totally have it taken. Would like to join in. All right.
2620, right?
I'll let you...
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
As soon as this clip's over...
How you doing?
I'll jump in the Discord.
What's going on, man? Everything's good.
Now here's... Okay, we're gonna talk this through, okay? You saw in my little MS Paint in the beginning, right? That I had them both smiling really big. I made sure to have them both smiling really big. I think this is important, right? They answer the door. They're kind of like playing a game with this hammer. They're both smiling. Paul's smiling. He's smiling. And Paul is in his underwear in a pajama shirt. To be fair, this was the middle of the night. This guy broke into the back window. He's fully dressed. Now, what we had heard was that some guy in his underwear broke into the house. And that the dude was in his underwear. And yeah, this guy's fully dressed. We just saw him break into the back of the house, assuming that footage is real, allegedly. But Paul is in his underwear. Now, granted, if he was woke up in the middle of the night, this would be explainable. But he's smiling and he's holding a drink glass in his hand. We're about to see the drink glass. That's very odd that he's, I don't know. I mean, maybe he's like, let me have a drink. Let me have a drink. Calm down. Let me get a drink. And he's drinking. He's been woke up. The cops show up. Why are they smiling?
Drop the hammer.
Nope. Hey.
What is going on right now?
I'm not getting an answer on call.
Oh, shit. All right. Now, apparently that's like graphic, even though there's nothing shown. This is on Forbes YouTube. This is on Forbes. If Forbes is allowed to show this, then anyone's allowed to show this. It's fair use. It's news. I'm giving my commentary over it. This was released to the public. This is public information. That wasn't, you saw no contact. You see no blood. Let's continue. I got it in slow-mo one more time at the end of the clip with a nice shirt on. Looked like a pajama shirt. Paul's shirt looks like a pajama shirt.
Back up, code 3.
Code 3 back up at 26.
Give me your fucking hand! Give me your fucking hand!
Alright, slow-mo here. No, it's not a pajama shirt. It's a dress shirt. You're right, Gibson. It's collared. I didn't see the collar before. He's got a collared dress shirt on. Huh. But he's kind of, the weirdest thing, and he's smiling and holding a drink. It's 3 a.m. in the morning right now. Hi.
Drop the hammer.
He looks high as a kite. They both look high as a kite, like they're tripping on shrooms or something. Honestly, this looks like two guys are like, they did too much. They either got too drunk or too high. They did some shrooms or something, and they're giggly. One of them starts playing with a hammer, and he's like, oh, shit, this guy might kill me. And it's funny, but it's also dangerous.
Hey. What is going on?
There's his drink cup.
Oh, I guess
So that's that. I don't know. It kind of just poses more questions than it answers. The only questions it really answers for me is that the assailant was not in his underwear, just in his underwear. Paul was in his underwear. Understandable that he woke up. He's still in a collared dress shirt. Little iffy. Maybe he threw that on when he heard the glass break. I don't know. Maybe if they weren't Democrats and they supported responsible gun ownership, that guy would have, just been on the ground. If Paul had a damn AR, then we wouldn't have this problem. But it's weird. It did kind of clear up the whole thing with the guy being in his underwear. I'm glad that we have the footage of the backyard scene of him breaking in, so we know they didn't show up from the gay club together. It clears up a lot of those conspiracies that we were speculating about. But it also opens more questions. It's still weird. Let me open this Discord. Robbie, are you in the Discord? Go get in it. Go get in it. Discord is not All right. It should be good now. Yep, we're good. Robbie, we got one last story, and I can't even really talk about it, but simply put, PV, a group called PV, James O'Keefe, I hope I can say his name. I can't say the group's name because they're really cracking down the censorship on YouTube. We got 2 hot button issues apparently, one on Twitter, one on YouTube, that can get you canceled if you're talking about this new PV Coof video, which apparently a guy from R&D was honeycombed by James O'Keefe, as is usual with the PV group. They honeypotted him. They said, hey, you want to go on a date with this guy and potentially get a booty call? He's like, oh, yeah. Give him a few drinks, get him talking, get him buttered up, get him all warmed up, and they just pour out their hearts. Now, at the end, when he got confronted, he said, I was just lying. I mean, I get it. Drunk people do lie to get laid. But the stuff he was saying, it was just like, nobody's going to be saying that to get laid. Nobody's going to be bragging about this stuff that the majority of people aren't on on that bandwagon. So unless he knew he was talking to like some conservative guy, why would he be saying the stuff that he was said? And in his words, we'll read an article that might have his words. This white boy is making sandwiches and off tomorrow. Oh, nice. What's up, LJ? Raymond, see the dudes climbing the grease. Randy, see the dudes climbing the greased poles? What does that mean? I saw you looting after that win on Sunday. Goody looting. Oh, was Philly looting after the game after they got in the Super Bowl? LJ wouldn't be involved in that, but I also wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Badges, we don't need no stinking badges. What do you mean? You get badges if you become a member of the channel, Robbie. Everybody wants a badge. Honestly. I'm in the Discord, Robbie. You said you wanted to put in on this topic before I move on to the quickly brush over. Actually, I probably already did all the brushing over I needed to do. I don't need to read about what CNN has to say about the video being released. What we know about the killing. See, my things got all out of order for some reason. This is what we know about Tyre Nichols. I got out of order. We already moved past that. Memphis, white supremacy and madness. We were warned. Sam White. This is just an article about how it's white supremacy that caused all this. All right. What's up, Butch?
How's it going?
Pretty good. Oh, God.
Robbie, where you at?
Oh, God, it's Freddie. Freddie, Robbie has something to say, so... Well, he didn't jump in here. I'm waiting. What's your point, Freddie? You got something to say? Are you muted? No, you're not muted. All right. I don't know. Robbie's taking a little while. I'm going to read this from NBC News because this isn't from me. This is not me speaking YouTube. This is from undercover video allegedly shows the P company, the P word company executive suspects coup resulted from, oh man, I can't read any of this, guys. You guys just read it on the screen. V mutations in Wuhan. Undercover video allegedly shows Pfizer exec suspect COVID resulted from virus mutations in Wuhan. Allegedly. Where is Robbie? He said he wanted to.
He's making me a sandwich.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, my name ain't showing up.
What do you mean? I see your picture.
No, something's acting funny. Last time I couldn't say nothing. As long as you can hear me.
If it gets too hot, facts. Flash fryer.
As long as you can hear me. I'm glad you came around. You needed to see what happened before they pulled him out the car before you made that decision that they messed up, right?
I said that from the first time I saw the video. By the way, guys, just so you know, everybody watching on YouTube, I've watched all these videos already on the gaming show. On the gaming side, on the gaming show, when I do the gaming, I watch these videos as soon as they come out. If they come out, breaking news, I watch them, give the reactions and all the thoughts. So when Freddie comes in here, when Freddie comes in here and acts like that's the first time he's heard me with that take, he's lying because I already gave that take once in a past stream. You can go watch it.
Already seen it, been there, done that.
Been there, done that. Everything I just said, I've already said in another stream, but it's in a 8-hour gaming stream, so people probably didn't see it.
Yeah, I know, because we was watching Nick's stream and you was on my side at first, but then when it went off, you wasn't.
No, I was not agreeing with Nick when he said that he should have just went limp. He should have, when they got to the second scene, Nick was saying he needs to just go limp. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? He just got drop kicked in the face 3 times. He is limp. He's half dead. They picked him up and held him up and started beating him.
No, you saying the same thing Nick was saying. Like, if he had complied,
no, I was saying we do need. No.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
give you your exact quote. I'm gonna give you your exact quote.
They pinatas his ass.
I'm gonna give you your exact quote. You was like,
You don't remember my exact quote?
Yeah. That quote is that you said, it's hard to lay still when you're being kicked.
Yeah. And I said that just now too.
So you was on my side.
No, I'm saying you can't just go limp.
But now you saying if he would have complied, that wouldn't have happened.
No, but I still stand by the same thing Nick said, that we don't know what happened before that. So we don't know why they hold on, I'm talking, Freddie. Even the police chief said we don't know what happened before that. So why did the cops run up to the car on 10? Why were they that mad before we see anything? That's what we still need to find out. We need to know, because
no, we don't. They're locked up. We don't need to find out.
Either way, it really doesn't change. It doesn't change.
Yeah, they locked up. It don't need to find none of that.
But you agree you agree he forfeited his life when he ran away?
That's why the whole point I said is it don't matter. 5 cops, they going to jail. What happened before he got out that car?
I think Robbie is like 30 minutes behind in the stream, so he doesn't realize that I'm calling him into the Discord, because he was answering questions I asked like an hour ago.
Robbie,
when he said let's go, I said we've been here. He thought the show just came on. I said let's go. I said we've been here, Robbie. He thought the show just came on. I was like, no,
he's behind. He's watching
that long. I know. I was trying to tell him.
So he doesn't hear us in the stream telling him to come into the Discord. I don't think.
Tell him. Well, somebody got to take fast forward in a text in a group chat.
All right, but do you agree when? Sorry, go ahead, Butch.
Make me a sandwich.
Yeah, make us all a sandwich, Robbie. Do you agree that when he ran away, he forfeited his life, Freddie?
Not at all. You even said I would have ran away. How could you condone him running away?
I'm saying if I thought some jump out boys were coming after, and if I didn't know they were cops, and I thought I'm about to get jumped and beat down by some black guys, I'm going to try to get away.
Well, he knew there was cops, and you said, I don't understand why he ran. If you watched this video today, earlier, and you said Rodney King was justified, that wasn't. They paid a lawsuit, and them cops got locked up too.
That paraphrase wasn't phasing him at all.
Yeah, and that only happens when you're high on something. So I need to see toxicology. I still need more information. I need to see toxicology reports. I need to know what he was tripping on.
Toxicology reports on the police.
No, on him. I want to know if he was high on
toxicology reports on. They was probably jacked up on more than Mountain Dew, meth, and everything else out there trying to get some dope from some street dudes.
I agree.
You know what they doing?
I agree. I think they were thugs.
Scorpion unit. We got a Viper unit, and the initial stands for pretty much the same thing in Louisville, Kentucky, with the Viper unit. And they are a task force to ride around just doing illegal shit, and they ain't got to wear body cams. You can watch Vice Louisville, and they'll tell you, no, we don't have to wear body cams. We're narc unit. And they was like, where does that say that at? He said, I'm sure it says it somewhere. It never said that nowhere on none of their paperwork in the Louisville Police Department, letting them run around with no body cameras. That's why they got him
sleeping with one of the cops' girls. All right, allegedly. I don't know that to be fact, Flat Sabbath, but that sounds pretty logical. That makes sense.
Who was sleeping? Oh, dude.
That's something that Raymond 11 said in Nick's stream too. Is I think, and I totally agree with. I forgot to say that those cops probably know that guy, and they probably don't like him.
He made them look stupid in that car in front of a crowd wherever he left them from. So they felt like, yeah, we need to catch dude. He's a good driver. Dude was nonchalant. He wasn't no thug. He had money. He didn't have to be treated like that. I don't even think he was that thuggish looking to even have to fight like that. He wasn't no big swole dude.
Gibson just gets into some.
Look, y'all. That's
Robbie. What's up, brother?
Who farted?
Who farted?
Yeah, it stinks in here. I farted.
Butch, I can see it in his face.
You get me a
That's
salmon,
like
Freddie?
chicken and watermelon. No, I have a take on this, Josh, if you can hear me.
All right, guys, we got Corkscrew from, I think, Georgia, Freddie from Cali, Butch from Georgia, Robbie from everybody from Georgia. I need
Georgia boys.
Well,
yeah.
In the thing. So what's your thoughts, Robbie, on which story?
The young man, I don't think the young guy from Memphis is painted in the light that he should be painted in, Tyre. Tyre was employed by FedEx.
He's a mailman.
So
No.
Is that good or bad?
No, that's very good. It's not easy to get on. Like FedEx would never hire Frederica. Copy.
They drug test and everything else.
So you're trying to say you think he was a good dude.
The worst job you can fucking have in Louisville.
And that it seems unlikely that.
Better than that.
Yeah. Hey, Josh, will you do me a favor when you ask Frederica to be quiet for a minute while I defend his people, while he doesn't defend his own?
Yeah, Freddie, be quiet. Robbie asked to come into the Discord, so I opened the Discord.
Well,
yeah, I wanted to.
He's gonna get a rebuttal.
Just stop.
It's not a debate panel.
So what I'm saying, is this young man, Tyre, that he was a bad driver. He was an aggressive driver. We've all experienced him. I was just on the interstate this last weekend, and I had people driving around me that, it's like, what are you doing? And I was that driver when I was young. So Tyre was an aggressive driver. He was almost home. He had children, at least a child.
He's
did trying to get home.
I heard he was a skateboarder.
He was yes, and he was only a block. He was only a block away from his house. That's why he didn't know what the hell happened to him. No cop just goes up and grabs somebody out of their car and yanks them like that. That's not cop behavior, and
Right.
he's in Memphis.
Okay,
and
but
he's in Memphis.
So either they know him and they're mad at him about, or he's pissed him off.
Just a gang. He don't know who. He doesn't know what the hell just happened. That's a good boy. Tyre, he has no criminal record.
He doesn't have any criminal record?
Nigga, that's facts.
Okay. So that's the answered questions. Does he have priors? Was he on drugs? Did he have priors?
You don't get hired on by FedEx. You don't get hired on by FedEx with a criminal record. Copy?
Okay.
FedEx is not that hard to get hired on to.
Oh, shut up, Frederica.
It's not.
Shut up.
I'm telling you. It's
I
not.
don't know.
What are you talking about?
My little brother works for UPS.
It's not a government job.
Shut up.
What up, Tommy T-Bone?
What do you know about getting a damn job? What do you know about getting a job?
Oh, you are muted, Tommy.
Stop that. Josh, what's happening, bro?
What's up, Tommy?
What's that?
So
you
Josh,
can hear me now.
Josh, without this
hold on, Tommy. Hold on.
You can fix this, but you see what's really going on here. Is this kid? He's on his way home. He's almost home. That's why he jumps out and runs. He's trying to run home.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what the hell just happened to him.
So you're saying he was scared? He was scared for his life, and that's why he
Look
ran.
at his face. Look at his face when you know those facts, and look at the video again. And he's like, "What the hell, y'all?" What? And one of the craziest things that bothers me about the whole deal is that when they're spraying him with mace and stuff, he wipes it off. Have you ever been sprayed with mace, Josh?
Yeah.
Do you just wipe it off?
I mean, you try to wipe it off. It doesn't do anything.
He did it, and he kept his eyes open. His eyes didn't close. If you go back and look at that,
yeah, but you have adrenaline, and also And this is why I wondered about drugs, because also if you're on certain drugs, and your adrenaline's pumping, you're not gonna feel that stuff. He ran from a taser. He got shot with a taser. It didn't drop. That doesn't. That good boys don't do that.
No, that doesn't.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Josh.
Good boys get pepper sprayed and tased, and they go down.
Josh, how old was this kid?
Because a lot of
I have no idea.
A lot of people.
See, you're not doing your research, are you? You're not doing your research.
And you know what?
Tommy, nobody asked you to talk. Josh, you control him.
Or I mean,
hold on,
Walmart.
Tommy.
Tommy, calm down.
Reel it in.
All right. Well,
we don't need to know about your girlfriend at Walmart right now.
Well, yeah, you was gonna be it.
So Josh,
look at Frederick.
If it wasn't her, it was gonna be you.
Check the young man.
He said you was gonna be it.
Tommy.
It was gonna be you.
Josh,
Yeah,
if you're gonna talk about Tyre, hey, Frederica, how old is Tyre?
You asking me?
Yeah.
23.
What was you gonna ask?
23.
He looked a lot older than 23. I saw a picture of him. He had wrinkles and bags under his eyes.
All right, so let's confirm. It's not that hard to confirm.
I mean, George Floyd was hollering for his mama, but that was his girlfriend.
No, his mama was a block away. He was running home. He didn't know what the hell hit him. Who's ever sat in their car and somebody just comes and yanks you out of their car? That's not the way cops do.
Are you giving that an excuse that him running home was meaning he shouldn't have been shot? Because how many black people get shot running?
White people get shot too, Frederica. It's not about white.
They running home, it should be okay.
I think as soon as he ran from the cops,
You guys are running around, Joey.
It's not about white and black. It's about right and wrong, Frederica. Shut up.
as soon as he ran from the cops, he forfeited his life, regardless of whether the cops were justified or not.
How does he know they're cops?
They have shirts that say police on them.
No, they came and yanked him out of his car. Adrenaline. How old was the kid? How old was he? You got him at. We just
watched the video, and I thought the same thing. I thought, okay, well, they're in unmarked cars. Maybe he didn't know they were cops, but they all had shirts that said police, and they had gear like police.
How do you know, Josh? How do you know?
You don't think brothers don't know jump out boys?
Right, and you think, Robbie, you really think he didn't know that those were cops? Come on.
I think he lives in Memphis. Have you ever lived in Memphis?
Did you even watch the show tonight, Robbie? Or you were like an hour behind on the show?
You see how I just circled that, Josh? You see how I just circled you
I
back?
worked in Memphis, and I
back?
worked in Memphis, and I had a run-in with the police there. And I didn't know they were cops at first, but they were also in plain clothes. Those cops were not in plain clothes. Those cops' clothes said police.
You see how I circled you back, though, Josh?
You know what?
I was at your show.
I can buy a shirt that says police.
They was cops because they got a SUV.
Yeah, but
and they walked up to the door with bombs.
I said that too.
Well, hell yeah, motherfucker! You know.
Hey, stop,
Tommy.
Don't the gangs control Memphis? And this guy's he's driving like a crazy nut. He's a kid.
I mean, maybe he knows that the Jump Out Boys will beat your ass, and he got scared.
But he was a FedEx. He was a FedEx.
Yeah, Jump Out Boys are driving unmarked cars and jump out on your ass without no blue lights. Yes,
they were red dogs.
And you think?
But I'm saying what he should have done is taken that.
Since the 90s.
He should have taken that first ass whooping, let him put him in the car.
They got trained by the red dogs.
And then sued him and got rich.
Why don't you try to survive and your mom's house is a block away and you try to make it to your mama's and call 911 and get the real cops and that's not
how you survive that. That's not how you survive that situation.
Well, he made the wrong decision, obviously.
Especially if he's a young black man and he's been seeing all this stuff on the news and
went to a Walmart and parked in the parking lot where there's lights and people and stuff.
Maybe
that way,
that's what I'm saying.
And that man gave his only begotten son, so y'all could quit.
All I'm saying is, all I'm trying to say. It's really sad.
Where's
All
the
I'm trying to
Scorpion unit
say,
now?
Josh.
Is dead.
Josh, all I'm trying to say is it's really sad how black people treat each other.
I was talking
Yeah.
about you,
I think
motherfucker.
the
We're
conclusion that
gonna
we've come
sacrifice
to.
a white boy. We're gonna sacrifice a white boy.
Tommy, if you don't shut up, please, Josh.
I think the conclusion we've come to is that black people should not be police officers.
I said that the other night. I said I think it's time.
People need to swallow their authority complex.
I think it's time. I think it's time to fire all police officers. All black police.
Authority figure needs to be checked mentally.
But look,
I think we just need white police officers and white police officers only.
Look, you're a young Freddie, hold on. Freddie, you're a young black man in America. For the past 2 years, you've been told that police are going to kill you if you don't comply with everything they say. You're going to be murdered by the cops if you're a black man and you get pulled over by cops. That's what they've been told for the past 2 years. So why wouldn't he just do that?
Employee
why would he run?
My feet and down on my knees, whore. Yeah, y'all some simps.
Look, and why do you think? And how did they do that under? You don't think it's weird they did that underneath a police light?
Fuck y'all.
Hey, you know where Tyree's brother lives, Frederica? The one that made this statement about all that, and he was the one that laid it out. You know where he lives, Frederica?
Where, Robbie?
California.
Okay, that's sad. He lost a brother. What's him living in California got to do with anything? His brother lived in California as well.
No, his brother was in Memphis, and he got killed by a bunch of dead crazy-ass black folks.
How you talking about?
The boy Tyree that got killed by the 5 black cops.
Who got killed by the white folks? His brother in California?
No, Tyree has ties to California. His brother's in California. And that's why Tyree liked to skateboard. He works for FedEx. He was one of them good kids. He was doing right.
You picking up, Robbie.
And then the crazy blacks showed up and killed him. And I hope his kid. I think he had at least one. At least one. He might have 2 kids, but he wasn't a bad kid. He wasn't on drugs. Tyree's not going to be found to be on any drugs. He just didn't know what the hell happened to him.
I don't know. Well, I'll believe that when I see it, because I don't think that.
I feel you, Josh.
I don't think anybody resists tasers and pepper spray. That
I just know that you don't work for FedEx, without getting P-tests and all that good stuff.
My little brother works for UPS, which is quite a bit like FedEx.
FedEx and UPS, they P-test you.
They didn't. Oh, you don't know my little brother. They didn't P-test his ass. He wouldn't be working.
That's fine. That's UPS, though. I don't know. The post office is really strict on
these days. A lot of companies doesn't require you to take a picture.
Or maybe he did fake pee or something. It's not hard.
Yeah, that's out there. That's out there.
Shoot, we would just
have
somebody pee in a condom, strap it to your thing.
He can hook you up. Frederica can hook you up.
Frederica ain't got no clean pee.
I think what happened to Tyre Nichols is terrible, horrible.
Oh,
I think it's terrible and horrible, and I am way more distressed about it than Frederica is. Isn't it?
Yeah, he's not gonna make a big stink over this one because it's black cops.
I mean, I care more about black people than Frederica does, and he wants reparations.
Why are we looking at your beer case holding?
I know. What are you showing? Do you think your camera's been the other way this whole time?
Yeah, he thinks it's been on him. I'm sure because he's that weird.
Yours camera, Roddy.
I'm looking at a radio.
Is that a Sega?
I'm not trying to be on camera.
Oh, you're just trying to show us your house?
Other time you want your nose stuck up there.
No, I'm protesting. No, I've been protesting the government. I've been protesting the government. I think it's terrible what Tyre Nichols. Yeah, I like how he's trying to play it off like, "Oh, we all knew it was turned backwards." Damn it, General, you know me, don't you? Yeah, I know. You sit there talking like hell, and I'm looking at a old radio with a disc player on it. And about 18, 12 packs of beer.
Your glass door, all your beer you're drinking.
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow.
Party time.
Tomorrow's Monday. What's tomorrow? Or no, tomorrow's Tuesday.
Discord.
Why are you off? Why are you off on a Tuesday?
There he is. Josh, for the record,
He gets off Sunday and Tuesday.
my official day off that in normal times, and this is the second time in 4 years that I have had my actual day off. And I told Angie earlier, I'm like, I'm gonna have to treat it like, oh my God, they might say, hey, you want to work? And I will have to get my ass out of bed and go to work because it's time and a half.
Yeah, I can control people's volume. So Tommy is unmuted right now, but his volume is just really low down. So he's like background noise.
Nice. But I'm scared about getting a call and everything. But tomorrow will be the second time I've known everybody here. Since I've known everybody here. And this will be the second that I've had my day off in 4 years. It's we finally hired another carrier.
I don't have my earplugs in. I don't have my earplugs in.
Somebody nuke him.
No, you need to turn me up and then leave me alone.
We cannot handle you.
Then I'll leave you alone.
I'm a Patriot Communications.
I'm a Patriot too as well.
No.
You are.
I love.
Wait.
Congrats on the day off, Robbie.
Yeah, Josh, it's really. I know it means a lot more to me than it does to anybody else, and I've tried to sell. I need you to shut up, Tommy. I need you to shut up for a minute. But it means a lot. It means a lot to me because before, shut up, fucker. Swear to God, this is a family show.
You just cussed.
I know he drives you to cuss.
So you're drinking.
Okay, so why do you have a Tuesday off? Quick.
Because we hired another person, and I took Saturday off, and they just wrecked it. They did terrible. I've got to go and do an investigative interview with another carrier that didn't help out with the carrier that they threw on it was struggling. And they just totally wrecked it. And I went and I kicked ass today, and I'm like, well, I'm going to go in here, and I'm just going to go fucking balls to the wall because I'm off. And it's the first Tuesday, official Tuesday I've had off. And it's kind of a bar celebration because it's surviving COVID, before COVID, through everything. And then for the second time in 4 years. And the first time was just a fluke. I showed up to work and they just said, no, you're not working today. And that was like 3 years ago. And like Bush said, I don't know, remember you having your Tuesday off automatically. Now, if there's a holiday or something, whatever. But this is it's something I'm pretty fucking proud of, man. And if they try to call me into work, I'll go. But I just went through one side of hell and out the other. I don't have shit to show for it because I've had people steal from me and shit else and everything. But I survived it, man.
I survived.
Yeah, I survived.
You know what the last segment it is? We're doing miracles. Talking about miracles. So you got any good I survived miracle stories?
I actually have one today that happened in Utah.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Nice.
When are you gonna do the segment?
At the end, when I get there.
All right.
Probably around, I don't know, 9:30.
What time is it?
8:30 ish.
I'm off tomorrow. Josh, hey Josh, did I tell you I'm off tomorrow?
Yeah.
I can stay up late. I can stay up till 2:00. Tommy, where you at? Hey, bullshit. But I do have a good one from Utah.
All right.
You at, Josh?
Huh?
Where you at?
Utah.
Oh.
Salt Lake City.
That's crazy, huh?
Yep.
I got a good I survived.
All right, what happened? For the
No,
miracles. No, you're not going to tell it?
No, I'm waiting for you to go to that part of the thing.
Mm.
Are we there?
No, we're not there. We got to do memes. We got to do a bunch of other news.
Oh, boy. All right. You want me to go ahead and tell it?
If you're gonna be here the whole time, but
it's like a tease. But you want me to go ahead and do a tease on what you can expect from the miracle thing, and do the Utah one that I survived? I can do it real fast. I can do a long story short.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna do the. Well, I'll stay on this call for another 15 minutes. So, and then at 8:30, I'll go into. I'll jump out. You guys can stay in here if you want.
No, this will take 45 seconds.
Okay.
All right. So this guy is driving his 18-wheeler through the Utah. Black guy. He got blacker that day, but he's driving through the Utah thing, and he sees a bunch of ambulances and fire trucks and everything on the side of the road, and they're fighting a fire. And so next thing you know, they're driving up, and he's driving up, and he's like, oh, all of a sudden smoke was on me. Oh, Lord. All of a sudden flames are on me. All of a sudden my damn whole 18-wheeler's on fire. I can't believe everything doesn't blow up. I'm in Utah.
And he's in the flames?
He's in the flames.
Nice, because this is like one of the stories that I'm going to talk about. Because we're going to talk about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. You know that story?
I know the Beastie Boys song.
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego got thrown into the fiery furnace by Nebuchadnezzar, and the fires didn't touch them. They were protected.
Yeah, the Beastie Boys killed that.
They have a Beastie Boy song about that?
Absolutely. It's one of the best ones they ever did, in my book. It's top 5, anyway.
Okay, I'm going to have to listen to that. But yeah, people will be like, that's impossible. That could never happen. Meanwhile, we have real-life stories that this happens.
So this guy, he's riding and it's just everything's on fire. He can't even breathe. He's just like, I gotta keep going, keep pushing up and then he finally gets to the other side. He's like, I'm alive, and he jumps out of the thing, and he goes and grabs a car. He goes and jumps in the car, and he says, y'all just let me drive, because they were fixing to drive into it. And he said, y'all let me drive. And he drives over to the other side, and they're like, how are you blocking the traffic over here, you son of a bitches? What you want? You're trying to save half of the people and the other half of the people coming up through here? And they're like, oh, we're understaffed. We're sorry. And it was the biggest fire in Utah. It was like top 5 biggest fires in the United States ever, and burned the size of Chicago and other cities combined. Long story short.
Wow. And he
survived.
But he did get burnt, though? Hello?
He really didn't say he got burnt.
You said it at the beginning. You said he got a little blacker that day.
It was smoke. He did suffer from smoke inhalation. I hope he recuperated smoke inhalation. Everything was on fire. And his biggest fear that his truck wasn't going to make it through, but the truck did make it. It was fire in Utah. I'm not going to start a fire in Michigan City, Indiana.
I turned his volume up for 1 second, and you just hear, well, low.
Jeez, please. But yeah, that's a good one right there. That was a good one. And I was like, Utah, huh? And I was like, it was like one of the biggest fires ever. I'm sure you have to, that has to be on the back of Utahians.
Sounds familiar. The biggest Utah fire.
Y'all call yourselves Utahians? What do y'all call yourselves?
Utahns.
Isn't it Utes? Don't y'all call yourselves the Utah Utes?
Ute.
Yeah, you used to call yourself Utes.
I think Utes. No, because I think Utes is like an Indian tribe. We have a tribe called the Utes. But if you're from Utah, you would just be a Utahn.
Well, the University of Utah's mascot is the Utes.
If I'm from Florida, I'm not a Seminole. I'm a Floridian.
There you go.
Kind of like that.
You need to acclimate better.
Can you see the memes on your screen?
No. What does that mean?
I got memes on the screen. You can't see it?
You have to flip your camera on there. Flip your camera.
My camera's on there, and there should be a screen share.
My stream. What if I hit that? What happened?
Hit that.
Yeah. Wow. Cool.
That's Alec Baldwin. It says prop gun. You guys gonna see the new prop gun movie?
Y'all look at your thing and hit watch. That's cool. That's the first time I've ever done that. That's cool. Yeah.
You don't never look at the screen because you're always off in La La Land up there.
I have the phone right here.
Yeah, his phone's all by his ear and shit. You're talking about Gibson.
Up his nose and by his ear. And we'll be playing a video. He's like, I can't see it because you're not looking.
I see it. Well, no shit. You're not looking at it.
Stop. I'm on point. Yeah, he needs to go to jail.
He's got manslaughter. I don't think he'll go to jail. 5 years of owning this yellow beast. Great memories, but time to move on. She will be missed. Get her to wash the Hummer before she goes. Get it?
No.
Oh man. This is the yellow beast.
All right.
I don't know. I can't see it. It's not very big. What the hell? I don't make that.
It's tiny. It's on a phone.
That turned it sideways.
It's this guy standing there with his wife. She looked kind of Asian. And he's got the Hummer behind him. And he says, 5 years of owning this yellow beast. Great memories, but time to move on. She will be missed. And then he says, get her to watch the Hummer before she goes.
There you go. All right, I get it.
This isn't a meme. This is just I tried to join like an Antifa Facebook group. And, where you...
Antifa Facebook group.
Yeah. Or no. It was the women. It was a women's group. It was a pro-abortion women's group, and I was trying to find out when because they did national women's protests.
You were trolling.
I was trying to join in so I could get the information on when they were going to hold the event, so I could go there.
Right, I'm mentioning that.
And this is one of the rules. This is one of the rules for the group. No pro-birth comments. No pro-birth BS. Pro-birth comments of any kind will not be tolerated. You're not allowed to make pro-birth comments. Birth is cool. This is, oh shoot. There's Robbie's picture. That's not a meme. That was not supposed to be in there. I need to make sure there's nothing else that's not supposed to be in here.
Keep back from the edge.
Keep back from the platform edge or you may get sucked off. Don't threaten me with a good time. Nobody's laughing. What? You don't think that's funny?
I don't know, man. It's over my head shit. Something's over my head, Josh.
It said keep off the platform or you may get sucked off. And then it said, don't threaten me with a good time.
Okay.
Never mind. There are two kinds of people in this world. Avoid both of them. Robbie doesn't get any of them.
No, these are weak.
Lady Seasal, what's up? Then give me some better memes.
I don't have time for that.
Help, I had an omelet.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll laugh at that one now.
Because it's like vaccination.
No, because they're saying eggs causes blood clot, heart attacks, blood clots.
Why?
Because where have you been, honey?
I thought eggs were good. I thought eggs were good for you.
No, they're trying to blame it. They're saying it gives you blood clots, eggs. It's all a bunch of bullshit propaganda.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And that's been fact checked. And now they're saying it's not true. It's not true, guys. Calm down. You can eat eggs.
Everybody calm down.
I'm going to eat them anyway. If I can find some chicken, I'm going to find them too.
Hey, Lacey, Sal, we're going to get you that Bible belt. Don't you worry about it.
Oh, yeah. We need Kendon for the Bible belt. And we need... Well,
No, we
don't.
Here. No, we don't. No, we don't.
Well, no. Yeah, he
Pack your bags, boys. We're going to Germany.
It's a German McDonald's advertisement. It says, Wir suchen dich.
Wir suchen dich. Yep.
Wir suchen dich.
So the W is a V, and then you say suchen and dich.
Yeah, but that means something. What does that mean?
I don't know. That's stupid, really.
What do you mean? That was funny.
I don't know, man.
You have no sense of humor.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not laughing.
It says it means we are looking for. Oh, we're looking for. Wir suchen dich.
I'm not finding any humor in none of this.
The terrific tattoo to cover up a birthmark.
Perfect tattoo to cover up a birth
skin stain.
It's underwear on a birthmark to make it look like a shit stain.
It's a tattoo.
Calvin Klein.
That's very funny.
It's funny.
It is funny. You don't ever shit your britches?
Oh my God! What are we doing here?
When she says, "I never pay for my weed." It's a weed cloud. It looks like a dick.
Robbie says, "What does that mean?"
Yeah, Robbie doesn't get it. They're memes. They're not like, I don't know.
They're not nothing for real, though. For real, jeez, they're supposed to make you laugh. Hey,
there's Pennywise the clown again. Hey, kid, I'm here to help you figure out your gender, Georgie. Fill it up. Fill it up, boys.
Poor fella.
Robbie needs to come with some more memes for me. Then.
I mean, I came here for something to make me laugh.
Well, just look in the mirror, bitch, and hush.
Yeah.
Wow, why you gotta call me a bitch?
Well, because you got pretty close to one.
Robbie's not having it.
Oh, you're not being very general there. You need to calm down.
Hey, Robbie, you need to look at the screen.
I am.
It says 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
I see that one kid and then the older woman or whatever.
No, that's her. That's her all grown up.
Right. Yeah, I know, but yeah. Woo.
Can you believe that meme is like 20 years old now? 15 years old?
That's crazy.
15 or something, 18, 20 years old. Poetic Justice. Bill Gates watches on live at the Australian Open last night as unjabbed Novak how do you say his name? Djokovic takes home the win. So there's unvaxxed Djokovic. That's the guy they kept from going into some countries. He wouldn't get.
Yeah, he wouldn't get the jab. Nope.
Yep.
He didn't.
And Bill Gates is in the audience watching him win.
All right, I like that one. That's a good one. That's good.
Oh, Lord, there's Jill burning up shit.
Jill with the gas stove burning up some classified documents.
Still burning up and shit. God,
A lady ahead of me ordered fast food. The cashier said that'll be $6.66. She said, "Oh no, I don't like that total. Better throw in a corn dog." This woman is an inspiration. She's out there fighting off the powers of Satan with a corn dog as her weapon of choice. Corn dogs, Robbie. Where's Tommy at?
Who's selling? What? I would hold on a second. What restaurant? What restaurant is selling corn dogs?
Wiener Schnitzel sells corn dogs. Sonic sells corn dogs. A&W sells corn dogs.
Sonic's not selling corn dogs.
I've got a little store here next door, a few places down from me. They sell corn dogs, egg rolls, fried.
But
chicken.
that's not it's not a franchised restaurant. So where is she? What restaurant? Where is she at?
I'm pretty sure. I know Sonic sells corn dogs. You don't have Wiener Schnitzels, but we have Wiener Schnitzels out here. They sell corn dogs.
Look, without the actual restaurant, that meme is lame.
Whatever, dude.
Damn,
Too critical of the memes.
It's all about 666, the devil's numbers.
I'm very critical of memes.
Yeah,
Josh. Yeah. Oh my God! What the hell is that?
Hold on now, guys. Take your time before you jump to conclusions. It's not what you think it is.
What is it?
It's a guy doing a back bend, but it looks like.
And Gibson tells me to look at the phone. Look at the phone.
It looks like the guy's head is coming out of his ass.
Thanks, Gibson, for the look at the phone. Look at the phone.
It looks like his head's coming out of his ass.
Look at your phone.
No, I'm not going to, Butch.
Help! I'm having a coincidence.
Look like Tommy.
I don't know about that.
I don't understand that.
I'm having a coincidence. I'm trying to.
How to become a pirate. Cody, that was stubborn one.
Gonna get some.
Sure.
That will put an eye out.
How many stitches you want up there in your orbital socket up there?
Yep. Stubborn one. She's trying to match.
She's trying to one up on you.
This girl's
That's
cute.
So.
She's mildly attractive, but she's not gonna.
She's gonna be attractive shortly.
Yeah.
She looks like she doesn't fit.
No, that's a liberal. That's a liberal for
her
you
top,
right there.
This one is so fun. This one made me crack up when I saw it.
It looked very Photoshop.
Confirmed. That's how it happened. Looks like Ursula on Weight Watchers. Yeah. This one made me crack up when I saw. The world would be a much better place if people had the ability to love the way that dogs do.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, they're unconditional. Sure, no doubt.
Yeah, but you know what this dog is doing to this dog right now.
Yeah,
I know. But I'm trying to keep it a family show.
He's showing dominance. He's like, yeah, the
world would be a better place if you could just walk up to.
Yeah. I get that one. All right, go to the next one. My God.
Uh-oh.
This one's not even a meme. This one's what's an unpopular music opinion that people want to throw hands over when you say it. Mine is that Elvis and Tupac and Biggie are all overrated.
What's an unpopular music opinion that people want to throw hands? Let's say it.
Well, where's Tommy at?
Mine, no.
Did you sleep?
That's interesting.
Corn dog. McGruff said that corn dog sells. Or Sonic sells corn dog bites.
I'm gonna leave that one alone because I don't want to say anything that make me want to throw hands over.
You don't have you don't have an unpopular music opinion?
No, I do, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to say anything that would make me want to throw hands over it. So
no, it's gonna make other people want to throw hands at you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to inspire, I'm not trying to do that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That's whack.
It's all good. No, I'm up above it. I don't need it. Is
That's
that
all the
it?
memes. Yeah, I didn't have very many memes this week.
Oh, that sucks.
Man. Oh, those are so awesome.
I did the memes last minute. Elvis
I
is
was
a G.
expecting more memes. Oh, man. Damn it.
I got some reels, but you won't be able to see them.
I don't know what that means. I heard somebody say that today. I'm going to do a Pokemon reel.
It's like TikTok. Yeah, it's like TikTok or YouTube Shorts.
No, you're
those little short
look.
videos.
Didn't Trump tell you to get rid of TikTok?
I don't use TikTok.
This is on
you did some
Facebook.
kind of TikTok thing today about
If you'd
shooting
listen,
arrows through a Bible.
Robbie,
it was
it's
a
reels
Facebook
on
short.
Facebook.
Yeah, whatever that means.
It was a Facebook short and a reel on Facebook. It's not on TikTok.
I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for
Go
that.
to bed, Tommy.
You ain't got time for it. It's a 1 minute movie, a 1 minute video.
All right, we'll play it. Play it.
Who is this? Jeremy Fragrance. What's up, Jeremy Fragrance?
Mike Lindell. What's up, brother?
Oh, you're Mike Lindell? What's up?
Yeah. What up?
Mike Lindell.
Yeah.
MyPillow.com.
Check out my pillow.
Where you at? So on a real note, where are you at? What part of the world?
Behind the at.
Who, me?
Yeah, behind the at.
Yeah.
Don't end a sentence in a preposition.
Yeah, you, Mike. Hey, I can do that.
I live in
Josh, I can do that. It's called a
Poetic license?
It's a trick of the trade. Go ahead.
I live in America in the worst state imaginable, and you'll probably figure it out.
California?
No.
Yep.
Yeah, you got a little Bay Area twang to you.
I'm from Southern. Yeah.
I'm not Bay Area, but California beach. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I'm from Santa Cruz, California.
Yeah, bro.
How old are you, young man?
I'm 31 years old.
Nice.
Sir.
Good for you. Nice for you. Nice for you. How many kids you got?
None.
Me too. Good for you.
Noise.
Good. Good for you. 31, no kids. How much jail time have you done?
0.
Why you just
Nice,
assume
good
somebody
for
did jail
you.
time? Wouldn't you ask?
No,
have
I'm
you...
interviewing.
The first
Josh,
question
I
should be.
interview.
The first question should be:
Josh,
have you
I
ever been
interview.
to jail?
Josh, I interview. Josh, I love to interview people. Let
All
me
right.
do my thing.
You're tearing up the interview right now. Keep it going.
No, I'm doing good.
Yeah.
So, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living, young man?
Well, sir, I quit my job last month, so I don't do nothing.
Yeah, but at least the government's taking care of you, or what?
Nah, I got money. I've been saving money for years. I did. I worked with my dad doing home renovations for a couple of years. Flip houses. The housing market.
So your parents are wealthy?
Yeah, moderately.
Nice. In California, that's a tough thing to do. In California, that's a tough thing to achieve, isn't it?
I mean, it's kind of you have to be wealthy in California, or you wouldn't be in California.
Yeah.
Eat there.
Yeah, you're gonna eat grass.
Yeah.
Don't eat grass.
All right. So, would you consider yourself A, a conservative, B, a liberal, or C, a libertarian?
A. In fact, I'll take it to the next level. I wouldn't even consider myself a conservative. I'm all the way Donald J. Trump.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's what's up. All right, you came to the right. You came to the
Yeah,
right
I came up
bar.
with this great idea, dude. I say this. I say if Trump wins again, we abolish term limits, and he just decides to be president forever.
Facts.
And then we abolish.
It never makes sense to me when I hear conservatives asking for term limits. That doesn't make any sense because if the Democrats get 50 years to destroy the country, if Pelosi and Schiff got 50 years to destroy the country, you get a good guy in there. You want to vote again in 2 or 4 years? No, I want him to be in there for a century.
Yeah, dude.
I want him on both sides of Mount Rushmore. That's what's up.
Base.
Base. That's what's up. I like the base. There you go. Wow, we got a new
Yeah.
friend here. What's your name again? Run it by us one more time.
Only
Lindell.
Democrat term limits for Democrats. No
You're
term
calling
limits for
yourself Mike
Republicans.
Lindell. We'll roll with that.
Look, he's got
my name's Mike, but I go by Mike Lindo.
he's got
Nice.
Andrew Tate as his pitcher.
Yeah, dude.
Nice. That's what's up. You came to the right place. You came to the right place. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, we love when we find new people with the. A lot of us had the same thoughts. You know, I'm aware where we go one, we go all. Right.
Yeah.
Santa Cruz is beautiful. Santa Cruz is pretty dope. Oh, the MAGA going up. Yep, they like Mike. They like Mike.
Yeah, we have trans dogs out here.
Trans dogs?
Trans dogs.
Yeah, bro, I swear to God, there's a fucking veterinarian clinic down the street, and they have a sign out front, and they're like, "We accept everybody here," and they have a picture of a dog wearing like a trans flag around its neck. I swear to God, bro.
Did you hear Joe Rogan had these two guys on a long time ago?
Somebody smack the shit out of them. What the fuck are you
So Mike,
Hold on, Robbie, hold on. So he had these two people on who they wrote fake papers and they got them peer reviewed by colleges, and then they got printed in scientific journals and stuff as peer reviewed sources, saying basically that like dogs were gay and there were transgender dogs because when they took their dog to the park and it saw another guy, it would, and so it and they made all this stuff up. It was all bullshit. They made it all up, and they got it peer reviewed and they got it printed in science journals as like scientific fact, peer reviewed sources fact. And they came on Joe Rogan. They're like, it was all BS, and we were just doing it to prove that just because something's peer reviewed and the college professors say it doesn't make it true.
That means shit.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Science. Yep. But anyway, go ahead, Robbie.
No, hell, I'm trying to dissect all that.
Yeah, these gay dogs are fucking getting out of hand.
Yeah, I mean it it's like they're making the frogs gay.
Frogs and dogs.
So, Mike, are you a lifelong Californian? Have you lived in California your whole life, or did you live in other parts of the country?
I lived in Hawaii for 2 years.
Hawaii?
Yeah, Hawaii.
But 2 years? Where did the accent come from? What was that?
What accent?
California's high.
I don't know. It was like you had an accent that was
sound like a Boston accent or something just then.
Yeah. Yeah, because we're
I said Hawaii like in the way that they would say it, or like I feel like that's how people say it out here, like Hawaii.
All right, that's cool. All right, just recognize we're a bunch of Southerners over here, and we hear, we hear
gonna rise again, brother.
We get a little, what the hell was that?
Yeah, you right about that, Mike. South is gonna rise again.
That'd be sick.
I hope.
Just do what Robbie trust the plan.
Student tonight arguing the school.
What do you mean, What do you eat? You look like a cow chewing on cud.
So I'm sure most of you already.
All right. Roast beef sandwich on cheese and bread with roast beef and cheese and mustard, Gibson.
Oh, there you go. That sounds like good.
I'm off tomorrow, Gibson.
Yeah, well, I'm off now. Y'all have a good one. I'm going to bed. I'll see you.
All right,
later, bro.
Have a good night.
He's on the East Coast. It's late over here.
Oh shit.
What time you got?
At 10:45, 10:43 here.
7:42.
Damn, sun's still up over there, ain't it?
Nah.
No?
Nah. I think it sets around 6 o'clock right now.
All right. So,
all right.
We got a new friend, Mike. Mike, did you follow?
Mike's been in
Josh's
here.
thing?
He's been in here a couple of times. Wait, why is this saying?
Yeah, my buddy Steven invited me. I don't know if you know him. He talks a lot and gets like really fucked up.
Stephen
Will.
Yeah, Stephen Will. That's my boy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I met him in Jesse Lee Peterson's server.
Okay. All right.
Is it buffering for everybody watching the stream? What do you call a hat for your leg? A kneecap. Okay. Is it choppy for everybody in the stream that says your YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming? As such, viewers will experience buffering.
No.
I'm not buffering.
Okay.
No, we actually know Stephen Will, and I pray for Stephen Will.
Yeah, he's a good
kid. He dances with the devil a little too much with his addiction.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know him that well, but I've never heard him to
No, I do. No, I do. He knows it. Steven knows that I know. So
I think he's good now. He just drinks and fucking does what's that fucking shit he be doing? Kratom or whatever it is.
Oh, Kratom?
Yeah. Softcore opiate or whatever.
Yeah. He says it's caffeine. I don't know. I think it's an opiate, but he says it's caffeine.
I mean, prayers. Like I said, I'm with you, dude. I hung out with Stephen for a little bit, and I pray for Stephen Will. I pray for Stephen Will. I do.
I pray for you too, Robbie.
Amen, Butch.
All right. Well, I'm going to jump out of the Discord and finish up this news and stuff. And then if you guys want to hang out in here and talk or whatever you want to do, but and maybe I'll jump in a little while again.
Yeah, dude, go do what you got to do. Go do what you got to do, bro.
All right. Later, gentlemen. All right. Let's look at some of these reels, and then we'll do the rapid fire news, and then we got to move on to the last segment. It's getting late. It's already 9 o'clock. Let's see here. Put this off. We got some funny reels. If I can. Let's watch these.
But if I walk normally, watch.
So she's got an item in her hand. When she did that, it didn't work. It went walking. Any thumping tonight? Yes.
Watch.
Yes, Raven. We're gonna thump. Once we do the memes and rapid fire, we're going to talk about miracles. We're going to go through the biblical, not all the biblical miracles, because that would take forever, but some cool biblical miracles, and then some real life miracles that kind of are similar to the biblical miracles, people rising from the dead and things like that. All right, that's a pretty good one. I like that. This is funny. Can I make it bigger?
I just released a song and I'm going to sing it for you guys right here. I hope you enjoy. I don't want your money. No, I'm a little drunk and I can cry right now. Everybody, I'm so sorry in advance. My name is Alexandra Starr. I just released a song and I'm going to sing it for you guys right here. I hope you enjoy. I don't want your money. No, I'm a little drunk and I can cry right now.
Whoa!
Everybody, I'm so sorry in advance. My name.
Awesome. Next, this one's hilarious. So he's getting out of bed. They're getting out of bed. They slept together. They're getting out of bed. It's German. What is your name anyway? So it's a one-night stand situation. What is your name anyway? Would you like to stay for breakfast? He's getting in a wheelchair. Wait, he's got a wheelchair? What the heck? Oh, snap. Husband came home. He was with that dude's wife.
A gdybym to ja zajął
What if I took your place?
twoje miejsce? Nie
Be
parkuj na
mindful. Do not park in a disabled spot.
miejsce.
That's epic. All right, now we got some gaming action. Some gaming. Hold on. Let's get audio. This is funny.
Get off the game, go to the bathroom, and take a shit.
Kid's mom.
Now.
Why he's playing
Bathroom and shit now.
what's this game?
Go to the bathroom.
Apex.
Smell you. Get off.
Hey,
Go to the bathroom.
get out.
Go to the bathroom. I can smell you shitting yourself. Get up and go to the bathroom. Down.
No.
Get
No.
up and go to
No.
the bathroom.
Not yet.
Go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself.
Not yet.
Go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself.
Not yet. No.
I will rip everything apart. I swear to God. Go to the bathroom.
Not yet.
You're shitting yourself.
Not yet.
You're shitting yourself. Poop is coming.
That's funny, but it's
I
sad
challenge The Rock to
because
rock, paper, scissors.
I 100% believe that's real. It's sad, but it's funny. All right, lots of reels this week. This one's an epic one. This is an oldie but a goodie. If you haven't seen it yet, you get to see it right now. This one's an oldie but a goodie. This is the best thing I've ever seen or probably will see in my entire lifetime. Let's watch. Mom always know when you shit yourself. This is how far our species has fallen. Oh no, little boy's about to get kicked. Oh, he made it. He made it. Wait, he's stopping. Don't stop. Bro, don't stop. She's coming back. She's coming back. Epic. All right, rapid fire news. Actually, could that be Jamie? Surely not. He's got a bucket next to him. This is how far our species have fallen. Actually, I gotta. I'm gonna play this video while I go take a restroom break. It's 3 minutes. We have an update on the 6-year-old. I've been staying up to date on this because I just find it crazy that a 6-year-old brought a gun to school and shot his teacher. We have another update on this story. The teacher is speaking out, saying we talked about this last week. How the kid had problems and that his parents had to go to school with him every week. And the 1 week that the parents took off, the parents had to go to school with him every day. One of the parents had to go attend school with him. And the 1 week that they took off is when the kid did this. The school had multiple warnings. This teacher says the school was warned multiple times. I knew that the school had some knowledge that they checked the kid's backpack. This teacher says that the kid was checked multiple times, threatened a kid on the playground with the gun and made them cry. And they said his pockets are too small. He couldn't have a gun in his pockets. So they didn't check his pockets or his pants. They checked his backpack. Nothing was in there. Here's the news report. It's 3 minutes. I will be right back, guys. So check this out. I gotta take another quick restroom break. Here you go.
Arguing the school was warned 3 times on that very day that the boy could have a gun and that he was making threats. Her lawyer tonight now revealing a chilling timeline here, also revealing the teacher still has that bullet lodged in her chest. Here's our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, tonight.
2 weeks after she was shot by her 6-year-old student in an attack that stunned the nation, teacher Abby Zawerner is breaking her silence. Her attorney accusing the school of failing to stop the violence despite multiple warnings the boy was dangerous.
3 times, school administration was warned by concerned teachers and employees that the boy had a gun on him at the school, but the administration could not be bothered.
That lawyer laying out a string of red flags that day, saying it was Zawerner who first reported that the boy had threatened to beat up another child.
They didn't call security. They didn't remove the student from the classroom.
After getting a tip about a gun, another teacher searched the boy. When that same teacher warned the gun could be in a pocket, a school official allegedly dismissed the threat.
The administrator downplayed the report from the teacher and the possibility of a gun, saying, and I quote, "Well, he has little pockets."
A half hour later, Zwerner's lawyer claims a third teacher reported a student who was crying because the 6-year-old had threatened him with the gun during recess. But again, no action.
Did administrators call the police? No. Did administrators lock down the
Seen a
school?
4-year-old on.
No.
Finally, Zwerner claims another concerned staffer asked to pat down and search the boy, but was denied. Told to wait the situation out because the school day was almost over. Minutes later, police say the boy opened fire with the gun he brought from his home. Mark Garcia's 8-year-old son was down the hall and ran for cover. Garcia says parents in the school have long voiced concerns about security.
These are red flags that we raised as parents before, and now we're actually hearing it and understanding that these red flags are actually real.
The parents of the 6-year-old suspect say he suffers from an acute disability and claim the shooting occurred during the first week he attended class without a parent. But tonight, Abby Zwerner remains at home healing. We learned today that bullet is still lodged in her chest.
The road to full recovery will be long. The psychological wounds cut deeply and remain fresh.
And Pierre Thomas with us here tonight. Pierre.
All right, enough of that. So updates on that story. Let's keep going. Oh, you guys don't have camera here. Let me get my camera. All right. American Clinic says nutrient in eggs could increase risk of blood clots. Now, I do not want to give disinformation. I'm going to say this was a report from earlier in the week, and it has been denounced. It has been fact-checked. An American Clinic says that a nutrient, this is from Thager earlier in the week, and apparently this is wrong, so I want to preface with that. An American Clinic says that a nutrient found in eggs could make people more prone to blood clotting. Cleveland Clinic conducted a study suggesting that the nutrient choline could increase the risk of blood clots when consumed in high concentrations. However, large amounts of choline can cause blood clotting, researchers said. One of the researchers, Dr. Stanley L. Hazen, said, unless prescribed by your doctor, avoid supplements with choline. But now this would discourage people from buying eggs, which eggs are being artificially inflated in price to where a dozen eggs now, for me, cost $7 or $8, whereas it used to cost $2 or $3. So they don't want to deter you from eating eggs. They want you to keep eating eggs because they're really expensive. So they come out with a PolitiFact fact check. Scientists warn eggs are causing thousands of people to suddenly form blood clots. False. That is false. If you didn't know this before PolitiFact said it, now you know. Don't egg them on. Scientists found no link between eggs and sudden blood clots. Now, I also don't really believe most of what PolitiFact says, but this makes sense since I figured that was false off the rip. But they're not going to tell you the real reason the blood clots are being formed. An unnerving headline started circulating on social media in January full of dietary drama and COVID-19 Vaseline innuendo. Scientists, blah, blah, blah. Come on, said one Facebook post. Posts were flagged as part of Facebook's effort to combat false news and misinformation on its newsfeed. But, I mean, it was information they put out. Multiple posts featuring the headline cast doubt on the idea that eggs were suddenly causing blood clots and suggested instead that Vaselines were to blame. The world suddenly has become shorthand for claims that the Vaseline is responsible for someone's blank and alludes to blank blank, the title of an anti-Vaseline movie that promotes unsubstantiated conspiracy theories about blank Vaselines. So, yeah, they said this and then they took it back. They're like, oh, no, wait, we want people to keep buying eggs. Also, old news. This is old news that I missed. I didn't catch this. This happened January 12th, so like 2 weeks ago. But the House has passed the Born Alive abortion bill. The Born Alive abortion bill. Now, this is a bill that we heard a lot about during like Obama's time. Republicans have been trying to get this passed for a long time. Basically, the Born Alive abortion bill says that if a woman goes and tries to get a chemical abortion, and rarely the baby will still be born alive. And this is the video. I didn't pull up the video, guys, but there's a video of, and all the Democrats voted against this bill. They don't like this bill because people will say, well, what does that mean? That they can just let the baby die if it's born alive? Yes, that's exactly what it means. And there's a video of a doctor talking about this with someone, and they say, what happens is if the baby's born alive, we'll set the baby on the table, we'll make it comfortable, and then we'll have a conversation with the mother. What that conversation is do you want the baby to live or die? If the mother says, no, I aborted it, I still want it to die, I don't know if they chemically kill it, I don't know how, but they let the baby die. They let the baby die. And Republicans, now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, are trying to get past this born alive abortion bill, but Democrats are still blocking it. Why would you block a bill that says that if a child is born and survives an abortion survivor, since we're all big now advocates for trafficking survivors and sexual abuse survivors, we're all just falling into the Me Too nonsense now. Where was I going with that? Survivors. Oh yeah, the survivors like Eliza who? Eliza nobody. Eliza full of lies. If you claim to be a survivor, it's supposed to be a good thing. So I would think if you survived an abortion, we should probably let you live. We should probably let you stay alive. We should probably help you because you're a child, you're an infant, you're born alive. Don't let them die on the table. But that's what Democrats want. So just putting that out there. That passed in the House on the 12th. It's not expected to pass in the Senate. We need it to pass in the Senate for it to become a law. Former Detroit Lion Jesse Lemonier dies at age 25, team says. I just looked for the cause of death. Could not find the cause of death. All my things are out of order for some reason. But he died at 25. Conspiracy theorists, quote unquote, started saying all the common stuff. And they're not releasing the cause of death. As you see from Newsweek, Jesse Lemonier's cause of death sparks COVID Vaseline conspiracy theories. Former NFL star Jesse Lemonier has passed away at the age of 25, and his sudden death has sparked Vaseline conspiracies. The former linebacker would have been 26 on January 26, and tributes have been made by his former teams, the Lions, Chargers, who have shared in their devastation. His cause of death has not yet been announced. That hasn't stopped theories surrounding his unexpected passing being shared on social media. I mean, why wouldn't you just announce the cause of death? I'm not going to jump into any conclusions on this one. It's just odd. It's just getting it's getting too much to be coincidence, for a long time now that all these young athletes are, I can't say the S word. I can't say that word. So, abruptly passing, abruptly dying, abruptly. Yeah, that's a better word. Okay. So Jesse Lemonier, another died abruptly case. The neonatal electric chair. Because there's billions of dollars in baby parts. Oh, I know. No longer they are mandatorily killed and carved up for parts in Minnesota now. That's horrible. They passed the opposite in Minnesota. Chemical abortions allowed after born here now. Right. Yeah, I know. And I saw you trying to tell Rich about that in Jamie's thing. He's like, what bill? What bill? So there's an example of the bill. There's also the safe haven bill in Maryland, which is they'll say what it is you can leave your baby in one of those they put like baby boxes. We've covered that on the show. We've talked about that. These baby boxes that they'll put in public restrooms where you can leave a baby. It used to be, you'd leave them at the police station or the fire station. Now there's just boxes in public restrooms, like these little baby boxes, and you put your baby in there. They come and get the baby. But the way the law is written, it basically says you will not be prosecuted if your child dies from neglect up until 30 days. So the argument is the way this bill is worded, the safe haven bill in Maryland, and also I believe California there's 2 states that have it. The way it's worded, a mother could just neglect the child for 30 days and just not do it. She could just set it aside and ignore it, let it die, and no prosecution for neglect. There can be no prosecution for neglect. So it basically makes neglecting your child for 30 days after birth excusable. Which is horrible, which is degenerate. Rapper Azalea Banks praises Ron DeSantis. I feel way safer in Florida than in Los Angeles. Based. SF1 in Minnesota. Shout out to Mike, cool guy. Yeah, he's all right. Rapper Zayla Banks, most famous for her hit song 212 and don't even know about it, says she feels way safer living in Republican-led Florida than she does in Los Angeles. Banks made her woke-crushing comments in an interview with The Guardian where she hailed her newfound Miami as a place where people mind their effing business. Banks also felt that the media has unfairly maligned Florida, saying that she feels way safer in the Sunshine State than in Los Angeles. She also believes that Governor Ron DeSantis has a practical way of governing. Base. He's focused on the basic stuff, she said. There are elderly people in our country without walkers who don't have the money to get a septic tooth pulled. If we're talking about divvying up healthcare funds, those situations should take precedence to facial feminization surgeries and stuff like that. I mean, I get it, but that's a cosmetic surgery. Like, does your penis work? Can you pee? You're not as in trouble as the older woman who can't afford her dialysis. I think DeSantis is practical about a lot of things. Based. So, Azalea Banks, pretty based. Dana White responds to latest KOs in Power Slap League with safety vow. So the new Power Slap League, guys, this is crazy. I'm not gonna watch this. I'll watch highlights. But Dana White starting the new Power Slap League in America, popularized in Russia, suggested he will continue to work on fighter safety in his new slap fighting league. The American has launched this new Power Slap League in a bid to make the sport of slap fighting mainstream around the globe. Crazy, but I mean, it's money. It's money. It's popular. Following the success of his lengthy stint as president of the UFC, Power Slap's Road to the Title series aired for the first time last week, generated further controversy with a series of worrying incidents occurring. I wish I hadn't to sell my Endeavor stocks because I bet you it's going to jump up now that they got a new event under their belt instead of just UFC. One fighter was left with short-term memory loss after being knocked out cold, in addition to a female fighter being sent crashing into a podium after being severely concussed. The fighting is sanctioned by the Nevada Athletic State Commission, and the regulatory body is working to improve the safety of the fighters. It says video loading. I don't think we're going to be able to watch the clip of the slap fighting. Go watch some slap fighting. A&W puts pants on its polarizing bear mascot in a joke statement made at Eminem's expense, because Eminem just came out with their feminine M&Ms. They're only the female colors, and some of the money goes to female artists. We talked about this previously. And you'll say, Josh, what do you mean female M&Ms? I mean the characters, the cartoon characters of the M&Ms. The green one is a girl, the brown one is a girl, and the purple one is a girl. So they're selling M&Ms that are only the female colors. So there's green, purple, and brown. And the money goes to female. It's ridiculous. This is woke stuff for you. After a popular in A&W, first they came out and put the pants on its polarizing bear mascot because it didn't have pants. And people were like, wait, are they going woke? Turns out it was a joke, and they were just making fun of all the wokeness. Pretty funny. Also related to this, we have the Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy game coming out, and I want to get it. It comes out February 10th. I want to get it and play it just because it'll make good new streaming content, a new game. Lots of people want to see that game being played because it's going to be brand new. Hogwarts, Harry Potter, popular, and all that stuff. The reason I really want to get it and stream it is because woke leftists now are coming out and saying, they're posting on Twitter and stuff. They're saying, if you stream this game, you are a transphobe and you are a bigot. Do not stream this game because you're giving power to the transphobe community because they don't like J.K. Rowling because of some of the stuff she said that's kind of based. And so I want to get the game and play it just because of that. You know, there's conservatives who are buying 5 copies of this game that they never plan on playing just to blow up the sales of this game to make the woke people mad. I think it's funny. I think it's awesome. And the game looks pretty good. So we might be getting Harry Potter and then start playing that on February 10th. I know you guys voted for Assassin's Creed, and that will be the next old game that I have that I play. But right now I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 online. I like it a lot. And I want to play this Harry Potter game when it comes out. Stream it, and we'll stream the Harry Potter game and be known as the transphobes. Epic. All right, a few more rapid fire news, then we'll get into our last segment. Fireball Cinnamon mini bottles contain no whiskey, lawsuit claims. This is from California. They don't sell these bottles. they don't sell these bottles in Utah stores. They don't sell wine in the gas stations. Like down in Florida, they sell wine, all kinds of different beers. The alcohol laws in Utah are pretty weird, but apparently in California, a class action lawsuit filed by a woman in Illinois claims the shot-sized bottles of Fireball Cinnamon sold at gas stations and supermarkets actually contain no whiskey at all, misleading customers who buy the brand's bottles. They are often sold outside liquor stores for 99 cents. The lawsuit called the labels almost identical, saying the manufacturer intended for consumers to make the mistake of what was inside it. Lawsuit goes on to explain the difference between the two liquids. Whiskey is distilled spirit, while malt beverage is a drink based on fermentation. So they're selling a malt drink in a whiskey bottle and saying it's whiskey. With natural whiskey and other flavors is a clever turn of phrase because consumers who strain to read this will not see how natural whiskey is distinct from other flavors, the lawsuit says. They will think the product is a malt beverage with added natural whiskey and other flavors. What the label means to say is that the product contains natural whiskey flavors and other flavors. But by not including the word flavors after natural whiskey, purchasers who look closely will expect the distilled spirit of whiskey was added as a separate ingredient. So people have been getting imaginary drunk off these little bottles, thinking they had 6 shots of whiskey. They really just had basically 1 bottle of malt beer. That's funny. That's funny. Harry Pot game. I'm playing WGT Golf. Dark chocolate almonds for the win. Screw M&Ms. I'm on them walnuts or chestnuts. All right. All right. So that's funny. The whiskey bottles don't have no whiskey in it. Daily Wire. Watch. Robot liquefies, then reforms in scientific breakthrough. In recent breakthroughs, scientists have created a robot that can transition back and forth between solid and liquid states, allowing it to navigate through numerous obstacles and environments. Researchers applied technology in different scenarios. The robot was able to navigate obstacle course. Basically, they use this type of metal that has a really low melting point. And if you think this is impossible, this is crazy, this couldn't be done, it happened in Terminator, so it must be real. No, but to be honest, if you can make a solid form of matter move like a robot, you can make a liquid form. It's the same. It's still just a different form of matter. It's still the same matter. It's just in its liquid form. So if you can make it form in a solid, if you can make it move in a solid, making it move in a liquid, not that hard to believe. And so we got real life Terminators on the way, guys. Los Angeles shooting, 3 killed and at least 4 wounded. An overnight shooting in Los Angeles, another shooting in Los Angeles. 3 people were killed and at least 4 injured in a shooting in Los Angeles, the city's fire department said Saturday. California's 4th mass shooting in a week. Los Angeles Fire Department responded, called for help. Residential street. The responders found 3 people dead and 2 injured, which were taken to hospital. Shooting occurred just outside of Beverly Hills in the Beverly Crest community. 3 victims were shot inside a car, and the other 4 while standing outside a home. So it's crazy. Not a lot of info on this. I'm sure they're not going to put out the race of the gunman because probably wasn't white. So not a lot of info on this one yet. They're going to bury it. It doesn't match their narrative, so they're not going to blow that one up. And then last but not least, there's real none of your business here. Last but not least, somebody asked me about this in one of my streams recently, and I was like, Eliza who? This Eliza Blue chick. So, and I totally didn't finish the main story news. The main story news. So this news story, I'm not going to read it. I already read it. PV, the group PV. This video is getting people banned. I can't play the video, guys. PV released this video of this guy. I was talking about this earlier, but I skipped over it. Basically saying that the coof was made to be mutated in a lab. Let's read his quote. This is his quote from NBC 15 News. You know how the virus keeps mutating? Well, one of the things we're exploring is why don't we just mutate it ourselves so we could preemptively build new Vaselines, right? Walker can be heard saying to PV's undercover investigator, if we're going to do that, though, there's a risk of, as you could imagine, no one wants to be having a pharma company mutating effing viruses. So they're talking about GOF research, which I thought that was already, declassified, that we know that Obama and Fauci helped fund the GOF research in Wuhan, and then we know that the Wuhan population, like half of the population, 5 million out of 11 million, went to Western countries before the beginning of the coup. And so I thought this was all public information now, but I guess it's not. We're not allowed to talk about this. So PV, this video is getting people taken down. JLP's channel got a 1-week content strike. They're banned for 1 week. Lots of other channels getting banned for sharing this story. So I'm only reading you NBC News' reporting on it. I'm not going to play the video. I'm not going to say my opinions. I think my opinions are obvious. You already know what I think. But yeah, so anyway, that video is getting people banned. Meanwhile, on Twitter, there's a new thing getting people banned. And it's sharing pictures of this girl. Who's this girl? Nobody knows who this chick is. Oh, wait. I saw her in Tim Pool recently. She looked like a Pixiekin liberal. She had short purple hair. In this picture, she got short blue hair. And when I listened to her on Tim Pool, she seemed to just hate the Tate brothers, claiming she's a sex trafficking advocate. And she's against sex trafficking and blah, blah, blah. And she's really just going after the Tate brothers. Whenever they brought up Epstein, she kind of veered away. She deflected. She didn't want to talk about that. And turns out this chick is just a straight up grifter. She's fake. There's no evidence. She says she has a sex trafficking advocate organization where she saves sex trafficked young women. That organization doesn't exist. Nobody can find evidence of this organization. And as I'm about to show you, what she claims is actually illegal. She claims that she's an advocate for 80 young women, when, according to laws, even charities and sexual abuse clinics and all these things, they're not allowed to have more than 20 clients. A massive charity, okay, with multiple employees working there is only allowed to take in 20 clients at a time. Meanwhile, Eliza Blue, on her own, by her, and that's not a real name, by the way. She's been trying to get famous for decades. She's gone by 4 or 5 different names online. She was a cam girl online. She was on Blind Date, on the show Blind Date, being a hoe. She was where else? She was on Michael Malice's show, being a hoe. She didn't want to. He said, "I want to talk about sex trafficking." She's like, "I want to show you my hat." We're gonna play that clip in a second. She went on Tim Pool. She wouldn't answer any questions legit. If you fall for this chick, you are gullible and you're not paying attention, because this should be obvious by now. These things should be obvious. You shouldn't be falling for this stuff. She jumped on a bandwagon to get rich. When the Epstein thing happened, she made up a fake charity that isn't real, that she's getting all kinds of money and recognition and fame and glory for this stuff that she's really not doing, and she's not about that life. She's actually said in the past on interviews that if the woman is getting money, then it's not sex trafficking. Well, that's what, or if the woman is getting housing and food and taken care of and gets to travel and make money, then that's not sex trafficking. Well, that's exactly what the Tate brothers did, and that's exactly what Epstein did. I've said it before, this doesn't justify what Epstein did, but those women were living their best life. Those girls were choosing to do it, and she was not sex trafficked, by the way. She may say she was sex trafficked. She hasn't come out with a name. She hasn't alleged anything. She's trying to make money off of Me Tooing guys like Andrew Tate, not worrying about the Epstein stuff. She's going to Me Too Andrew Tate. She's going to bring up lawsuits against them that aren't going to hold up in court. And whenever asked about her past, she doesn't answer. She deflects. She gets angry in interviews. Okay, well, that's a lot of hearsay. That's a lot of circumstantial evidence or whatever. Is there any proof? Is there any proof to what you're saying, Josh? Well, okay, and then what about the fact that, when you talk about the PV video, we know it's true, so people start getting banned. People don't get banned for misinformation and disinformation. They get banned for telling the truth. So The Quartering, Brittany Venti, Yellow Flash, Camelot, and many others who aren't as big, but those are the big ones. Those big ones have been temporarily banned on Twitter for sharing public pictures of her in a music video that she did consensually, where she's shaking her ass and her boobs. She was a cam girl, and this stuff's all known. This is all public information. You can go back and see this stuff. But if you post anything about it on Twitter, She's probably sucking Elon Musk's D, and this chick is now like running Twitter. The Quartering did a video on it today. Eliza Blue flags down YouTube video after meltdown. The Quartering did a video on it today about how Twitter is changing its rules because of this girl. This girl is running Twitter, and she doesn't even work for Twitter. Okay, let's watch this video.
Already know what's happening with this Eliza Blue situation. It's pretty hard to not know at this point, simply because of all the censorship that has come out of it, because of what Elon Musk has been doing on Twitter, and banning the Quartering, banning Yellow Flash, banning, I believe, Camelot 331 was banned, and Brittany Venti, and who knows who else that they have.
What's what vid? It's a video she posted on World Star Hip Hop of her dancing provocatively. It's nothing bad. I don't know why. If it didn't imply anything wrong, then why would people get banned for sharing it? She's pulling a Jack Murphy. She's a grifter, and she's being called out for her grift, and so she's just getting people banned. Jack Murphy did the same thing when he went on Slightly Offensive, and they said, wait, you're this alpha male guy that talks about men being strong and stuff. Didn't you used to cuck out your wife? And instead of saying, listen, I've been through that, I changed. Like if I suddenly quit smoking weed, right, and I became an anti-pot advocate, and somebody came to me and said, look at this, I got a video of Josh smoking weed, I would say, yeah, man, I used to smoke weed. I used to be a pothead. I used to advocate for legalization of pot. But I changed my mind. I changed my ways. I grew older. I grew wiser. I saw the world, and I realized I had to do better. But that's not what she does. When somebody calls out her past and how she used to support sex trafficking, by the way, in videos she's done this, when she used to support it, she gets them banned. She gets mad and gets them banned. So let's watch.
Banned so far.
Is it a deep fit? Come on, White Knight. Come on, White Knight. Calm down, real none of your business. Come on. You're being blatantly obtuse. You're ignoring what everybody is saying. You're being super simp, White Knight, bro.
And then taking down every single
Can you
picture
show the
of
Tim
the old
Pool link?
Eliza
I will
Blue,
watch
which was
that.
formerly known as
Yeah, just Google Timcast Eliza Blue. It's not hard. Come on, you're not.
Eliza knows. All of those pictures all of those pictures that contradict those things have been taken down on Twitter, and I'm going to go through that in 1 second. I'll show you a whole bunch of examples just from one Twitter account that have been taken down.
Don't worry, I'm just going to show you a little bit of this video, and then I'm going to show you a Twitter that is somebody's Twitter page. I'm saying prove it. We're doing that right now, buddy.
Pictures in those videos is pretty crazy.
Why I don't understand why you wouldn't, like, you're being super simpy White Knighty right now. Like what? Just because she has big tits, you want to defend her? As the second I heard this chick talk, I knew she was a grifter. Real none of your business. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you. It kind of loses. You lose a lot of credibility.
Twitter backs human trafficking advocate. You see, okay. Twitter backs human trafficking advocate. I keep seeing people say human stupid for you support trafficking, research advocate, something like that, but not actual human trafficking advocate. But anyway, that's semantics. I know.
Is the internet working, Floor?
If you're serious about your podcast.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Venti in the Quartering for exposing Eliza Blue knows alleged lies and inconsistencies. I think this does expose more than just Eliza Blue. It exposes the fact that you can't trust anyone. And like I was on a Common Idiot stream the other day, he kept saying don't follow anyone blindly. And that's 100% facts. You can't follow anyone blindly, and you can't assume that any of these people are telling the complete truth unless you know them in real life and have been around them in real life. That's the only way, and most of us will never be around most of these creators in real life. So we should never follow them blindly. I think that you should watch them, learn what you can from them.
Are you not listening, or are you like in love with this chick for some reason and you're just ignoring what I'm saying? Pay attention. Pay attention to what's happening around you. It's not hard to see. The organization that she says where she takes care of 80 sexual advocates, that's illegal. You can't have more than 20, even if you're a massive charity. So that's a lie. The organization that she says she started doesn't exist. So that's a lie. You seeing her on the interviews, like, come on, man.
And then move on, but don't like adopt their ideals because you think they're noble or anything like that, because they're most likely not. They're most likely phonies. Who I know, definitely Eliza Knows or Eliza Blue. I keep calling her Eliza Knows now.
She's been trying to get famous for decades. She was a model in Chicago. She was on Blind Date. And now she finally starts to get famous and get on podcasts because she becomes a sexual abuse advocate. Come on. She's Me Tooing Andrew Tate and getting popular off of it. If the thing with him hadn't happened, nobody would know her name.
Now, at the same time she's being exposed, Elon Musk is being exposed, and all these other people who are not calling her out for what she's doing and not calling Elon out for what he's doing, not trying to defend the Quartering, not defending Yellow Flash, because we know that the Quartering has friends in pretty powerful positions. I know they know what's going on. They're refusing.
Right, you think Jeremy from the Quartering is just making this up? You think he doesn't do his due diligence? He knows what he's talking about. There wouldn't be multiple different conservatives. And even when she went on Tim Pool and Michael Malice, they weren't falling for her bullcrap. They were going hard on her and asking her tough questions, and she couldn't answer any of them. She got angry. She retaliated. And we're going to play those clips in a second. We're going to play those clips.
To call out Eliza Blue because she has been on all of their channels. You know, she's supposed to be their friend. They don't either. They don't want to look stupid.
I don't know how you can just look at this chick and know everything that comes out of her mouth is bullshit. Like, come on, man.
Or they don't want to get on her bad side because she has some secret power that we don't know about. And maybe that's why Elon is censoring all this stuff. But I don't think Elon was ever the real deal. I've always been very skeptical of Elon for the longest time. If you want to hear my theory.
Oh, it's cool. I haven't seen them. Oh, so you were just talking. So you're just, you have no idea what you're talking about then. Oh, okay. Then why, you should have just said that from the beginning. Why were you going so hard defending her when you don't know anything that I'm talking about? Like, I don't just say stuff out of my ass. If I'm saying this chick is a grifter and she's a hoe, I'm saying it because I know it. I'm not saying it. But then you get defensive and you say, no, she's an advocate. I don't believe it. Blah, 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 blah. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why would you? You're doing the same thing, except you don't know anything about the situation. I do. So basically what's happening here is...
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education. You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
That's all I got to say.
I'll give like a quick synopsis of it. What
I
think
got
Elon is trying to
Frozen.
do
I've been
is
doing
just
the
get people on board with
You ain't been
Neuralink,
doing this
and he's gonna like sell the rights to that to the government, or he's either gonna control everyone himself. Something weird is gonna go on with Neuralink,
I said what I
and
saw
I think
on
he
Twitter,
knows
and while
from what happened in the last few years
sudden,
that the left is gonna.
You were defending her. You said she saved a lot of lives. She saved a lot of young children's lives who were sex trafficked. And why do you hate her so much, Josh? And blah, 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 blah. That's what you said. So
take it. You know, the left is going to get...
I never said I hated her. I just said, what are you talking about, dude? Are you not paying attention?
Neuralink without questioning it. That's just what they do, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I think he knows that he's going to have trouble convincing the right to get the Neuralink. So he's trying to like get on the right's good side by acting like Twitter's like some free speech platform now.
Bullshit.
And, you know, all the right-wing ideas won't be censored anymore. It's all BS. He's just trying to get on their good side so that in the future you'll feel more comfortable taking Neuralink.
And there's so many grifters coming into the movement now. Like,
that's what I think. That's my quick little theory. But
be
back
skeptical
to
from
Eliza
the
Blue.
onset.
Jeremy Hambley of the Quartering, a YouTube channel with 1.5, resulting in him
some
receiving
girl with
the same
purple hair comes out of the blue, gets famous all of a sudden out of the blue. And you're just gonna believe it? Come on now.
ban. And that's this
We're
picture right
supposed to
here,
be
I
smarter
believe,
than that.
is a screenshot of World Star Hip Hop video featuring Eliza Blue /Nose/ all those other con artist names that she has. Every time she wants to switch fields, she just changes her identity, changes her.
She pushed a lot of stuff freeing kids. She's getting rich off a grift.
Last name, and she thinks that nobody will figure it out. Well,
This
you know,
isn't
we're in the
Twitch,
age
this is
now
Twitter.
where there's
We're
nothing that you can hide about your past.
We're talking about Twitter. We're talking about a guy with, and Jeremy from the Quartering has over 1 million subscribers on YouTube. He's got a lot of pull, and he got banned on Twitter for posting this picture right here that she put out consensually. Got him banned. Why would she do that? If she's some trustworthy, good woman,
it will always come to
which
light.
Doesn't exist, by the way.
It's trained and about so quickly. Here's a Twitter account that's been posting a lot about Eliza Blue.
We'll just go over to this Twitter account.
And
Let's look at this Twitter account. Fair and balanced. Investigative journalist, speaker of truth, fighter against censorship, fighter for free speech. Yes, I do my own editing. Audio recording of Kitsy Perzog interviewing Eliza Blue. When asked questions about sharing her story, things go terribly wrong.
Well, I can ask you the questions.
I didn't agree to this. I don't know if for me to tell my story at length is going to take a while.
I don't even need that.
Answer questions about my story is going to take a while.
So I know the basics of your story because I've listened to your podcast.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what the question is.
Well, I can ask you the questions.
I didn't agree to this. All I agreed to was answering a few questions about Twitter.
Well, okay, sure. That's totally fine. But can I ask you the questions or email you the questions and you can decide if you want to answer or not?
I mean, did you ask Amanda in advance to do that?
No, I told her that I wanted to ask you about the Twitter stuff and about your own story.
Okay, so
She's a dollar store pink.
Deceived Amanda, didn't tell her everything you wanted to
She
ask.
wants to get famous, and she's getting famous. She's getting famous off of claiming to be some sex trafficking advocate, which is an important issue. You're right about that, Frozen. But she's getting rich off of exploiting these trafficked children.
On the phone
No.
and started asking her about her personal trauma.
No, that's not what happened. I said.
Katie, I think we're probably going to be done here. Please, just next time you want to speak to a survivor about their trauma and bring up
A survivor.
I literally asked her. I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna read you. I'll read you the message that I sent her.
Please be honest in advance.
I won't.
Because there are times when I feel cool about talking about it, and there's other times when I don't.
I'll read you the message that I sent it to her.
But
You're
you're
not
a social
listening to me.
media influencer who supposedly represents this stuff. So you should probably be comfortable with.
Story, I would have appreciated a little bit of a heads up. And you know what? I think you're a cool person. I always have. And I know you're cool with Tim Dillon, and I would have appreciated a little bit more respect just off.
You're not listening to me. Here's what I said to her. I said I'm interested in the Twitter changes as well as her history as a survivor. That is what I told her.
All right, enough of this. So she doesn't want to tell her story. Just after the quartering is freed, Manuel DeFango has been permanently suspended. Without warning or anything, Ella G. Irvin decided that your boy is to be booted. Sorry, Twitter, I'm no longer paying. Let's keep going. If you grift financially off of victims and survivors, you are a predator. Facts. Thanks, Eliza. Keep us updated. I think it's funny she denied being the daughter of Richard Morthland and even blocked people for asking about it, yet here she is. Rich and his family on the floor of the Illinois House of Representatives. Interesting. And there she is with her daddy, who she denied being her daddy. So she's a liar. Now journalists are getting their stories taken down by Eliza Blue. This is getting out of control. The author of the Red State article exposing Eliza Blue sounded off online. So see, this is the problem. This is the problem. When news happens and we share the news, and then you get banned for sharing the news, and then people believe the opposite of the truth because they haven't seen the truth because it's been banned. How are you supposed to see the truth if every time it gets posted, it gets banned? So now you just believe that this chick is some Mother Teresa or something who's helping all these children. Meanwhile, she's getting rich off of simps and white knights who think she's pretty. And they're like, oh, we got a hot girl on the. Yeah, I don't think she's hot at all, by the way. I think she looks retarded. I think she looks like a pixiekin. But it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Let's see, what else do we got? Let's all be real. What forced the internet to dive into her past was when Eliza Blue tried to hide it by getting accounts banned, threatening bans, and getting links taken down. There's plenty on this site. Let's see this. I will be taking legal action against the Chicago Bills here. I have been sexually exploited in multiple ways. I'd like to thank WorldStar for removing the video depicting me. I'd like to thank Google and YouTube for removing the video on Wednesday. I'd like to thank Twitter and Twitter safety. And then here's her modeling in Chicago. This is her sexual exploitation. Oh, there's another one. So this is her sex trafficking and her sexual exploitation. When she said in her own podcast that if you're making money off of it and getting paid for it, that it's not sex trafficking. But now that's how she was trafficked.
I think if you pay them, as far as sex goes, sometimes they ask me, like, were you faking? Was that real? And I'm like, about the hair. It was black one.
Oh, by the way, this episode of Blind Date took place while she was supposedly being sex trafficked. And you know what else she was doing shortly after this, while she was also supposedly being sex trafficked? She was being a cam girl. She was a cam girl. So, yeah, you ain't been doing the education, bro. Twitter censorships, and, you know, the story is making the rounds. Eliza Blue versus...
Eliza Blue has encountered the Streisand effect. Now, this happened after she went on Timcast to read out 2 statements from people who are anonymously accusing Andrew Tate of human trafficking.
Right, and that's how she got popular, for going after Andrew Tate. Big surprise, big surprise. Doing some digging, a clip of Eliza Blue and Dr. Drew a year ago, never heard an answer or lack thereof like this from those who work for human sex trafficking
organizations are available to help people. And when you say you're an advocate for human trafficking or rescuing people from trafficking, where do you focus that? Where is that going on? How do you find out about it? This kind of thing. And what sort of organizations are available to help people?
Yeah, so I'm a survivor advocate for those that have been affected by human trafficking. I always let folks know, because we always say advocate for human trafficking. I don't advocate for human trafficking. I advocate for survivors of human trafficking. Also, I like to steer clear of the word rescue. I'm one of those survivors that, and actually we can talk a little bit more about this as time goes on, but I'm one of those survivors that prefers given the opportunity to be free.
And when you say you're an advocate for human trafficking or rescuing people from trafficking, where do you focus that? Where is that going on? How do you find out about it?
How do you find info on your organization? And then she proceeds to not tell him any information on her organization. Interesting. Also, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There's one thing here where it's from somebody at a charity talking about how she can't possibly have where is it? Where is it? Come here and send you nothing to see here. Huh. I don't know where that one went that I'm looking for. Now it's just repeating itself. I want to play the Michael Malice clip. There she is. Looking like Jack Murphy. Man, I can't find the one that I'm looking for. That's fine. A lot of these are getting banned instantly. Yeah, I just don't know how anybody ever would have fallen for this in the first place. Like, here we go.
Not what you're talking about. You're not talking about people who are like adult sex workers. Can you describe what you mean by human trafficking and how big of an effect is it in our culture and internationally?
Yes. Well, I wanted to congratulate you on your book.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, can we just talk? I mean, okay. Look, I know the topic's very serious, but let's talk about can we please talk about how awesome your book is doing for a second?
No, we're talking about human trafficking.
Okay. So, yeah, so I have no problem with willing. We're talking about the book before this is over. Yeah, so I have no problem.
Not what you're talking about.
He's asking her about sex trafficking. She wants to talk about his book. That's kind of curious.
Because those people don't bring anything to the table. What is going on?
Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
But you're like trying to.
Everyone who's interviewed this chick is like, no.
I don't know.
Come on
it's
now.
Just because it's such a it's from here up, so I couldn't do too much else visually.
Okay.
But yeah, no, the locals community by far, and shout out to your locals.
She's seen several skin blocks for sure.
What is going on?
Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
But
she sure will get a good bashing for trying to.
What is this? It's a kind of Mad Hatter thing?
I don't know. It's just
the
because
horrible
it's
thing
such
that
a
truly happens to women out there.
It's from here up, so I couldn't do too much
Okay.
out. It means a lot.
If you're gullible.
It means a lot.
That's not why she's getting bashed for it. She's getting bashed
Don't
because
cry.
she's a liar.
I promise you I'll make Dave Smith cry next week.
It's tears of joy. Dave Smith's gonna make me cry when he officially announces his bid.
What are you talking about? The conservative movement is the one who is anti-child trafficking. We're trying to figure out the Epstein stuff. We're trying to get to the bottom of this. And meanwhile, she is a sex worker who says that as long as the woman's getting paid and blah, 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 then it's not sex trafficking. Well, that's exactly what Andrew Tate did. The lover boy scam is what she says. She was trafficked by a lover boy scam. But she said in interviews that that's not trafficking. So I don't know what you're talking about. Y'all are just wrong. What about Glenn Beck then? You realize Glenn Beck still employed? You think I care what Glenn Beck does? The Blaze? Oh, you mean Big Con. Oh, you mean Big Con. You mean the Mormon Glenn Beck from The Blaze. Okay. What is that? Like give her some street cred or something? Sex trafficking happens all over the world. Yeah, it does. But she wasn't sex trafficked, and she's not a sex trafficking advocate. She's getting paid for saying that she is. Her organization isn't real. Her claims are not substantiated. She's getting popular off of pursuing a charge against. This is what human trafficking really looks like. You bruised yourself to look like this for money at countless survivors and victims' expenses. Let's see. Where's the one I'm looking for where it talks about how you can't have that many clients? Anyway, enough of this. I'm just saying, if you're that gullible, then whatever. That's cool. That's cool. That or the Blaze isn't credible? Yeah, why do you think Crowder left? That's part of Big Con. That's no different than Daily Wire, Breitbart, Fox, which is owned by a Democrat. Yeah. What do you mean? You know, like Dave Rubin works for the Daily Wire. Does that mean that he's not gay? Come on, man. Oh, wow. Right? What I'm saying, it's shameful she is trying to use such a horrible thing that actually happens to women. Yeah. Well, right. And she used to promote that lifestyle. And now instead of owning up and saying, that was younger me, you know, I grew, I went through that, and I've changed. Instead, she's getting people banned for exposing her. If all these people are getting banned for exposing her, that should tell you right there. That should be. I'm not chatting about the Daily Wire. No, you're chatting about Blaze, which is the same thing. It's the same thing. It's Big Con. Yeah. Same thing. Breitbart, same thing. Fox, same thing. Come on, man. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with you, my boy. All her stories are anti-trafficking. I haven't even heard her say anything about anti-trafficking. I listened to 3 hours of a Michael Malice interview and 3 hours of a Tim Pool interview, and all I heard her talk about was herself, and whenever she was asked a tough question, she deflected. So you, on the other hand, what are you talking about? All her stories, you haven't listened to any of her stories because you haven't listened to any of the interviews. You just asked me for the Tim Pool link. You've already admitted that you haven't listened to anything. So you're still defending her when it's super simp energy, super white knight energy. Come on, man. Just because she's a girl and you think she's pretty. Let's watch these from Lord Bibby.
So there's evil and there's darkness in the world, but there's also a lot of good in the world. And good and light and love will win in the end. And unfortunately, not everybody.
Social media.
So there's evil and there's darkness in the world, but there's also a lot of good in the world. And good and light and love will win in the end. And unfortunately, Not everybody will make it there with us. Not everybody going to make it, but it will win in the end. History has shown us this repeatedly over and over again, no matter how dark things are. Some will make it, and good and light and love will win in the end, and it doesn't stay bad forever. So
I don't know how you can't see through this. I can't believe it. It's crazy.
you can't equate one case for another case. They're two totally different cases. So let's hopefully push for justice with the Epstein-Maxwell case, and that all co-conspirators are held accountable. But also, you can care
But also, I'm more concerned with Andrew Tate right now.
about another case and hope that if justice needs to be received.
If we could get a little bit of clarification here. I also want to talk about the Vice piece a little bit here, but we know what was happening with Epstein to a certain level, which was really, really bad.
Yeah.
Outside of the legal perspective, what do you think was happening here with the Tate brothers? What do you think they were doing? How were they running their operation? What was really going on here from your perspective?
I'm not going to speak about that. You can't
Of course you're not going to speak about that. Of course, because there's nothing. Because you don't got nothing. You're just Me Tooing them. You're just being an advocate to Me Too them and make some money in court. I get it. I get it. If you don't, I don't know. You're not paying attention. But that's that. That's that. I don't think I got anything else. We went through all the news. Last but not least, we got our last bit, our last little segment here. 9:45. Should be done by 10 o'clock ish. 10:30 ish. 10:30 ish. JS is mad. I'm not mad. What am I mad about? I followed her on Twitter. Oh, that makes it all okay. She said on Twitter that yeah, Floor, I know. Anybody with any common sense can see that after listening to her talk for 5 seconds. Like, I don't, and everybody is saying this. Real None Your Business is the only one standing up for this girl right now that I've seen in the conservative. Now, maybe there's some liberals and some Pixiekins and some other stuff who are standing up for it, but this is the only conservative that I see defending her. But he follows her on Twitter, so I get it. I'm sorry, I'm picking on you, Real None Your Business. You make it too easy for me. Oh, I don't know how you can't see that from a mile away.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education. Bro.
Open the Discord. Have you done your homework? No, I'm going to talk about miracles. Going to talk about miracles. Let me actually take one more last quick break. Let me open this stuff up. I already did the Discord. Really, all I'm going to do in this segment is Bible thump for a little bit. I'm supposed to righteously discern. And then play a video. And we're just going to watch the video. Why did that not open? Open in new tab, new window. They're not both opening. It's only opening one. Only opening one thing. Any woman who does all that to her face is for attention. The last thing a victim wants is attention. Well, right, and then people will say, right, she was a cam girl. She was a nude cam girl. Come on. She was a model. She was on Blind Date. She was on, I think, Big Brother and other dating shows. She was on Dr. Drew. She's been trying to get famous for years. And she finally got there because of the Andrew Tate stuff and claiming and Epstein and claiming to be a sex trafficking advocate. Come on. With a fake organization. Look up her organization, Real None You Business. You'll find out that it doesn't exist. She loved every second of it. Right. I don't think she was trafficked, though. By her own definition, she wasn't trafficked. Until years later when she realized she could make money off of it, then she became sexually trafficked. That's why. This is a tale as old as time. I can't believe anybody would fall for that. But let me find this video real quick. She won Battle of the Minds with a beta male. She's not a victim. She's a survivor. There's a difference in mindset. Survived what? What did she survive? She survived getting rich off of selling her body? Oh, okay. Whatever, simp. Whatever, simp. We got the White Knight Club and the Simps Club. God forbid I say anything wrong about a woman. God forbid. We couldn't possibly have that. I think we should just elect her as Speaker of the House, President, Vice President, all those things, guys. I think that, she'd make an excellent. Why is my internet not working? Am I still online? Why do you want to harp on her? This is a dead horse, a 10-minute segment, because I do what the fuck I want to do. If her business doesn't exist, then she's BS. Okay. Well, that's what I said from the beginning. Because I'm trying to open something and it's not working. Page unresponsive. Why is my uh-oh, computer's doing something scary. I'm trying to bring up the next stuff, but it's taking a second. Russia has a huge child trafficking problem too, and organ trafficking. I bet. If you believe in propaganda. I think everybody. Ugh. Smack the dead horse. It's not a dead horse. It's actually like a pretty big story right now because large conservatives are getting shut down because this grifter is coming into the scene, and then we got guys like you defending her when you don't know anything about the situation. You haven't looked into it, and that's why we're losing. That's because men aren't acting like men anymore. Read all the messages, Josh. I'm talking about Ukraine too. Yeah, I don't even. You the ones since Pizzagate been chasing kids? Yeah, I think child sex trafficking is bad. But I also think Me Too is fake and there's a lot of hoes. There's a lot of hoes that are trying to get rich off of being hoes. But yes, she was not child sex trafficked. She was an adult woman making decisions and selling her body. So I don't want to hear it. Now I'm just talking about it because the chat's still talking about it. Willing to listen isn't a big deal. We all get banned online. Not for doing something that shouldn't get you banned. It's quite a big difference. Like you get banned for saying things that are just absolutely against every term of service, and you shouldn't be surprised when you get banned. Like I don't know if you're trying to be edgy or something, but some of the stuff you post, it's like, yeah, you're gonna get banned for that. Duh, you signed a terms of service agreement. But when you get banned for posting a public picture of somebody who's lying, then that should raise some flags. That should raise some red flags. I don't know. Adult women get trafficked too, but who cares? Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about women selling themselves. See, I'm just reading the chats, and you're still. I'm trying to open this window, and it's not working. I don't know what's going on right now. None of my. The heck? Dude, I got banned for posting a tree under the guise of nudity. Wood? I don't know what that means. No. Just because you think that she's a decent person doesn't make it true. I'm basing what I'm saying off of evidence. That's all right. I get it. I mean, I'm not surprised, honestly, at all by it. I kind of Freddie you get banned all the time. Freddie's black. He don't get banned. Well, my excellent connection. I can't get any of my windows. Okay, wait, there we go. Okay, now it's working. I don't know what just happened. But let me open these bookmarks. Find like a song to listen to or something. Here. I'll play this video while I... It's all right, man. I get it. I'm not surprised.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I know I can be challenging, but I'm deeper than what you see.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering, and I'm back. That's right. You're definitely going to want to...
Oh, well, you'll have to read stuff that's been banned on Twitter and not pay attention to anything. That's cool. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, it's so funny. So expected, too. I could have called that. All right.
I'm going to check out my pinned tweet on my main
I'll be right back.
Twitter account. Open a new window, though. Don't let YouTube see you leaving this video. You're going to want to check your Twitter at some point in this video because I've got some spicy receipts for all of you, including a panic thread on Sunday from the VP of Twitter's Trust and Safety that all but confirms to me that Eliza Blue is working directly with Twitter Trust and Safety Vice President Ella Irwin. Both are compromised. An important point here, I don't know if you knew this or not, Eliza Blue does not work for Twitter. However, it appears that she is single-handedly dictating new trust and safety policy to silence and ban critics. Now, what the crazy thing about this whole story is this video was and still is a nothing burger. So you had some phase out there where you threw your beehole out there. Like, who cares? That was 1,000,000 years ago. I don't think anyone would have cared. What's more curious to me is your reaction to it. The deplatforming, the banning. This, I want to say it's also important to point out, not just like my account being locked, but also, Brittany Venti, Yellow Flash, Camelot. There have also been accounts that have been banned. There have also been accounts that have been locked out, and it just says you violated a rule. It doesn't even say what rule they violated. I'm going to leave my locals in the description, in the pinned comment. If you haven't followed me on locals yet, please do. I no longer trust Twitter. I've got a video about that today, too. I'll be giving the kibosh I want to give Elon some time to look at this thread because I think it proves, without a shadow of a doubt that I posted anyway. So you're going to want to check that out. And, Ella Irwin says, I can't tell you to like and retweet it. So definitely don't like and retweet it. But this came out on Saturday. Coincidentally, okay, this is why I say this is just irrefutable to me. It's just irrefutable to me. Within just a few moments, both Eliza Blue issued new wild claims. This is what you would call vague posting. And then within minutes, Eliza makes this new claim about how she was victimized in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. I don't care about that. That's for the police, okay? But what I care about is the fact that Ella Irwin released a new Twitter thread with brand new rules that seem to be specifically designed to protect Eliza Blue, a non-Twitter employee first and foremost. And the timing of these two tweets proved to me that the two were in some level of constant communication. I would expect Elon Musk to be looking at Ella Irwin's DMs with Eliza Blue because this was just too coincidental.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I've been catching the vibes. I'm not surprised. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. That's not my job. It's let's see. This video's got 158,000 views in 9 hours. Let's see. She's been on Tim Pool recently. She's been on Michael Malice recently. It's a issue. It's a thing right now. It's something that people are talking about right now. That's why I'm talking about it. Not because of you. I would have talked about it regardless of whether you were here or not. I'm not trying to convince you. I just think it's funny that you're not the only conservative that I see going to bat with this purple-haired Pixiekin chick that came out of the blue, and she's a hoe. You're defending her, but it doesn't surprise me. Anyway, let's move on. And I said I was only not moving on because my thing was not opening. Now it's working. Okay. Now it's working. Open in new window.
Her head. The girl was apparently pronounced dead 2 days earlier.
Not yet. We're not getting to that yet. Let's do the Bible thumping. Let's thump some Bible. Let's talk about miracles. Miracles. What's the definition of a miracle? I didn't look that up. Let's see what Wikipedia says the definition of a miracle is. A surprising and welcome event that is not explicable by natural or scientific laws and is therefore considered to be the work of a divine agency. So, first we're going to do some Bible thumping. I'm going to go through some miracles, starting with the Old Testament, some of my favorite ones, and then into the New Testament. And we're going to read about some of these miracles. Sometimes miracles aren't good, though. This says a surprising and welcome event. I disagree with that definition. Here we go. A highly improbable or extraordinary event, development, or accomplishment that brings very welcome consequences, an amazing product or achievement, or an outstanding example of something. I don't think miracles always have to be good, which is what those definitions make it seem like. So we're going to start with the 10 plagues of Egypt. The 10 plagues of Egypt. Also, Freddie's here, so I think he's going to like this. These are the 10 plagues of Egypt from God to protect the Israelites. And these were miracles that were performed. I guess they did have a good effect for the Israelites, but they were not so good for the Egyptians. So first we'll talk about the 10 plagues of Egypt in Exodus, starting in Exodus 7. I'm just going to go through the Bible verses of all of them real fast. But we got water to blood, frogs, lice, flies, livestock pestilence, boils, hail, locusts, darkness, and the killing of the firstborn. So in Exodus 7:19, and the Lord spake unto Moses, say unto Aaron, take thy rod and stretch out thine hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in the vessels of stone. So there was water to blood, and every time that Moses did one of these plagues and said, let my people go, sometimes the Pharaoh would just say no. Sometimes the Pharaoh would say yes, but then God would harden his heart in the night and he says, I'm going to harden his heart so that I can make myself known to him. And he kept hardening his heart. The second plague in chapter 8, verse 1 through 3. And the Lord spoke unto Moses, go unto Pharaoh and say unto him, thus saith the Lord, that let my people go, that they may serve me. And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all thy borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thine house, and into thine bedchambers, and upon thy bed, and into the house of thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thine ovens, and into thy kneading troughs. So the frogs came, wasn't enough. Chapter 8, verse 16, and the Lord said unto Moses, say unto Aaron, stretch out thy rod and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. That wasn't enough. He said, let my people go. In chapter 21, else if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses. And the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. That's not enough, though. It keeps going. In chapter 9, behold, the hand of the Lord is upon thy cattle which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, and upon the sheep. There shall be very grievous murrain, which is like pestilence, which is like disease. That's not enough, though. Taking the livestock, in chapter 9, verse 9, and it shall become small dust in all the land of Egypt, and shall be a boil breaking forth with banes upon man and upon the beast throughout all the land of Egypt. That's more about the pestilence. We got to skip to chapter 9, verse 22, and the Lord said unto Moses, stretch forth thine hand toward the heaven, and there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, upon man and upon beast and upon every herb of the field throughout the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire mingled with hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. Still not enough, though. Pharaoh's heart was hardened again. He would not let the people go. In chapter 10, verse 4, else if thou refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locusts into thy coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth. Now, all this stuff that I'm saying may seem unbelievable, may seem like a miracle, but we can look throughout history. There were plagues of flies, there were plagues of locusts, there were plagues of frogs throughout the earth at different times, hailstorms, different storms, different events. Now, some of them seem a little harder to believe, like turning all the water to blood, but I believe that there's actually a time that this happened in history too. Plagues of the darkness, Exodus 21. And the Lord said unto Moses, stretch out thine hand towards the heaven, and there may be darkness over the land. So then he brought the darkness. Or wait. Okay, I got the locust and the darkness. The darkness was a crazy one. There may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. So dark you could feel it. And Moses stretched forth his hands towards the heavens, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt for 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings. Kept going, though. That wasn't enough. Chapter 11, and the Lord said unto Moses, yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. So he's going to push you out after this one. And this is the Passover. And Moses said, thus saith the Lord, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. So even the animals. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and the Israelites. Facts, Freddie. Facts. All right. So those are the 10 plagues of Egypt. Those are miracles. They were good for the Israelites. They were not good for the Egyptians, but they're still considered miracles in my book. Based off those definitions we read, maybe not. But let's keep going. Next, we're going to talk about when they crossed the Red Sea. And then we'll move on to some miracles of Jesus. There's lots of miracles in the Bible. I'm not going to cover all of them, of course, but Exodus 14:21 through 23, and then 26 and 27. And Moses stretched out his hand. So this is when they're fleeing Egypt. The Israelites are fleeing Egypt. After they leave, the Pharaoh says, no, I'm still not going to let them go. I'm going to chase them down. He starts chasing them with his chariots. They get to the Red Sea, and Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a stronger east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right and their left. And the Egyptians pursued and went in after them to the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. We're going to skip to verse 26. And the Lord said unto Moses, stretch out thine hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen. So he crushed them with the sea once they were in there and wiped them out. It was an amazing miracle, parting the Red Sea. Let's jump into the New Testament. And oh, no, first we're going to go to Daniel. We got one more in the Old Testament. One of my favorite stories. We got the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So this is King Nebuchadnezzar. This is in the book of Daniel, chapter 3. And I'm going to read quite a bit here. I'm going to read the whole story. It's chapter 3, verse 15 through verse 26. So I'm going to read all of this. And this is the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And then I'm going to show you a real life version of the same thing. Just like the story Robbie told us, the I Survived story, things like this happen. They do. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. It's the truth. Now, if ye be ready, at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and dulcimer, these are all instruments, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the image which I have made. This is Nebuchadnezzar talking to the people and talking to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They had different names. These were, I think these were Daniel's prophets, not Daniel's prophets, but like Daniel's disciple type guys that worked with Daniel. But if ye worship not, ye shall be cast the same hour into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. And who is that God that shall deliver you out of my hands? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we are not careful to answer thee in this matter. If it be so, our God, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us out of thine hand, O king. But if not, be it known unto thee, O king, that we will not serve thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Then was Nebuchadnezzar full of fury, and formed of his visage, and the form of his visage was changed against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Therefore he spake and commanded that they should heat the furnace 7 times more than it was wont to be heated. So 7 times hotter than it was supposed to be heated is how hot they made this furnace, because he really wanted to make sure they got burnt up. And he commanded the most mighty men that were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to cast them into the burning fiery furnace. Then these men were bound in their coats, their hosen, and their hats, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. So in their clothes they were thrown into the furnace. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent, and the furnace exceedingly hot, the flame of the fire slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So the soldiers who tied up them and went to throw them in the furnace was burning so hot, this huge flames coming out of it, that the guys who threw them into the furnace were instantly engulfed in fire, and they died. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down, bound into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar, the king, was astonished, and rose up in haste, and spake, and said unto his counselors, did not we cast 3 bound men into the midst of the fire? They answered and said unto the king, true, O king. He answered and said, lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the 4 men. I see 4 men loose, not bound, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning fiery furnace, and spake and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants of the Most High God, come forth and come hither. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire. And the princes, governors, and captains, and king's counselors, being gathered together, saw these men, upon whose bodies the fire had no power, nor was a hair of their heads singed, neither were their coats changed, nor the smell of the fire had passed on to them. So God completely averted the fire from these guys, and they're protected, and that's the power of God right there. That's what He does. So that's the Old Testament one. That one's gonna be important in this video that we watch after this, which is a powerful video. Like really, I watched this video, and can't usually watch stuff and it makes me cry. Maybe I'll get close. Like Pastor Stu, I got close. This video, the one earlier scene almost made me cry, and then the other scene, um, when they dropped the bomb on you, like I had a tear. I had a little bit of a boohoo. We're gonna play that video here in a minute, but it's just undeniable proof. But now we're gonna move on to some New Testament miracles. So let me see what chat's saying. Probably a bunch of nothing. Because Freddie's probably crying about something. This is historic. Fire ain't a thing, cut. Okay. Yep, Passover. If you read Josh, the Egyptians had murdered all the baby boys born to the Hebrews, so I'm not surprised God repaid them in kind. Facts. He getting plagued. They done hardened the heart of the Pharaoh 5 times, but his heart wasn't even hardened. It's hardened, not heartened. Oh, I believe this. I also believe in Santa Claus. I always leave him cookies and milk. Nice. Yeah, right, Lady Seesaw said not heartened, hardened, dumbass. I gotta be okay. An objective subjection. Crazy psycho religions. I also love Easter Bunny. He's real, Pharaoh. Keep doing y'all, and I'm gonna manipulate your movements. What the heck is he talking about? Nothing. Beta. Josh shedding tears. Wait till you watch this, man. It's powerful. It's powerful. I know you hate God, so you probably won't care. All right, let's move on. We're going to start with Jesus. Now we're onto the miracles of Jesus. And again, there's lots and lots of miracles. I don't have all night to just go through different miracles in the Bible, so I picked some of my favorites. We're going to talk about Jesus feeding the multitude. And this is a miracle that's commonly used by lefties to say that Jesus was a socialist. They say Jesus fed the multitude. Jesus fed the poor, so he's a socialist. No. Jesus didn't go to the government to ask for them to tax everybody to give him money so that he could feed the poor. He didn't start a nonprofit. He didn't ask for any help. In fact, the disciples even doubted it. They said, "We only have 5 loaves of bread. We're not going to be able to feed them all." And he said, "Let me do it." And the whole point of the story is charity is not the same as taxation and government forced socialism. Okay? Charity is people who have the ability and the power granted to them by God to do good for somebody will do it. Okay? If I taking my money out of my paycheck when I'm already broke, I already can barely pay my bill. And I'm not saying me specifically. I'm just saying any person can barely get by, barely paying their bills, barely providing for their family. And you're going to tax them to pay for somebody else's food who maybe doesn't want to work. Maybe they actually need the assistance, but a lot of them don't. That's not what Jesus did here. What Jesus did here is he did a miracle by God. He fed the multitude. Now, nowadays, there's charities that do this. There's charities that actually go out and feed hungry people. And these charities aren't socialism. They're not socialist. They're doing it. They're doing a miracle of God out of the kindness of their hearts to help other people. And I appreciate that. I love that. I don't like when the government tells me they're going to take my money before I ever see it to pay for people's welfare. And then people apply for the welfare who shouldn't be on it. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of it. And that's different than what Jesus does here. So let's read this story. This is in Matthew 14:14 through 22. And Jesus went forth, and this is after John just got beheaded by Herod. Jesus and the disciples were on a ship. They found out, they came to land, they heard that he had been beheaded. So they started traveling. Maybe they're trying to get to where this happened. They took up the body and buried it. Oh, so they were coming to bury the body of John. And then in verse 14, and Jesus went forth, and saw a great multitude, and was moved with compassion towards them, and he healed their sick. And when it was evening, and he didn't ask the government to tax people for free health care. He used the power given to him by God, and we can do miracles just like this and more. Jesus said himself that we are to be perfect as he was perfect, not to call him God, because it's not him that does it, it's God working through him, and that we can do these miracles and more. So don't get it twisted. We can do these things as well. If we have the faith of a mustard seed, we can move a mountain. He healed their sick, and when it was evening, his disciples came to him, saying, This is a desert place, and the time is now past. Send the multitude away, that they may go into the villages and buy themselves victuals. But Jesus said unto them, They need not depart. Give ye them to eat. And they said unto him, We have here but 5 loaves and 2 fishes. He said, Bring them hither to me. And he commanded the multitude to sit down on the grass, and took the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, and looking up to heaven, he blessed and brake, and gave the loaves to his disciples, and the disciples to the multitude. And they did all eat, and were filled. And they took up the fragments that remained, 12 baskets full. So from 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish, not only did they feed, we're about to find out, 5,000 men and women. Or wait, let me just keep reading. Not only did he feed them all, but there was 12 baskets of food left over. So, and they did all eat and were filled, and they took up the fragments that remained, 12 baskets full. And they that had eaten were about 5,000 men, beside women and children. So 5,000 men, also women and children. Back then they had families. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Like 15,000 people? Or does that mean either way? Whether it's 5,000, 15,000, 10,000, at least 5,000 fed with 5 loaves and 2 fish. And straightway Jesus constrained his disciples to get into a ship and go before him unto the other side while he sent the multitudes away. So he fed the multitudes, and there's a lot of miracle organizations that feed people and heal people to this day without taxpayers being required to fund them. So let's move on to the resurrection of Lazarus. This one's very important because in the video I'm about to show you guys, and if you just do a quick Google search, people rise from the dead all the time. And one of the things that made me stop listening to Joe Rogan was how whenever a Christian came on, somebody could come on talking about ancient aliens, and Joe's like, oh, yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. All on board. Eddie Bravo could come on talking about flat earth, and Joe will slightly rebuttal with them and go back and forth with them, but never insults him or anything like that. But as soon as somebody comes on and says they're a Christian, oh, you believe in a zombie Jesus? You believe some zombie who rose from the dead? Joe, Google people rising from the dead. It happens all the time. Quite frequently, people die and come back to life. It's actually a thing that happens. So let's look at this story of Lazarus and the story of Jesus' resurrection, which couldn't possibly happen. Somebody couldn't die and then come back to life. No, that couldn't possibly. No, it can happen. It can happen if you have the faith of mustard seed and if you don't hate God. Jesus, therefore, again, groaning in himself, cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone lay upon it. Jesus said, Take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him that was dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days. Jesus saith unto her, Said I not unto thee that if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God? Then they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid. And Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, Father, I thank thee, for thou hast heard me. And I knew that thou hearest me always. But because of the people which stand by, I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth, bound hand and foot with grave cloths, and his face was bound with a napkin. Jesus saith unto them, Loose him and let him go. He raised Lazarus from the dead after 4 days. And then we'll go, last but not least, to Jesus' resurrection, another resurrection from the dead. This is quite a long one, but, it's one of the most important important stories in the Bible. We're going to read it out of Mark. So we did one out of Luke, we did one out of Matthew, we did one out of Mark, and I think we didn't do one out of John. I thought I had a verse out of John. Oh yeah, the Lazarus was out of John. We did Matthew, Mark, and John. We did not do Luke. But we're going to read out of Mark chapter 16, the whole chapter. So let me see what chat's saying. I can't. He looked straight at the cameras and said, people raised from the dead all the time. Yep, I sure did, buddy. Yep. Everyone was equal. They were all there to serve the pharaohs. Socialism started in Europe and they brought it over here. Did Jesus talk about Adam and Eve? He talked about how God made them man and woman. Josh shedding tears. Yeah. You see the Satan come out of Freddy when I start Bible thumping. He really gets irked when you start talking about God. He really doesn't like that. Anyway, Mark chapter 16. And when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene and Mary the mother of James and Salome had bought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came upon the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. And they said among themselves, who shall roll us away the stone from the door of the sepulchre? And when they looked, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. And entering into the sepulchre, they saw a young man sitting on the right side, clothed in a long white garment, and they were affrighted. And he saith unto them, be not affrighted. Ye seek Jesus of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. He hold the place where they laid him. Here's another example of an angel. When I talked about the 9 biblical angels, I didn't mention this angel who was guarding Jesus' tomb in the form of a man. This justifies my argument that angels can change forms. Angels can be celestial bodies. They can be rings of fire with covered in eyeballs the size of a planet, or they can take the form of a man or a woman and come down to earth. They can be Nephilim. They can take the form of giants and mate with women. And yeah. So let's keep going. But there's an angel guarding the way. But go your way. Tell his disciples and Peter that he goeth before you to Galilee. There shall ye see him, as he said unto you. And they went out quickly and fled from the sepulchre, for they trembled and were amazed. Neither said they anything to any man, for they were afraid. Now when Jesus was risen early the first day of the week, he appeared early the first day of the week. Maybe that's Monday. Could that be Monday? That would be 3 days, right? Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 devils. And she went and told them that had been with him, as they mourned and wept. And they, when they had heard that he was alive and had been seen of her, believed not. After that he appeared in another form unto 2 of them, as they walked and went into the country. And they went and told it unto the residue, neither believed they them. Afterward he appeared unto the 11 as they sat at meat, and upbraided them with their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they believed not them which had seen him after he was risen. That's that hardness of heart again. That hardness of heart again, like the Pharaoh had, ye of little faith. And he said unto them, Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. He that believeth and he that is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned. And these signs shall follow them that believe. Yep. He that believe not shall be damned. Facts. And these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name shall they cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up serpents. And if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. So then after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received unto the heaven and sat at the right hand of God. And they went forth and preached everywhere, the Lord working with them and confirming the word with signs following. Amen. Amen. So there's some miracles, some biblical miracles. And man became a living soul, and then God called him man Adam, and later created Eve from Adam's rib. The Lord God formed man of the dust of ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. God then called the man Adam and later created Eve from Adam's rib. Is that some verses, Butch? So I looked it up earlier when Freddie was asking that. I don't know why it matters. If Jesus did say he made them man and woman, and he didn't say their names. Of course, their names wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be Adam and Eve in Hebrew, Greek, or Aramaic. I don't know why it matters whether he said their name or not. Freddie gets caught up over dumb stuff like that sometimes. But so there's some biblical miracles for you. Now let's move on. Let's talk about real life miracles. Let's watch this video on YouTube. I was gonna gather a bunch of stories and stuff, and I do have a couple stories. So if we go over here, we can see a couple stories. Let's see. If you just Google "kid survives freezing water," Carly Kosolowski was clinically dead, but warmed back to life in hospital. 15 years on, was discovered frozen at the door of her home, was revived in what medical experts have called a miraculous comeback. Says she remembers nothing of the ordeal, but appreciates her good fortune. A toddler who survived freezing leads normal life. Boy under icy water for 65 minutes survives. A 6-year-old boy fell into an icy alpine river near Innsbruck, Austria, and was swept away before he could be rescued. Frigid water may have saved boy. So they'll say, well, it's just the cold water. The cold water, it slows down their blood flow. No, these people were clinically dead. These people were frozen to death. And they came back an hour later, longer than should be humanly possible, and they survived. Now you'll say, well, but it's cold water. You need an example that doesn't involve cold water. Oh, don't worry. I got you. I got you right here. Let's watch this video. This video's got some pretty sad, some pretty heart-wrenching scenes. And I don't think I'll get hit for anything with it. It's a 20-minute video, and we'll watch most of it. Maybe I'll skip a few scenes, but we're going to watch most of it just to finish off the show, just because this is a powerful video. Kim, I'm going to shout out to the guy who made it, Ken Lamb, 382 subscribers. This video has 133,000 views. Miracle, a surprising and welcome event that is explicable. So a miracle is less common kind of God's activity in which he arouses people's awe and wonder and bears witness to himself. And this is called Proof God is Real. Miracles caught on film. It's a powerful video.
When she began to move inside her coffin.
Oh, this story really shakes you up. So if you're a parent, burying a child is your absolute worst nightmare. But over in the Philippines, a true miracle.
Just so you know, I thought she said bearing a child is your worst nightmare. She said burying a child is your worst nightmare. Facts.
Miracle happened to a toddler and her family.
The 3-year-old girl was being prepared for burial when she began to move inside her coffin. A neighbor of the family had opened the girl's coffin to adjust the body when he noticed a slight movement of her head. The girl was apparently pronounced dead 2 days earlier. Video footage posted online.
So on the third day, she rose from the dead. A 3-year-old girl in her coffin.
Shows the ceremony erupting in chaos as a man and woman, identified by the Philippine Star as the girl's parents, pick her up out of the casket and wrap her in blankets. Parents said the girl had, quote, severe fever for days, so they took her to a medical clinic on Friday, where she was pronounced dead early the next morning. After the funeral incident, the little girl was doing well enough to go home after some tests were done.
Happened in Holmes County at a funeral home in Lexington.
So there's a 3-year-old 3 days later coming back to life in her coffin. Now you could say, well, it was bad medical experts. They didn't know. Oh, so what? She was just in a coffin, not moving for 2 days, and she was alive? How do you rebuttal that?
16 WAPT's Tammy Estwick explains how family members say he came back to life.
The story is spreading like wildfire. How Walter Williams woke up from the dead in Holmes County.
I asked the coroner what happened. He said, oh, they can call us a miracle. I stood there and watched them put him in a body bag and zipped it up.
The coroner says he checked the...
Dean, he took a rib because the rib is the only bone in the human body that can grow back. Research it.
Pulse around 9 o'clock Wednesday night and pronounced Williams dead at his home in Lexington with no heartbeat.
That was 10:30, and at 2:30 my cousin called me and said, "Not yet." I said, "What you mean, not yet?" He said, "Dad is still here."
After the coroner helped move Williams to Porter & Sons Funeral Home, workers were getting ready to embalm him. But that's when he started to move.
He was not dead, long story short.
Byron Porter says it's the first time he's ever seen anything like it. A man inside a body bag kicking to get out.
Why couldn't St. George Floyd wake up? Because he wasn't a son of God. He wasn't.
I don't know. I don't know.
Couple of minutes, maybe?
He wasn't blessed and highly favored.
No, more than that, maybe. Well, we definitely was not going to do anything to him.
I'm also not saying that every Christian who drops their body is going to rise from the dead. Of course not. But we may drop our bodies and it's not our time and we come back to life. Guys, my heart stopped like 3 times in my life. All from drug overdoses, I'll be honest. But yeah, I've been blue. I've been found blue, unconscious, heart stopped, dead. I've been revived. Sometimes I've just revived on my own. People have told me you were blue, and then you just woke up out of it. I've been hospitalized once for overdosing on triple C's, and they said my heart stopped. And then a couple other times, I don't know for sure my heart stopped, but I'm pretty positive my heart probably stopped, and I came back to life. It wasn't my time. Now, when my body drops, I'm not going to rise from the dead because it will be my time. But I also already died, so I'll still be alive. My spirit will still be alive forever. I'm never going to die again. I already died once, so I'm going to drop my body one day. But that's just yeah. But sometimes it's just people's time to go. So I'm not saying, don't think that I'm saying, if you're a Christian, you're going to rise from the dead every time you die. No, if you're a Christian, you've already died and you can't die again. So you wouldn't even be thinking about that.
Saw that he was
alive. That he was not deceased. Right.
Paramedics rushed Williams to the hospital where tonight family members say they're happy he's alive.
Now, I don't know how long he's going to be here, but I know he's back right now. And that's all what counts.
In Lexington, Tammy Eswick,
16. Stay strong and fight hard.
An incredible story. Family and friends calling it a miracle. A 21-year-old U of A student wakes up from a coma after doctors nearly declared him brain dead. ABC 15's Susan Casper talked with the survivor and shows us his long road to recovery.
You're looking at a picture of 21-year-old Sam Schmidt with injuries so bad, doctors nearly considered him brain dead.
I said, Sam, stay strong.
And what's crazy, Dean, is that they wrote that story about God taking the rib to make man was written, whether you believe that Moses wrote the 5 books of Moses, whether you believe that he wrote them or not, you still have to admit that those books were written at least 2,000 years ago, right? Well, that medical information about ribs growing back wasn't discovered until, I don't know exactly when, but I'm sure it's somewhere time in the past 1,000 years that they figured that out. So the story was written that God took the one bone that would grow back thousands of years before science figured out that bone grows back. So, fun fact for Freddie.
And fight hard.
Sam's mom, Susan, stood by his side after a 5-car collision in Tucson caused a brain aneurysm back in October.
We really gave him a very, very minimal chance for survival.
Sam was flown to Barrow Neurological, where Dr. Robert Spetzler tried to keep Sam alive. But after a week in a coma, there was talk of taking him off life support, and discussions about organ donation were underway.
In medicine, we see things that always the exception to the rule. Unfortunately, he was one.
After nearly 2 weeks in a coma, Sam miraculously woke up.
I've been called a miracle a few times. It always makes me feel better.
He has trouble forming sentences and needs help while walking, but is making big strides towards recovery.
It was a miracle.
Except for the rehabilitation that I still have to do. Feel pretty good.
Doctors tell us he has a long way to go, but that won't stop Sam, who already is looking to life after the hospital.
Stuff in my bedroom would be nice, but the school or work would also be something I'm looking forward to.
Perhaps
so this one's just, you know, waking up from a coma.
They tell us calling that ABC 15.
Never seen. And the man's family gives all the credit to God. Tony Yali was suffering from irregular breathing at home. His family did CPR and eventually took him to the hospital. Doctors say Yali coded for 45 minutes. A team of medical personnel tried to stimulate his heart, but no luck.
Coded.
A doctor declared
He was
Yali dead the afternoon of August 5th. Then, suddenly, as nurses were ready to let the family view his body, Yali showed signs of life.
You know, then everybody started telling me how it happened, and you know, that's when I started to understand, you know, a miracle happened.
I pointed at him and I said, "Dad, you're not gonna die today." And I stood there for about a few more seconds, and I was about to walk back to, you know, comfort the family.
And that's when Tony Yali's heart started beating. His cardiologist says this is beyond rare.
But in the last 20 years, I've never seen anybody who we have pronounced dead.
That are really...
And actually, the patient we saw, there was no activity when we stopped.
There's one where you guys might
efforts.
laugh and like kind of make fun. Because
I've
there's
never
this
seen
black
it.
lady
Actually,
yelling
I've
the
never
whole
heard of
time
it.
about Jesus.
It's been the topic of discussion
But
in
it's
medical
really
circles.
powerful.
Tony Yali says there was only one factor at work.
It definitely strengthened my faith, my family's faith, everybody I know's faith. You know, and like I've said, you know, if it strengthened everybody's faith, I'll take the lumps for it, you know.
Yali was unconscious
Liver
for
is the
5
only
days,
organ
but
that will
doctors sent him
rejuvenate
home
itself.
from the hospital last Thursday. Says he feels just fine.
Wow. What a
Wow.
45 minutes dead. He should be totally brain dead, by the way.
What a profound experience.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It is
Wouldn't you like
amazing.
to talk to that man,
Yes.
just in general, just
Yes.
sit at a table and find out his thoughts about this? That'd be rather interesting.
Life-changing for him, maybe for you.
Dramatic video of a tornado hitting this
Not this
hardware
one.
store in Louisiana last week. A FedEx driver tried to take shelter inside. The door was locked, so she hid behind a soda machine. It fell over. Look at that. My goodness, when the tornado destroyed the entire store.
there's the soda machine right there, still
Incredibly,
standing.
She was not injured. She
Or not
walked
still
away
standing,
without a scratch.
To be alive today, I mean, I'm thankful.
David
The building
Sagona
fell
walked
over.
away
The soda
able to
machine
tell
stayed
his
up.
story. He owns Sagona's Hardware in Pankerville. For your reference, this is what it used to look like.
This soda
Now,
machine protected her.
it's this, just a mangled mesh of metal. Sagona made all his employees get in the bathrooms and upstairs in the offices, and seconds later,
As I was closing the door to the bathroom, my side wall got sucked out. I actually saw the side wall get sucked out.
this weekend, Sagona attempted to
Look at
check
this
his
lady.
security cameras and if they happen to catch anything. This is what he found. Now watch it
See
again.
that lady?
Notice this
She's
lady
trying to
come
get
up
inside.
to the doors, pull
She
on them,
leans
and they're
against the
locked.
soda machine
You
right
see
here, out
debris
of shot.
beginning to fly, and seconds
And
later,
then-
what looks like a big explosion. Kyra Johnson is that woman. She had just
Her
made her
head's right
FedEx
here.
deliveries to Sagona's from the back door.
Boom.
She came out and looked up.
I had never seen the sky swirl so pretty, and it was gray, but it was scary. So first thing you think, let me tape it. I want to show people.
This is the video she recorded. You can clearly see the tornado, but Johnson says she was so tunnel visioned that she never noticed it. Exactly 2 minutes later, it was right over her.
I just braced myself right here between the Coke machine. It wasn't even a holding on. It was just to brace myself.
That Coke machine fell over, and there really are no words to put to this video. How did she survive?
God. There's no explaining that, God, because after I seen the video, I didn't know what it really looked like. I just figured I was in a tornado. And
Sagona did not know Johnson prior to this. Now he says God
Based.
truly had her in his hands.
I got this made for you.
God had us in his hands the whole time.
Creating a bond they will never forget.
Oh,
It's yours.
baby,
Look
you know
at
I love you. I'll never forget you.
You will always be part of our family.
You're always in mine too.
In Pankerville, Kieran Chawla, WAFB 9 News.
This is,
Lord,
all right.
the blood. I plead the
This
blood
one.
over you, Satan. You are lying.
Here's your Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. This is when they hit you with at the end. Once, well, you'll see.
Jesus, 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 the blood of Jesus. Satan, you a lie. The blood of Jesus. 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 The blood
There's
of
a guy
Jesus.
in that car
Jesus.
back there.
Jesus, Jesus, the blood of Jesus.
A Jeep completely up in flames on the Ridgeway exit off 385.
Everybody just started going in their car, getting stuff to bust the windows. I would say, we gotta get this man out this car.
Witnesses say the Jeep was driving eastbound on 385 when he was sideswiped by another car, pushing him down a hill and into this pole. Moments later, flames came through the hood of the car.
Find anything but a gallon of water, so I went back to try to wet him so if the fire got inside the car, maybe it wouldn't burn him as bad or keep him as moist as he could possibly be.
They tried to find a fire extinguisher, but were unsuccessful. Moments later, a man ran over with a jack iron and broke through the window.
We gotta cut that seatbelt so somebody go find something to cut the seatbelt.
The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. Jesus. Jesus, Jesus, the blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. But devil, you are
can't get him out.
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
Die.
Jesus, Jesus,
They still
Jesus.
haven't got him out
The
yet.
blood of Jesus. Jesus, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Jesus, the blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. Jesus, the blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Stay your Jesus. Stay your blood. Let the seat back. Let the seat back.
He's pinned into the steering wheel, so she's saying,
The blood
put
of
the seat
Jesus.
back so you can
The
pull him
blood of
out.
Jesus. The blood of Jesus.
Because the steering wheel is pushed into his chest.
He appeared to have been completely trapped in the driver's seat because the steering wheel was pressed up against him in the chest.
Yeah, you would laugh at that, Freddie. You're a
The blood of
degenerate.
Jesus. The blood of Jesus. 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 God, Jesus. The blood of Jesus.
Did it popping? They just pulled him out, and now it's starting to explode.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Witnesses carried the man to safety, and moments later, loud popping noises came from the car, a noise they say they won't forget.
Everybody started running because it started popping. And
The driver was taken to Regional 1 in
Look, no
non-critical
burns.
condition, but a sight that
Non-critical
brought
condition.
tears to many was this Bible, the
Boom.
only thing left in a completely burned up vehicle sitting on the front seat.
So that is.
I rest my case.
So you don't believe? I don't know what to say.
Burn up and set the Holy Bible. That's not good.
The Bible's not even burnt. If you don't believe, I don't know what to
Baffling
say to
and
you.
beautiful
That's
rescue,
powerful.
raising questions about the power of prayer. People are scouring nearly 70 photographs looking for some sign of a man they swear they saw at the scene
This
of a
one's-
car
this
accident.
one's crazy,
He
too.
prayed, a life was saved. So why did he disappear even from the
missed the Bible
photos?
thumping.
ABC's David Muir
It's all right,
now
we're still
on
kinda
faith
doing
and
it.
a mystery tonight.
Tonight it's being called the Missouri Miracle. Much of it, though, still a mystery. A teenager with a
wild.
beautiful smile, 19-year-old Katie Lentz, trapped in her mangled car, hit by a drunk driver, and first responders trying to get her out. Sheriff's Deputy Richard Adair won't forget when the fire chief turned to
that
him
Bible made of?
in despair.
He was concerned because he was out of options. The tools weren't working.
Freddie, you're a
It
degenerate.
was, by that time, I said almost an hour.
The power
I
of
said,
Christ
I don't know how we're
compels
going to get her out. And I said, Raymond, I promised her mother and her that we get her out.
While inside that car, Katie had one request: to pray with the rescuers out loud. And then suddenly, right there, amidst the rows of corn, at the scene blocked off for nearly a mile, a man appears.
He was dressed in a black priest shirt with a white...
Scene's been blocked off for nearly a mile. There's no traffic. There's no other cars coming. They're out in the middle of a farmland, out in the fields. They're just in fields. Traffic's blocked off. Nobody can come or go to that area. Listen to this.
collar.
And the rescuers notice the rows of corn at the scene blocked off for nearly a mile. A man appears.
He was dressed in a black priest shirt with a white collar.
And the rescuers notice something else. He was carrying a small bottle.
He had a small little white container of anointment oil is what it appeared to be.
And he asked if he could anoint the girl in the car. And at first, my first thought was that it would possibly send the wrong message to Katie, that maybe we had called a priest.
But they allow him to do it.
A sense of calmness
come over her then, even more so than what she had been already. I can't be for certain who said or how it was said or where it come from. We very plainly heard that we should remain calm, that our tools would now work, and that we would get her out of that vehicle.
Moments later, it happened. A neighboring fire department arrives with a new set of stronger tools, finally able to cut through that frame. They all turned to thank the priest, but he was gone. In fact, in all of those photos at the scene, no sign of the priest. And tonight, family and friends are grateful.
Whether it was just a priest as an angel, serving as an angel, or an actual angel that came in, he was an angel to all those. And
if you don't believe in guardian angels,
the fire department's Facebook
God,
page tonight filling up fast. Do any of the responders know who the priest was that seemingly appeared out of nowhere? I would love to shake his hand. And tonight, from Katie's mother, a message too. Very pleased that Katie's near tragic accident provides proof to all that miracles still happen. Her mother adding, please continue to pray for her, and in Katie's words, pray out loud.
Pray out loud. And today we reached out to 15 churches within 30 miles of that accident scene. No one could tell us who the man was. And as for Katie, 6.5 hours of surgery, many broken bones, but her mother says her face and that beautiful smile untouched. But Diane, everyone at that rescue scene touched by that stranger.
And dozens of people saw him, and yet nothing in the photographs.
Nothing, just the story of that white bottle.
What an amazing story. Thank you, David.
And then that, I don't know, something about when the guy hugged the girl that survived the tornado outside his store. Pretty cool stuff. Morgan Freeman also did a National Geographic thing about miracles. I made a little clip of that. One of the stories, amazing story from there as well. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, powerful stuff. Let's watch this.
You fell from up there down to here. What did the doctor say?
You are a miracle.
Miracles. You fell from up there down to here. What did the doctor say?
You are a miracle.
That's his brother. He was in a scaffold.
Has a hard time accepting this.
He was in a scaffold at the top of that 47-story building with his brother working, and the cable on the scaffold broke, and they both fell.
It was a miracle because he was not alone when he fell. His younger brother was on this platform with him. He died the moment he hit the ground. So that makes you the miracle. But at the same time, your brother is gone. The one do you worry about that? Do you try to reconcile that?
What happened? Why?
If it was me, I would wonder every day. Miracles. You fell from up there.
So I had to clip that up in a way because National Geographic will hit me and can't play too much of their stuff, but I clipped that. That guy survived. It's a good documentary thing on National Geographic. This Morgan Freeman, he did a show where it was all like searching for God. He went all over the world, and this episode was all about miracles and just some wild stories. This guy survived falling 47 stories. His brother didn't make it, but he lived. Crazy stories. But it pretty much, I mean, it proves that nothing happens by chance. There are miracles. God is real, whether you like it or not. Not the sun god, not the Egyptian Ra, not the sun god. I'm not talking about some, nothing like that. And you can just tell by their culture. You can tell by the way they lived. You can tell by their traditions. You can tell by the fact that they're not around to this day, and they're not successful if they are around. Like nobody's hearing about the Egyptians. Nobody cares about the Egyptians. You piled up a bunch of rocks in a triangle. That's not the way. The Greek fell. But the people of the book, the worshipers of the God of Abraham, the God of Moses, and the Father of Jesus, we don't lose. Whether you be Jewish, Muslim, Christian, all we do is win. And yeah, I will put Muslims in that same group. Um they believe in the same God I believe in. I think they got some things wrong. I think their prophet was a mess, but they believe in the same God I believe in. Jews believe in the same God I believe in. So I'm not going to throw any shade on them. Even Catholics. Of course, a lot of their practices and their doctrines I don't agree with, but they're following the same God I follow. Whereas Freddie's following polytheistic gods of the sun and Isis and Horus and things like that. You know that ain't true. You know Zeus ain't real. You know the Greek mythology. You know that's not real. You know Buddhism ain't real. You could tell by how the people are doing. You can judge a tree by its fruit. But yeah, I think that's pretty much the show. Wasn't a real deep ending, but Simpcast. There's full segment from Simpcast. Let me see if there's any other videos, liked videos in here that I could play. We could check out. Liked videos. George Santos gets brutal welcome on his first day at comment. Teacher breaks down scared thing. Power of miracles. Proof God is real. Yeah, I don't have any new videos to show. I do got some interesting stuff to watch next time we do a game stream. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Do y'all hear JS Christian ego? Ego is Freudian psychology. I don't even know if I really believe that ego is a thing. I don't. That you want to have sex with your mom. That's what Freud said. Johnny Bender, what's up, trash talker? You gonna come in here all, hey fam, you were calling me gay in Nick's chat. How about keep my name out of your mouth? If you're gonna go in other people's chat and start talking trash, just don't. How about don't? You know? Get butt hurt because Freddie calls in. Act like a liberal. I don't want to hear people who think different than me. How about that? What, yeah, you said, I'm trying to save you from being gay with Freddie in Nick's chat. Keep my name out of your mouth when you're in other people's chats. I mean, you could do what you want. You could do what you want, but you're showing your true colors. So, I mean, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna cry about it or anything. There's nothing I can do about it. If that's the type of person you are, then you're showing your true colors, and that's what kind of person you are. And I think, you're no better than Freddie if that's how you want to be. Johnny Beta. Yeah, you did. You said, I'm trying to stop you from being gay with Freddie or getting gay with Freddie or something like that. You sure did. You sure did. And you were saying, you're spreading a bunch of lies about me. You're being deceiving. You're saying, oh, this guy has a show with JS. JS and this guy share a show, and he can't do an episode without having Freddie on, and blah, 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 blah. Yet every time I open the lines, you've never called in once. So what are you even talking about? It's an open call-in show. I open the lines. Everybody's welcome into the Discord. So come on in. But you won't come in. So who am I, just supposed to talk to nobody? I'm only supposed to talk to people I agree with. I'm only supposed to talk to people who are scared to get on the phone? Like, what are you talking about, bro? It's cool though. You can say whatever you want to say. Just real recognize real. And I can see you fake. Nah, you do. The show was Johnny Bender. No, we're talking about Johnny Bender. We're talking about Johnny Bender being a clown, being a snake. We're talking about Johnny Bender going into other people's streams and spreading a bunch of crap about my show and saying I'm gay with Freddie and a bunch of other stuff, like a little girl, basically. It's cool. You're probably butt buddies with Red Dirt Farm. Like-minded. Busta. Yeah, he's clout chasing like a mug. Facts. Yep, you do. You do, you, Josh. God bless you. All right, later. Cease out. But, yeah, I don't have any other stories. Why y'all hate me? I mean, I don't hate Freddie. I do think he's degenerate. What? You've never answered my call? When have you called? It's Discord. You don't even call. You just go in there. I don't even know. What do you mean? You never called. Good stuff. All right. But yeah. Oh, that's the joke. Look, I don't mind if people don't call, but I don't mind if people don't call. That's fine. I get it. But don't tell me how to run my show on other people's streams in public chats. Start talking trash about me and spreading lies about me and saying that I talk to Freddie too much when you've never called in. If you're going to complain about who calls in, then you should call in. Otherwise, shut up. Basically. But it's all right. He's a little gossip girl with Red Dirt Farm. It's all right. No. You read the wrong comment? No, I definitely didn't. And see, now you won't even own up for it. Quit being a coward, Johnny Bender. If you said something, be a man. Say, yeah, I said it. I was correlating you. What did Red do? Same thing you did. He was talking trash about me on other people's streams because I didn't read one of his comments one day. He got butthurt. And he said, I'm a pothead who talks to Freddie all day. And that's why he doesn't subscribe to me. And I was like, okay, well, but this was in somebody else's stream. This is in Jamie's stream. We be in. Josh is on fire tonight. We be in. Show the screenshot. I think Freddie has it on his channel. Screenshotted. Don't tell him. You have read my comments and answered my questions. It makes the show interactive, really cool. Yeah. Thank you, man. I try to. And I try to give, anybody can call in and talk about whatever they want to talk about. But then people who, aren't doing anything. It's like people want to run my show and tell me how to run it. And so then they'll talk trash in other people's comment section. Nick Stream, Jamie, JLP, Hake. They'll see me in there and they'll start talking trash because they don't like how I run my show. They want me to do it their way. Well, I don't play those games. So just, But you can do what you want. I can tell you keep my name out of your mouth, but it's not like, you can do whatever you want. I can't do anything to stop you. You just prove you're like a little girl. Nah, I never said you were gay. Facts show it. Okay, well then if somebody else said it, that's fine. Then I'm wrong about the gay thing. But you were talking some smack about how me and Freddie have a show together. Then I said, no, we don't have a show together. Stop spreading disinformation on other people's channels about me. And then you kept going. You said, yeah, he does run your show. He does run your show. He's in every episode. Blah, 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 blah. Bro, I'll do a 6-hour stream and he'll talk to me for 30 minutes sometimes. Tonight, he was on the stream for 10 minutes in a 5-hour stream. Why don't you start streaming and do things that you want to do your way? And we'll see, we'll see how epic it is. Ugh. Your hair hat rocks. And then the hair stuff, I don't really mind that. That doesn't really bother me. But if you're going to straight up lie to people and say that Freddie runs my show, I mean, again, you can do whatever you want. I can't do anything about it, but you just look like a punk. A punk ass bitch. How about that? All right. But thank you. My hair hat does rock. Maybe you didn't say the gay thing, but you were talking some mess. Maybe it was Red Dirt Farm who said the gay thing. Yeah. Yeah, he judges me for smoking weed, but yet he hangs out with people who smoke weed on his stream. He kind of does. Not sure what you're referring to. But yeah. Do I got anything else? I don't got anything else. Let's find a song, play the show out. Is your internet fixed now, Floor? Johnny doesn't hate Josh. He just wants to hate on Fred. That's racist. I'm totally telling my mom. No, he wants to like try to bully me or run my show or bully me into doing things the way he wants it done. That's never going to happen with anybody. It's not going to happen. I do things how I want. I do things my way. That's how this works. We all rock. Have a good night, everyone. I said all the others. I smoke weed. All right, well, I'm going to find the screenshot, Johnny Dunder. And when I show it to you, are you going to apologize? Or are you still going to deny it? Maybe you didn't directly call me gay, but you said something like, I'm trying to prevent you from being gay with Freddie, or something like that. If not, they keep delaying the installation by 1 day, and I am still waiting. What the? Taken by Tyson James and Trevor Wesley? Okay. I think I've heard that one. That's the one about the child trafficking. You know, people who are really doing things. I like Trevor Wesley too. Good night. Yes, that's what you said. Oh, okay. So you didn't directly say it. You implied whatever, dude. Whatever. Frederick could be saved. Good night and bless you, Josh and Chad. Later, Star One. All right. I gotta. Oh yeah. Also, next. I'll be streaming throughout the week. Well, I didn't and wouldn't say mess like that. Okay. You did say mess. You said a bunch of mess. You just maybe didn't say that one comment. Maybe that was Red Dirt Farm, but somebody said it. And but you were saying crap about Freddie running my show, which is not true. So don't lie. If you know, do what you want to do, but don't expect me to like pretend like I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like we're buddies if you're talking trash. But I appreciate the view time and the subscription. That's what Red Dirt was saying. I'm unsubscribing from JS because he smokes weed. And I said, didn't you just have Lord Grimm on your stream? And he smokes weed and drinks in his streams, which I don't care. I like Lord Grimm, but I think it's funny how he'll be a hypocrite.
Zoom is great to interact on a call, but when it comes to doing podcasts, you have to be using Riverside. What are you doing if you're not using Riverside?
Tell the truth or at least don't lie. Facts. By the way, guys, Sunday, another Dragon Ball tournament. If you didn't come by and say hi during the one that I did on Saturday, I did horrible. My record was 3 wins and 5 losses. Should have been 4 wins and 4 losses. There was a problem. But anyway, you guys should stop by during the stream on Sunday and say hi. Check out the tournament. I'm going to be doing a webcam card tournament. Got a different deck this time. It's going to be much stronger. It's going to do much better, I promise. And I'm going to be more prepared. But we got that coming up Sunday. We'll do some more Final Fantasy and all the other stuff. Maybe not tomorrow. I got to work early tomorrow. Your hair versus his beard. My beard versus his beard. My beard's better than Freddy's. You know? What's it called? Do some Final Fantasy. And remember, guys, if you want these takes on some of these news stories and these videos and these clips and stuff, I give these takes off the cuff when I react to these videos in the gaming stream. So even if you don't like gaming, we watch videos, chat recommends me videos, we check out different videos, we do the Discord. I know people get real sad if I open the Discord because somebody they don't like jumps in it, but then they won't jump in it. But we do reactions to videos. We watch cool stuff, learn stuff. It's good. So come by the gaming streams if you see that I'm doing those throughout the week. But Sunday will be the card tournament. Monday we'll be back doing the show. Next week, Monday night, kicking the week off right. Let's get played out by some Tyson James. Since we were talking about sex trafficking a lot earlier, we got a Tyson James song. Man, now that I've been talking about this Eliza Blue chick, it's all that's on my feed. Every single video is how she's fake. Let's listen to this song. God bless. Peace out. Miracles do happen. God is real.
You find
See you
joy
later.
in achieving high standards and visible